Chapter 1, The Emperor Who Crawled Out of the Tomb. China, Minghai City. In the evening of July, the hot people panic. The passers-by walking on the street are all in a hurry, hoping to get home one step earlier and get rid of this depressing heat. Ah! What is that? One of the pedestrians looked up at the sky above Phoenix Mountain, with a hint of fear in his tone. With the sound of this exclamation, passers-by stopped and looked at the sky above Phoenix Mountain. Incredible! Is it angry? The black thundercloud formed a huge whirlpool above Phoenix Mountain, like the open door of hell. Countless blue electric currents spread their teeth and claws among the black clouds, making their scalp numb. Pattern. A raindrop the size of a broad bean fell on the hard concrete floor and fell apart. The storm is coming. The cliff on the east side of Phoenix, where the mountain is steep, has always been inaccessible. There is an inconspicuous little earthen bag below the cliff, and a small white flower blooms on the earthen bag. Rumble. With the first thunder, a pouring rain poured in. The little white flowers were teetering in the heavy rain. Seeing that this flower was about to wither when it was most beautiful, a rotten hand suddenly stretched out from the little soil bag to protect it. The rotten hand bones are clearly visible, and the reddish-brown rotten flesh hangs sparsely on the bones, which makes people's stomach upset. Rumble. The shocking thunder sounded again, and the blue thunder snake rushed toward the rotten hand with the power of ruining the world. Stab. When Razor was about to bombard that hand, it suddenly exploded. At the next moment, the entire soil bag suddenly exploded, and a figure that had been highly decomposed stood up from the soil bag. The rotten figure raised its head, and several white maggots crawled out of its hollow eyes. Little God, want to ferry me too? Ridiculous! A hoarse and harsh sound rang from the black hole-like mouth of the rotting figure. Juling. The hoarse voice sounded again, the left hand of the rotten body was raised, and the palm of the rotten flesh hung in the void. With the decaying figure as the center, all plants in a 5-kilometer radius withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, but within a few breaths, the surrounding area was already dead. The majestic aura gathered towards the left hand of the rotting figure, and then a transparent light mask like an eggshell covered the rotting figure. Above the sky, the sound of thunder became more and more breathtaking. In the thundercloud vortex, countless thunder snakes gathered at an extremely fast speed, and an incomparable huge thunder snake was forming. The rotting figure looked at the huge Razor, and slowly raised his right foot. It's an accident to come to Fang Tiandi. If you don't forgive me, this emperor doesn't mind turning this place into hell. The huge Razor kept waking up in the whirlpool, seeming to hesitate whether to hack it down directly. After a long time, the thunderclouds dissipated, and the fiery sunset glowed for half of the sky. Hey, I'm scared to death. If Fang Tiandao is hard to come by, it's really hard to say with the current situation. The decaying figure patted the ribs of his chest in fear, and some pieces of meat kept falling with the pat. Here it is. In the eyes of the black hole of the rotting figure, a terrifying blue light burst out suddenly, and blue flames kept jumping in it. Looking at the familiar sights around him, this is a place he will never forget. Xiao Chen, the great emperor swallowing heaven. Ha ha ha. The sound like Ye Xiao's cry came from the black hole's mouth. Xiao Chen was killed here at the beginning and was reborn in that great world, but he did not expect to be reborn here today in the past 10,000 years in that great world. Like a circle, it starts from the starting point and ends at the starting point. Xiao Chen recalled what happened that day. When the class was organizing an outing, he was held hostage by a group of people. After being killed, he was buried at the foot of Phoenix Mountain. Depending on the extent of the body's decay, it should have been about a week since I was killed. Xiao Chen ripped off the rotted and deformed meat on his chest, and looked at the horizon from a distance. Hee, at that time, I was a fool and didn't even know why he died. Since he is reborn again today, he must use blood to ask what happened. One thing. Xiao Chen slowly opened his right hand, a small white flower lying in his palm, and the small flower leaving the soil was drooping a little listlessly. Since you were born on the head of the emperor, then you and I are destined. Xiao Chen said that his left hand grabbed the void, and the light mask covering his body instantly dispersed, forming a white ball of light the size of a dove egg in the palm of his left hand. Aura is useless for this emperor's dead body. Today, RB Emperor will give you a hand. If you are lucky enough to transform, you will continue this fate of life and death in the future. After talking, Xiao Chen smashed the ball of light in his left hand, and the shattered ball of light turned into a bit of starlight and plunged into the white flower. Xiao Chen placed the small white flower on a rock, and a breeze blew the small flower gently. Xiao Chen strode away, seeming to perceive something. Xiao Chen waved his hand to the flower behind him. We will meet by chance. By the side of a small stream in Phoenix Mountain, Xiao Chen gave a weird laugh, and nodded with satisfaction as he looked at his body cleaned by himself. Those messy carrion, internal organs, and maggots were all cleaned out of the skeleton by Ren Yuan, and now Xiao Chen became a veritable skeleton frame. The dead body can't absorb the spiritual energy, so first cultivate the Mingdao, and it won't be too late to reach the top of the avenue until the flesh and blood body is restored. The clean Xiao Chen looked at the distance. According to the current time, he has been missing for about a week, and his parents and sisters at home must be anxious. Xiao Chen decided to go to his home first. He was suddenly hit by this unwarranted disaster, and he was afraid that his family would not be spared. As for why he was killed inexplicably, there is time to check, and for Xiao Chen, the least valuable thing now is time. Xiao Chen stamped his right foot heavily on the ground, and countless black energy gathered from all directions and penetrated into Luo Chen's hollow body. Can the gathering of spirits only produce such a bit of death at one time? If you want to reach the realm of the underworld, I am afraid that it is not enough to sacrifice the entire earth. Thinking of the existence above the underworld gods in that big world, even Xiao Chen, who is known as the Great Swallowing Emperor, couldn't help baring his teeth. Those things have killed so many creatures to reach that height. The erroneous estimation of death air caused Xiao Chen a headache. This was the first time he had practiced Ming Dao, and he was still unclear about many things. Xiao Chen's bright skull head shook. Forget it, Ming Dao is only used for overshooting, just enough. Get up! Xiao Chen gave a low cry, and then the black energy all over his body began to roll and roar. The black energy condensed into hideous ghost heads, and those ghost heads screamed hysterically, dragging Ren Yuan to fly into the distance. This scene is like a great demon coming to the world, which makes people feel scared. If this scene is seen by ordinary people, I am afraid that I will be scared to death on the spot. Chapter 2, Chaos. Minghai City, in a luxurious villa. A beautiful woman was sitting on the sofa, wiping her tears. The woman looked haggard and kept muttering, Chenner, Chenner, where have you been, where have you been, why don't you call your mother? Opposite the woman sat a 15 or 16-year-old girl. The girl had short hair and a tall figure with delicate features like a woman walking out of the painting. The girl hugged a big bear of the same height, her beautiful eyebrows were deeply tired. The girl wiped her eyes and barely squeezed a smile. Mom, don't worry, maybe where did your brother go to play, and forgot to inform the family for a while. The woman shook her head. You don't know your brother, you've never stayed out at night when you grow up, let alone disappeared for a week this time. I'm really afraid of what happened to Chenner. At this time the door of the villa was opened, and a tall and burly middle-aged man walked in. The man is burly, with a sense of righteousness on his face in the Chinese character. It's just that the man's lips are chapped, and there is a lot of dust on his clothes, which makes him look quite embarrassed. The woman was like a frightened bird, and suddenly jumped up from the sofa. Zheng Yang, is there any news about Chenner? The middle-aged man had a sullen face, and shook his head after pouring a large glass of water. I used all the relationships, but I couldn't find any clues. When the woman heard this, her body seemed to be drained, and she fell back on the sofa. The man looked at the tired mother and daughter and sighed with some reproach. At this time, the man's phone rang suddenly, and the man frowned deeply as he watched the caller. Lu Laoba told you countless times, I won't sign, don't bother me. The man answered the phone and roared grumpily. Ha ha ha. There was a strange smile on the other end of the phone. Xiao Zhengyang, don't be too busy to refuse. By the way, I know the news about your son. Xiao Zhengyang shivered and rushed towards his forehead. Xiao Zhengyang gritted his teeth and said, I guess it has something to do with you gangsters. Oh, Mr. Xiao has to pay attention to what he says. You and I are both people with identities. Be careful and I sue you for slander. The other side of the phone said strangely. If Xiao Chen loses a hair, I don't mind breaking the net with you Lu Lao. Xiao Zhengyang was surprisingly calm when he said this. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone, and a heavy sigh rang. Xiao Zhengyang, your son's affairs have nothing to do with me. Although my Lu Laoba is not a good thing, I am not down to this level. Xiao Zhengyang squinted his eyes and handed it over for so many years. Xiao Zhengyang still knows the character of the other party. Although the other party has been forcing himself to sign the acquisition agreement and used a lot of tricks, he has never involved his family. You'd better find a place where no one is there. The next thing I will say may not be acceptable to your family. Hearing the words on the other end of the phone, Xiao Zhenjiang's heart shrank sharply and his body shook a few times. Dad, are you okay? The girl jumped up and wanted to help Xiao Zhengyang. Xiao Zhengyang waved her hand and said, Menu, I'm fine, you should go to rest first, and go to school tomorrow. The girl shook her head and sat back on the sofa again. Xiao Zhengyang looked at the mother and daughter, then turned around and went to the study. Lu Laoba, you can talk now. Xiao Chen is dead. Xiao Zhengyang, who was already somewhat prepared, heard the bad news, staggered in his footsteps and almost hit the bookcase. Who did it? Xiao Zhengyang bit his lip to prevent his voice from spreading. If you let the mother and daughter know this bad news, I'm afraid the sky will collapse all at once. I can't say, nor dare to say. Lu Laoba, listen to me, haven't you always wanted to buy my company? I'm giving it to you for free now. Tell me, who hurt Xiao Chen? The blood from Xiao Zhenjiang's lips kept flowing down, but his voice became calmer. Lao Xiao, listen to my advice, that person is not something you and I can afford. You have a daughter and a wife. Xiao Zhengyang half squinted his eyes exuding a terrifying light. I see, Lu Laoba, you send the agreement and I will sign it right away, and I want the money to arrive immediately. Xiao Zhengyang hung up after speaking and went to the lobby. Sai Jun, Menu, pack things up, we will leave here immediately. The woman raised her head blankly and asked, where to go? Xiao Zhengyang tried his best to squeeze a smile that was uglier than crying, go to the magic city, my comrade in arms. Chenner is not at home, so I won't go anywhere. The woman stubbornly shook her head. Xiao Zhengyang took a deep breath and said coldly, I have the final say in this house. The woman raised her head in astonishment. After so many years of marriage, her husband had never spoken to herself loudly, let alone put on a face. The already intelligent woman suddenly burst into tears and couldn't stop it falling down. Zhengyang, can you tell me Chenner honestly? The woman dared not go any further. Xiao Zhengyang turned aside his daughter and found that her daughter was already asleep on the sofa because of exhaustion. Xiao Zhengyang didn't say a word, but fixedly looked at his daughter. The woman wiped her tears and did not dare to cry, for fear of waking her daughter. I will give you an explanation. Xiao Zhenjiang's face was gloomy and was about to drip. The woman wiped away her tears, nodded heavily, got up and returned to her house. After half an hour, the doorbell rang. Xiao Zhengyang knew that it must be Lu Laoba who was here, and nodded gently to the woman who had already packed her things. The door opened, and a middle-aged man with the stomach of the general appeared at the door. The man was empty-handed, Xiao Zhengyang wondered, where's Lu Laoba's contract? Lu Laoba shook his head, looking a little wilted. Minghai City is going to change, and I will talk about the contract later. Xiao Zhenjiang's face was uncertain. Lu Laoba was a businessman on his face, and he had another identity, the underground emperor of Minghai City. Such a black and white character, now showing the sad expression of a rabbit and a fox, which made Xiao Zhengyang feel that things may be far more complicated than he thought. I have arranged the car and go directly to the airport. Lu Laoba looked at Xiao Zhengyang and sighed, Lao Xiao, I have never admired a few people in my life. You Xiao Zhengyang counts as one. But you can't help but look down on Lao Tzu. It's a pity that you haven't been able to be friends with you. Xiao Zhengyang ignored Lu Laoba, picked up his sleeping daughter and his wife, and left the home where he had stayed for more than 10 years. In an ordinary commercial house in Minghai City, a handsome young man is concentrating on his homework. The phone rang suddenly. After listening to the words on the other end of the phone, the corner of the boy's mouth twitched slightly. Lu Laoba. The teenager who hung up looked at the book on the table. There was a newspaper next to the book. The headline in the newspaper wrote that a rich second generation who failed to court and killed a girl, and that the rich second generation who killed someone had been mentally abnormal and compensated for 2 million to escape the sanctions of the law. The boy glanced at the newspaper and suddenly laughed. 2 million lives per life is really cheap. Chapter 3, Scum. The blue-faced Durden steals the horse, the red-faced Guangong fights Changsha. At Phoenix Mountain, 2 or 3 meters above the ground, Xiao Chen drifted towards home. Xiao Chen hummed the old man's favorite singing face makeup, thinking about his grandfather's face full of folds that could trap flies, and considering whether to dig the old man out of the grave. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen shook his head again. The old man has been dead for several years, and his soul may have disappeared, and the dugout is just a dead bone. At the foot of Phoenix Mountain, a domineering off-road vehicle roared, and the off-road vehicle was parked in a hidden place. 3 swift teenagers got out of the vehicle, looking as though they were only 17 or 18. The leading young man with a bald head and a nose ring rubbed his hands and smiled wryly, "Blessed brothers today, I have long wanted to taste the taste of this lady." The yellow-haired boy behind the bald boy also said with eyes full of light, "Huang Xiao, do you want to inform Xiao Long?" The teenager called Huang Xiao smiled, "I notified this girl when I first caught it. I don't know if Long Yang can come out. He was still in a mental hospital for that matter last time." "Haha." Huang Mao smiled, young Master Long was also impulsive. Why did he kill the college student? That's the best. With that figure and face, it must be so refreshing on the bed. Huang Xiao sneered, "You know what a fart, that girl was broken by us long before she was hit to death. If that girl is alive, it will be difficult to explain, so just kill it and lose some money." Hearing this, Huang Mao thought of the figure of the female college student, and shook his head regretfully why he didn't get a piece of the pie. "Leopard, wake up that girl," Huang Xiao said to another teenager. The young man named Abeo is 5 big and 3 thick, with a face full of flesh. "Young Master Huang, this is not far from the highway, what if the lady yells to attract people?" Huang Mao asked with some worry. Huang Xiao laughed, "It's getting dark, who the is coming to this ghost place? Besides, what's the point of playing without waking up? Then I might as well find a tender model, who is very cute." Huang Mao nodded. Abeo opened the trunk and dragged a comatose woman out of it. The woman is tall and tall, with a small man's waist gripped, denim shorts show off her long and straight jade legs, and the scenery on the woman's chest is also very magnificent. The woman closed her eyes, her pale face couldn't conceal her angelic face, her messy long hair drooping behind her, but it made people more and more emotional. A woman with such a figure is a bright star no matter where she is. Boom! Abeo violently threw the woman on the lawn. Huang Xiao and Huang Mao saw the woman and thought of what was about to happen, their breathing involuntarily increased a bit. Abeo took out a few bottles of mineral water from the car and poured it all on the woman's face. The woman suddenly opened her eyes and looked around blankly. Qin Wangqing is a high school English teacher at Sanli Middle School. After school today, she dressed up beautifully, ready to go shopping with her girlfriends. It was just a sudden rainstorm, and Qin Wangqing had to take a taxi. When she was waiting for the bus, her eyes suddenly went dark, and when she woke up, she went to this strange place. Seeing that Qin Wangqing was awake, Abeo lost the mineral water. Looking at Qin Wangqing's clothes soaked in mineral water, his face trembled a few times, his eyes were full of enthusiasm. Qin Wangqing's head gradually became sober, watching the young man standing in front of him frowned. "Wang Bao, why are you here, where are you?" Wang Bao licked his lips, his lustful eyes couldn't bear to leave Qin Wangqing's perfect body for a moment. "Teacher Qin, guess." At this time, Huang Xiao and Huang Mao also leaned over, watching Qin Wangqing swallowing saliva at the same time. Qin Wangqing was not a fool either, and vaguely guessed what might have happened. A trace of panic flashed across Qin Wangqing's face, but Qin Wangqing tried to suppress her emotions and make herself look calmer. "Wang Bao, I'm your teacher, what do you want to do?" Qin Keqing put on a posture of a teacher. Wang Leopard smiled and said, "What? Teacher Qin is really funny, this is not clearly on you." "Tisk tisk Teacher Qin, did you know that when you were in class, your ass, waist, and small mouth really made me careless to listen?" Qin Wangqing is only a weak woman after all, it is impossible not to panic in this situation. This is a society ruled by law. Don't mess around, you will go to jail. Qin Wangqing dragged her body back. "Haha, in jail? I have money in my family, and do you think Teacher Qin can safely go out and call the police?" Wang Bao snorted. Hearing this, thinking of his next end, not only was he insulted, but he might even have to confess his life here. Qin Wangqing could no longer hold back his emotions, and cried out with some collapse. "Help! Help!" The sound spread far away from the open Phoenix Mountain, but there is usually no one coming from Phoenix Mountain, not to mention that the sky is almost dark now. Who will come first? Huang Mao swallowed his saliva and asked. Wang Bao chuckled, "Of course I will come first. You did it last time, so it's my turn this time." Wang Leopard smiled and walked towards Qin Wangqing, thinking that the teacher who was thinking about it was about to be happy under his crotch. Wang Leopard's breathing became heavy like a blower. At this time, there was a roar, and an off-road vehicle drove over roughly and stopped beside Qin Wangqing. Like seeing a savior, Qin Wangqing struggled to stand up and ran to the front of the car, flapping the window frantically. "Help! Help! Help me!" When the three Wang Bao saw this car, instead of panicking, they laughed more and more happily. Boom! The door was kicked open, and a thin figure jumped out of the car. "Fuck your dad, the pot that Lao Tzu carried last time, who is your turn this time?" While speaking, she looked at Qin Wangqing, who was calling for help, and grabbed her hand to her. Sizzle! Qin Wangqing's white t-shirt was torn apart, revealing a white bra. Hearing this, Huang Xiao looked at Huang Mao, and Huang Mao shook his head a little dissatisfied. "I didn't get the first one. This time it's Abeo's turn, too." Abeo panted with red eyes, "I will fight this time." The skinny boy pushed Qin Wangqing towards Abeo. "Gotta, you resist you and come first." After speaking, he got into the car and took out a tripod and camera. "I just bought it. I heard it works well." Looking at the young man playing with the three-piece frame and the camera, Qin Wangqing was completely desperate. Wang Bao hugged Qin Wangqing, pressed her to the car, and gnawed frantically on her face. "Hey, it's not good to change the position, go to the front of the car." The thin boy carried the tripod and walked to the front of the car. Qin Wangqing struggled madly, but a woman's strength seemed really small at this time and a bit too much. Perhaps because of Qin Wangqing's struggle, Wang Bao grabbed her hair and dragged her to the front of the car. Tears kept streaming down, Qin Wangqing was already desperate. Help me, whoever will help me, even the devil will do. Haha, this girl is scared and stupid and she is a devil? I am the devil, do you know? The yellow hair on the side laughed. You are at best a scumbag, you are afraid that the word devil is not worthy of it. At this time a voice rang from everyone's head. Chapter 4, After all, this emperor is not a devil. The voice of this speech was Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen hummed a small song in the sky, and floated home happily. Suddenly I heard a voice for help. Xiao Chen didn't have a hobby of caring about this mundane matter, but he felt that the cry for help was a bit familiar, so he came over and took a look. Seeing the woman whose hair was dragged, Ren Yuan finally remembered, isn't that his own English teacher? I recalled it, but after all 10,000 years have passed, I can't remember the impression of this teacher except for the good looks. Who? Hearing Xiao Chen's voice, Huang Mao shuddered and looked around. The rest of the people also stopped their movements and looked around. Alas, where are you looking up here? This IQ is worrying. Xiao Chen couldn't help sighing when he saw a few people staring at him. Huang Mao first raised his head. He stood there for a few seconds, then ran forward like crazy. Monster! Hearing Huang Mao's horrified shouts, several other people also looked up, and everyone was shocked by the sight in front of them. A frame of bones floated in the air, and there was black air all over, and countless ghosts were indefinitely in the black air. This scene is like the death of a devil in a movie. Run! The 2 rows of big dies with a dangling bone frame moved up and down to pop out the word. A black energy, like a small snake, shot at the fleeing Huang Mao at great speed, and the black energy suddenly plunged into Huang Mao's head. In the next moment, Huang Mao seemed to be dragged by an invisible hand, and Huang Mao retreated back to the original place. Being a scum, you have to be polite, did the emperor let you go? Xiao Chen's 2 rows of big dies opened and closed up and down, and after speaking, he knocked his shiny big head with his finger bones. What? A terrifying scream came from Huang Mao's mouth, and then Huang Mao clasped his head like crazy with his hands. Itch! Huang Mao buckled his fingers into his scalp and screamed vaguely. The next scene completely dispelled the idea of the rest of the people who wanted to run. Huang Mao's fingers buckled deeply into his scalp, and then hesitated, the entire scalp was torn off, and the white skulls appeared in front of everyone. Huang Mao kept clasping his skull, shouting itching constantly in his mouth, but the skull was so hard, the bones of Huang Mao's entire fingers did not leave any marks on the skull. Too hard? Then change the place. Xiao Chen teased with a hint. As soon as Xiao Chen's words fell, Huang Mao's hand suddenly changed the target and grabbed it straight towards his stomach. As if there was a deep hatred, Huang Mao slapped his stomach for a while, and in the blink of an eye his stomach was lifted by the flesh. Itch! A large amount of saliva flowed out from Huang Mao's mouth, and then forcefully inserted his entire hand from the wound on his stomach. Wow! When Huang Mao's hand came out again, his stomach and bladder were all caught by him himself. The stench immediately dissipated in the air. Boom! Huang Mao fell down, with a faint smile on his lips. Finally it's gone. After saying this, Huang Mao no longer has any interest. Vomit! Everyone vomited, even Qin Wangqing, who had just been desperate, was not spared. Wang Bao didn't feel better until his mouth was bitter. Looking at the skeleton floating above his head, he knelt down with a thump. Daxian is forgiving, Daxian is forgiving. Wang Bao kept kowtow, what kind of face is still needed in this situation now? Looking at Huang Mao's death, his face was contented. I didn't know that he was asleep, and he was dreaming. Wang Bao didn't want to be so obscure, he had a lot of money in his family, and there were still many that he hadn't enjoyed. Maybe he hadn't thought about it. When he killed those innocent people, death might be just a word to him. What kind of fear is that when the real death comes to him? Daxian? Are you insulting this emperor? Xiao Chen's big teeth began to move up and down again, and then raised his right hand in the air and lightly snapped his fingers. Hearing this crisp finger snap, Wang Leopard's body fell cold and his head hit the ground hard. "Sorry, Lord Demon, sorry, Lord Demon." The blood flowed down Wang Leopard's forehead. If worshipping the Buddha is so sincere, it is estimated that the Buddha will really manifest. But Xiao Chen is not a Buddha. Xiao Chen sighed, feeling that it was really rotten wood that couldn't be carved. He had already taken a bite of this emperor, and returned the devil? Second Uncle Demon. Then Wang Bao saw the scariest thing in the world, and his body began to change. From the feet, the flesh and blood disappeared, leaving only the thick bones. What is there in this world is more terrifying than watching myself become a pile of bones. Wang Bao opened his mouth and watched Xiao Chen not even say his last begging for mercy. He turned into a skeleton frame. Wow! The bones were scattered all over the ground. Looking at the companions who were talking and laughing just now, they broke apart in the blink of an eye. A pile of bones. Huang Xiao and the thin teenager even forgot their fear. The stench came from under the crotch of the two of them, and both of them were scared to pee. They dare not say anything, or even kneel down. Who knows what the devil who is wrong to call will deal with himself. Xiao Chen looked at the crotch of the two of them, and shook their shiny skulls. With such a bad mental quality, how to be a qualified scumbag? Alas, young people today are not pragmatic. Xiao Chen's voice hated iron but not steel. The thin young man seemed to be awakened by Xiao Chen's words, and recovered from his fear. "Don't come here, I will kill her when I come." The thin young man didn't know where to pull out a pistol, and faced Qin Wangqing who had already vomited and collapsed to the ground. You're here to save her, you let me go, I'll surrender." The thin young man swayed all over his body and roared hoarsely. Qin Wangqing was pointed at by the black hole's wound, but she had no sense of fear, she even wanted to laugh a little. "Young man, you are very promising, come and learn to cook with me." Xiao Chen teased. Let me go, let me go." Hearing Xiao Chen's ridicule, the thin young man kept repeating these three words. "Let's do this, after all, this emperor is not a devil, you and him have to live one, the road to scum is long and long, but you can't be without a leader like you." Xiao Chen pointed to Huang Xiao who was still in a daze and said. The thin young man instantly understood Xiao Chen's meaning, and only one of them could survive. Without any hesitation, the thin boy raised his gun and aimed at Huang Xiao. Xiao Huang, who had recovered his senses, looked at the dark muzzle and slowly backed away, shouting hysterically, "Young Master Long, what are you doing? You can't kill me, and the devil who kills me won't let you go." Xiao Long was not moved at all, and would pull the trigger the next moment. But Xiao Long found that he couldn't hold down the trigger finger no matter what. Xiao Chen's voice came again, "Just do things fairly, after all, this emperor is not a devil." Long Xiao stared at the gun in his hand blankly. After Huang Xiao heard Xiao Chen's words, his eyes were fierce, and he rushed towards Long Xiao who was in a daze. Boom! A huge voice sounded in the valley. Huang Xiao looked at the hole in his chest, raised his head to see the devil in the sky, and wanted to ask him why his words were nothing. But he had no chance. Bang! Bang! The gunshots sounded one after another, and Huang Xiao was beaten into briquettes. "Well, nice boy, you are very promising, you can go now." Xiao Long couldn't believe his ears, and the devil was willing to let him go. After Xiao Long was sure and heard that he didn't make a mistake, he started to run towards the road. At this time, Xiao Long was even thinking that after returning home, he must be a good person and a person who is useful to society. However, when he ran, he fell to the ground and could never get up. Xiao Chen said with some dissatisfaction, "I told you to go, but you used to run and look down on me." The scene that was very lively just now only Xiao Chen and Qin Wangqing are left. Qin Wangqing looked at the skeleton frame floating in the air and said thank you, then quietly closed her eyes. After seeing all those scumbags die, she can now accept death. Xiao Chen scratched his head inexplicably, looked at Qin Wangqing who was waiting for death, and said, "Insane, this emperor is not a devil." Chapter 5, Come Back Home. Xiao Chen swayed away from Phoenix Mountain. Looking at the colorful world, Xiao Chen felt like a world away. Only a week or so has passed here, but 10,000 years have passed since I was in that big world. Xiao Chen looked at his own hands without flesh and blood, and thought about it for some time, and thought that going back like this might scare the family members out of nowhere. Rebirth of flesh and blood is definitely not possible now, and the matter of rebirth of flesh and blood must be combined. After all, a good body is the basis for climbing the mountain. In the future, you must find some good geniuses and treasures to lay a solid foundation for yourself. Then use the blind eye method. If you are not born with different pupils or powerful monks, you can't see it. After a little thought, Xiao Chen found a solution. With a light wave of his right hand in the air, the black energy around his body began to twist around him, and a young boy was born within a few breaths. Xiao Chen found a place with a mirror and checked his appearance. He has clear eyes and beautiful eyes, red lips and white teeth, a handsome young man. Xiao Chen nodded in satisfaction. Although he looked a little dull and honest, after all, this was his body after tens of thousands of years. I wanted to take a taxi, but found that I had no money in my pocket and my mobile phone was gone. There was no way for Xiao Chen to run towards his home in the city center under the wind. How about baby, my car is good. A rich second generation is driving a sports car and showing off with his female partner. Call. A gust of wind blew, and the rich second generation opened his mouth wide, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Baby, I think your car is not very good. No one can run fast on two legs. In front of a luxurious villa in the city center. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Chen smashed the door vigorously, but there was no reaction at all. Xiao Chen shook his shoulders, leaving a trace of black air from his body, and went into the room along the crack in the door. No one. Xiao Chen frowned when he got the information from the deathly spirit. Boom. Xiao Chen kicked the two door panels flying out, walked into the house, looked at the familiar furnishings at home. Xiao Chen was a little emotional. After careful inspection, it was found that there were no signs of fighting in the home, and some of the usual things in the family were gone. Xiao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that although his parents left in a hurry, they should not have been held hostage. The parents' departure may be related to their own affairs, so does the family know the news of their murder? Xiao Chen recalled his mother, the gentle woman, who couldn't imagine how her mother would survive the news of her death. There is also a younger sister, quiet and introverted. She clings to herself all day without any friends, like a follower. Even the bedroom needs to be moved to her next door. The unsmiling father of the man who was actually a grouchy man, would he do something irrational when he had been a soldier and murdered? Xiao Chen recalled his family's voice and smile, but his face was gloomy and dripping with water. Let me find out who is behind the scenes, and I will let you know what a real devil is. He mentioned the landline at home and dialed my mother's phone number. The beep from the other end of the phone made Xiao Chen even more irritable. Xiao Chen found the hair of some family members and made 3 life cards. Looking at the 3 papers filled with weird runes, a big rock fell in Xiao Chen's heart. The life card is a very common method in the big world, mainly made by the elders of the teachers for the younger generations who are away from home to confirm the safety of the younger generations. The general life cards are made of jade cards, and the more advanced life cards can even fight for the owner of the life cards once. Of course, such jade should not be found on the earth. Now the conditions are limited. Xiao Chen can only use paper to smash it. Watching the intact life card, Ren Yuan's heart fell to the ground. The family is at least safe now. At this moment, above a big tree not far from the villa, a man in black looked at the villa with the wind lanterns on, with a of expression on his face. Did your eyes? Impossible, it's the kid who was killed by us. Does that kid have a twin brother? The man in black said to himself, took out the phone and prepared to report the situation to his boss. As soon as the phone was taken out, the man in black felt his shoulders sink, and then a teenager's voice rang in his ears. I don't have a brother, but I do have one, do you want to get to know it? I think it's better to forget it, your wretched look scares my sister, and it will be too unhappy for me to punish you of the 9 clan by then. The cold sweat exploded on his skin instantly, and a trembling from the depths of his heart made him afraid to move a little. Feeling the temperatureless hand on his shoulder, the man in black squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. Brother, which way are you on? This person is naturally Xiao Chen. As soon as I arrived outside the villa, I found that there was a person hidden here. Cultivation of Mingdao is most sensitive to vitality or living things. Therefore, even if I have not cultivated spiritual consciousness now, I can feel the surrounding hundreds of meters off. Brother? You take advantage of me. Xiao Chen sneered. Although Xiao Chen's tone was ridiculed with 3 points, the man in black could still feel that the tone was emotionless, with a breath of death. The man in black didn't even have any thoughts of resistance, sweat flowed into his eyes, and his eyes were stabbed with pain and there was a slight movement. Brother, what do you want to know? I must know, everything is endless, and I'm just a little guy, can you let me go? The person in black can be considered calm. If an ordinary person is not warm at night, it would have been shocked by a hand like a corpse on his shoulder. Brother? You dare to take advantage of this emperor one after another like you? You are the first one after so many years. With your courage, you can go to death. Xiao Chen didn't intend to let go of the man in black, and the 2 joking words were just hard to move. Don't. The man in black felt his left chest empty before he finished speaking, and then he saw his beating heart. He didn't understand until he died, there was any way to take out a person's heart through the chest cavity without damaging the skin. Xiao Chen threw away the beating heart in his hand, with a look of disgust. Your blood vessels are a little hardened. Maybe you will go on strike someday. It's better to die now, so as not to scare others later. Ren Yuan put his hand on the head of the man in black corpse, preparing for a soul search. Soul searching is a kind of right way and evil way, and it can be regarded as the fastest way to obtain information. Soul search is almost devastating to the soul, the lighter one becomes idiotic, and the key point is to destroy the soul. From the beginning, Xiao Chen planned to search for souls directly. After all, Xiao Chen thought he was not good at fighting people, and fighting Yang was his specialty. Sure enough, as the man in black said, he himself was a little boy, and he didn't know anything other than the killing of Xiao Chen. The only other useful information is his eldest brother, a man called the Morning Brother. The killing of Xiao Chen was also ordered by this brother. Brother sang, his name is Dying. Xiao Chen sneered and looked into the distance. Chapter 6, Hades. Minghai City is undoubtedly an international metropolis, and Minghai City at night is obviously more noisy than during the day. A shadow under the street lamp was drawn very long, and Xiao Chen's figure looked a little lonely against the surrounding red men and green women. Xiao Chen raised his head and looked at the bar named Enyi, a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Chen came here to find the man named Sangha. In the memory of the people in black, Enyi bar was their base camp. Xiao Chen shrugged, and a black bug the size of a thumb crawled out of his body and fell to the ground. The worm looks weird and looks a bit like a shit-shell man. It has 6 legs. The most striking thing is that its pair of big AO exudes a little bit of cold light. The little bug waved its big claw and made 2 weird creaks. Pluto. Xiao Chen groaned softly, as the first ghost worm fell, followed by the second, third. In the end, the worms on Xiao Chen's body fell like a black tide, instantly covering the surrounding ground. Xiao Chen picked up one casually and looked at it, shook his head somewhat disappointed. Nether worms are a special product of the underworld. Although they have no combat effectiveness, for some people with low cultivation bases, these little bugs are as terrifying as nightmares. Moreover, the number of worms is numerous, and the monks who once had the ministry of the underworld controlled the people of a country with only one person. The worm can penetrate into the skin without being noticed, and then lurch silently, waiting for the owner of the worm to give an order to cause people and death. Now these worms were all transformed by Ren Yuan with death energy, and now he has no ability to open the gate of the netherworld and summon the real worms. Xiao Chen thought for a while. Although these worms were not as capable as the real worms, they should have no problem dealing with ordinary people. Xiao Chen snapped his fingers softly, and the worms rushed towards the Enyi bar like a black tide. The dark night has become the best cover for the worm, and the worm is good at hiding its whereabouts. In the Enyi bar, the loud music matched the twisting bodies of men and women, forming a scene of a flurry of demons dancing. A black torrent approached extremely quickly, and no one noticed that everyone was sinking into self-indulgence. The black torrent is divided into countless small tributaries, rushing towards all the people in the bar, and a worm is attached to everyone's body in a few breaths, and no one is spared. Xiao Chen walked slowly towards the back door of Enyi bar. Two brawny men in suits at the back door of Enyi bar were chatting leisurely. "Have you heard of Crow? Brother Sang seems to have caught up with a great man recently." "Big guy? This LH city has the biggest loss of brother except for Lu Laoba. Our boss and Lu Laoba beat each other every day." "You are teasing me." "Really, I heard people say that it seems to be from Yanjing." Xiao Chen came to the two people who were chatting leisurely, raised his eyebrows and said, "Which one of you will take me to see Xiao Sang?" "Little funeral." The man called the Crow was stunned, and then he reacted, slapped Xiao Chen's head with a big slap, and called out, "Little Wang Ba Lao, you dare to come here without your hair growing up?" Xiao Chen twitched his lips. Are scumbags so unqualified these days? The times are regressing. The fan-like palm of the crow paw stopped suddenly, and stopped motionless in the air. The other saw his partner behaving strangely, and stretched out his hand to pull at the crow. "What are you doing, crow? How come you are frightened by a hairy boy?" Boom! The crow's body fell straight down, and then a small black bug broke through the crow's scalp and came out. In the small black hole on the crow's head, the brain pulp mixed with blood gurgled outward. "Little, what did you do?" The other person took a breath as he watched the crow's miserable appearance, but the life of licking blood all the year round caused him to make a quick on-the-spot response. Xiao Chen looked at the muzzle pointing at his black hole and sneered, "With me, everyone should have a chance to do it again. Take me to see your boss." Xiao Chen continued. Boom! The fire snake sprayed out with a pungent smell of gunpowder. "Go to hell!" The man in the suit smiled and pulled the trigger, but the next moment his smile solidified on his face. The man in a suit has seen the most amazing scene in his life, and of course it may be the last time. The bullet shot out and stopped steadily at a distance of 1 meter in front of Xiao Chen, as if blocked by an invisible wall. "Ah, you monster!" The man in the suit may only understand what he is facing now. Bang! 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 When the last bullet was lit, the man in the suit was already sweating all over, as if he had just been fished out of the water. "Don't kill me, don't kill me, I will take you to see Brother Sang immediately." The man in the suit knelt on the ground with a soft thump. Xiao Chen patted his forehead and said helplessly, "Hey, don't give you a chance to cherish it." After speaking, he strode into the bar, and the moment Xiao Chen stepped into the bar, the man in the suit exploded like a watermelon, and the white and red splashed all over the floor, shocking. A black air pierced from the sparse head and returned to Xiao Chen's body. The trembling music in the bar made Xiao Chen feel a little pain in his head. Xiao Chen frowned and raised his right hand, slowly bumping his and thumb together. Boom! A crisp snapping finger sounded in the noisy bar. This snapping finger pierced through the thin paper like a sharp blade, instantly piercing the deafening music. After hearing the snap of the fingers, all the people in the bar fell to the ground in unison, and the music stopped immediately. Seeing the man who fell to the ground, Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows. It's finally quiet. Then the person who fell on the ground, a black air in his body floated out, gathering but not dispersing. Xiao Chen waved his hand and gathered the black energy extremely quickly, and got into his body. Xiao Chen didn't have a hobby of indiscriminate killing. The people on the ground had just passed out in a coma. Boom! A series of sounds of going downstairs sounded, and several figures appeared at the top of the stairs. What happened? Asked the first man with a scar on his face in a calm voice. No one answered him. The bar, which should have been so noisy, was quiet and weird at the moment. The scarred hand pressed in the void, motioning the people behind to pay attention. He took out a pistol from his arms and cautiously came to the entrance of the hall. Suddenly, his pupils shrank sharply, his heart beating like a strong man beating his drums. All the people in the hall who should have reveled fell to the ground, not knowing their life or death. A young man who seemed harmless to humans and animals stood in the middle, like an emperor who was worshipped. Scarface swallowed his saliva, and asked in a trembling voice, "Brother, on that road?" Chapter 7, Morning Brother tells a story. After Xiao Chen recovered the dead energy that had spread out, he heard the words of Scarface. Xiao Chen nodded and looked up at Scarface, wondering in his heart, is this gun a daily necessities, and how can one use it? Scarface saw that Xiao Chen didn't even care about him, his eyelids jumped a few times involuntarily. This is the first time he has met someone on this stone street who dares not to scar his brother face. But the scene in front of me was too weird. Scarface suppressed his anger and asked calmly, "Brother, which way is it?" "Brother." Xiao Chen twitched at the corner of his mouth. "Bald, give you a chance to organize language." Hearing the words bald, Scarface suddenly turned his neck nervously, blood vessels in his neck burst and bulged, and his entire face suddenly turned red. The little brother behind Scarface saw this kind of Scarface and all walked back a few steps unanimously. You must know that Scarface's most taboo is that others talk about his bald head. His bald head was not shaved, but because he had suffered from a strange disease since he was a child. This disease caused him to have no hairs all over his body, because this matter had been ridiculed since childhood, which also led to his perverted personality. Scar was blushing like cooked prawns, his eyes were red, and he gasped and shouted at Xiao Chen, "Little chicken boy, I will kill you." After speaking, he threw away the gun in his hand and rushed straight towards Xiao Chen. Everyone knew that the kid was finished, and Brother Scar became angry, and his favorite thing to do was torture. Xiao Chen stared blankly at the fist that was getting closer and closer to his face. Is this person so irritable now? The younger brothers behind Scarface looked at this scene with excitement. After all, such a scene has been almost invisible since Brother Scarface became famous. Ah, my poo! Then everyone opened their mouths wide and watched the incredible scene in front of them. What did that person do? Why did it just take a puff, and Brother Scar's head suddenly exploded into popcorn? Monster! Someone finally reacted, yelled, and turned around and ran away. In a private room on the second floor of Enyi Bar, a shirtless young man who was only 25 and 60 years old was eating a meal. The young man was tattooed with all kinds of animals, flying in the sky and running on the ground, a zoo alive and well. The young man looks handsome, but with a wicked look on his face. There are only 2 dishes on his table, a bowl of braised pork and a plate of shredded potatoes. Everyone knows that these are the 2 favorite dishes of Brother Sang, but no one knows why. Brother Sang was full of greasy mouthfuls of food and meal, and there was a man kneeling on his side, a beautiful young woman. The woman is dressed in the costume of an Enyi Bar waiter, with a graceful figure, but she has a nice face with light makeup, which makes her look more pure and pure. Luo Saru, do you know why I like to eat teriyaki? Brother Sang wiped his mouth and smiled while looking at the woman who was kneeling on the ground. The woman called Luo Saru struggled a few times to get up, but her hands and feet were tied up, and she fell heavily to the floor under the struggle. Luo Saru twitched the corners of her bruised mouth, and sneered, "Zhang Enyi, you want to kill or go as you please, don't talk to me disgustingly." Zhang Enyi was not irritated, and drank his saliva and rubbed his belly contentedly. "When I was a child, my family was too poor to eat. Every time my mother made braised pork, I let me eat it by myself. She always lied to me that she had already eaten it. Once I saw my mother secretly dipping rice with a little bit of broth left in the bowl and eating it was called a fragrant. I swear I will let my mother eat braised pork every day when I grow up." "Hee, this is the reason for your crime, to eat braised pork all over." Luo Silo sneered, lying on the floor. Zhang Enyi wiped his mouth and didn't seem to hear Luo Saru's mockery, and then said, "Now I have braised pork with braised pork, but my mother is no longer there. I think this world is too unfair, so a good woman goes to heaven. How can you bear to let her go? She hasn't enjoyed a day of blessing yet. Do you think the world is fair?" Zhang Enyi asked sadly. Hearing this question, Luo Silo's face suddenly sank. Of course, she knew that the world was unfair and even a little disgusting. Zhang Enyi got up and picked up a dagger on the table. "After listening to the story, it's time to send you on the road. Remember not to be such a dangerous job as a police officer in your next life." Luo Silo took a deep breath and closed her eyes resignedly. At this time, at the front entrance of Enyi Bar, a dozen police cars stopped aside, and a heavily armed special policeman jumped out of the car. Inside Enyi Bar, Xiao Chen caught a little brother who couldn't escape and asked with a smile, "Where is your boss?" The little brother trembled with fright, but still shook his head loyally. Xiao Chen patted his forehead helplessly. "Oh, well, everyone should have another chance. I will ask you again, where is your boss?" The younger brother looked at the top of the stairs, and the usual loyal friends had already disappeared. "Upstairs. Upstairs, peony room." Xiao Chen nodded in satisfaction and walked upstairs. Looking at Xiao Chen's back, the little brother finally dissipated the shadow of death in his heart, wiped the sweat from his forehead, exhaled a big breath, and vowed in his heart to go back and be an honest man. When Xiao Chen stepped on the first staircase, the head of the little brother behind him exploded, his brain and blood drenched his surroundings. Xiao Chen turned his head, grinning open his mouth and leaking the white teeth, and jokingly said, "I lied to you." Bang, bang, bang. When Zhang Enyi was about to deal with the woman with his own hands, the door of the private room was suddenly knocked open. A sweaty little brother ran in. "Mang, Mang brother, brother Scar is dead." Zhang Enyi squinted his eyes for no reason, and there was a trace of anxiety in his heart. "Dead? Who did it?" "I don't know him, it looks like a high school student." Bang! The younger brother who reported the letter was kicked out by Zhang Enyi. "High school student? What a joke, Scar is the brother who beats the world with him. He knows the most about a few kilograms, not to mention a high school student, even 10 high school students can't get close to Scar's body." Zhang Enyi held a dagger and squinted at Luo Saru, who fell on the ground. He finally decided to prepare to deal with this woman first. After all, he still didn't know how much evidence this woman possessed. This woman is no different from a time bomb. "Monster! Devil, you devil! Monster, don't come over the monster!" At this time, the outside was extremely lively, and screams of horror appeared one after another outside. These horrified sounds came quickly and went faster, and the entire second floor of Enyi Bar suddenly fell into a strange and extremely quiet state. Chapter 8, Is Your Dog's Head Hard Enough? With depression and weight in the silence, Zhang Enyi's heart beat violently. Puff, puff. Zhang Enyi seemed to hear his own violent heartbeat in a trance. Zhang Enyi's nose moved suddenly, and a strong stench rushed straight into his forehead. Zhang Enyi subconsciously looked towards the door. There was nothing, only the aura that was so strong as to be substantial was constantly increasing. Zhang Enyi's heroic essence is revealed at this moment. Zhang Enyuqiang suppressed the anxiety in his heart and reached out from under the table and took out a pistol that had been hidden for a long time. Pulling Luo Saru's hair lying on the ground, he just lifted her up. The painful Luo Silo let out a scream. Zhang Enyi put a gun against Luo Saru's head, blocking her in front of him. Zhang Enyi held Luo Silo and walked towards the door. At this time, a somewhat green voice sounded leisurely at the door. "Little funeral, where are you going?" Zhang Enyi's pupils shrank, watching the figure suddenly appearing at the door. Of course Zhang Enyi knew this person. After all, the photo of this person's death was placed in front of him 3 days ago. "Who are you?" Zhang Enyi asked with some trembling. Xiao Chen looked at Zhang Enyi, who was trembling with a dazed expression. "I am your second uncle grandfather. Don't you remember me? You are Xiao Chen?" "Impossible, impossible." Zhang Enyi could be sure from Xiao Chen's tone that the young man who had been dead for 3 days was in front of him. Xiao Chen patted his forehead, and said helplessly, "It seems that your memory is not bad." Zhang Enyi heard Xiao Chen confess his identity and spit. "You can't be Xiao Chen, Xiao Chen is dead." Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows. "Give you a chance? After all, who sent you to kill me?" Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Zhang Enyi's body shuddered for no reason, thinking of that person, and knowing that if he betrayed him now, life might be worse than death in the future. "Hehe, do you want to know? Go and ask Lord Yan." Zhang Enyi smiled grimly and pulled the trigger in his hand. "Be careful." Luo Silu, who was taken hostage, exclaimed. But it was too late, and the air wave from the pistol ran straight towards Xiao Chen's forehead. Luo Silu closed her eyes and couldn't bear to see a scene where a teenager died with a headshot. The expected scream did not sound. Luo Saru opened his eyes and saw the most incredible scene in this life. The thin-looking young man looked at Zhang Enyi with a smile, a bullet hovering in front of him, as if blocked by an invisible wall. Xiao Chen picked up the bullet that was still in front of him with his fingers, and said with some jokes, "Is your gun a Niang gun? Why is it not lethal at all?" Zhang Enyi's expression became extremely ugly when he saw this scene, and he grabbed Luo Silo's neck and pressed the gun to her temple fiercely and said viciously, "Don't come over, and I will kill her." Xiao Chen doubted what was pretending in this guy's mind. What does this woman's life and death have to do with your Zhang Enyi's life and death? "Don't move, Zhang Enyi, you are already surrounded, put down the weapon in your hand." At this time, a middle-aged man in a police uniform appeared next to Xiao Chen holding a gun. The policeman's face was ugly, pale, and sickly, and there was cold sweat on his forehead. "Police, haha, come so fast." Zhang Enyi felt a little bit settled at this time. After all, the police were different from that weird Xiao Chen, they couldn't care about Luo Saru's life or death. What surprised him was why there was only one policeman. At this time, there was a slight running sound in the corridor, and then several figures rushed into the private room with automatic rifles. Without exception, their faces were pale and terrifying, and their footsteps were a bit vain, and they seemed to be strongly stimulated. Xiao Chen patted his forehead. Only then did he remember that there were law enforcement officers like police in this world, and he would be shot if he slaughtered people like this. "I've been in that big world for a long time, and I've been used to a life where fists are justified, and I've almost forgotten some things in this world." Looking at the heavily armed policeman, Xiao Chen's brain began to hurt again. "Killed it all, it seems inappropriate, but how do I explain it when I appear here?" Moreover, the kidnapped woman and Zhang Enyi both saw the scene where they had just shot the bullet empty-handed, and then contacted a headshot dead corpse outside, and the fool guessed that it was his own masterpiece. Xiao Chen was thinking about countermeasures here. At this time, a policeman asked the most advanced policeman, "Boss, what should I do? The Luo team is in his hands." Xiao Chen replied subconsciously, "Knock the hostages to deter the criminals." Everyone looked at this guy with innocent brain circuits with dumbfounded faces. Among them, a policeman said irritably, "Who shall we save if we kill the hostage?" Xiao Chen said with a serious face, "What you want to save is not the hostages, but justice, the rule of law, and harmony." Policeman. Zhang Enyi. Luo Saru. Zhang Enyi looked at Xiao Chen, and saw that there was no extra action in him, so he felt calm. Then Zhang Enyi did something that surprised all the police. Zhang Enyi directly threw the gun on the ground and said loudly, "I surrender, I am willing to follow you." At this time, several policemen walked in, and they all said damn it when they saw this scene. This Enyi is a famous desperado who is cunning and insidious, but at this time he is like a good baby, and it makes everyone feel a little unsure. Is this playing tricks again? When the two policemen cuffed their handcuffs on Zhang Enyi's hands, the tension of everyone was slightly relaxed. Two policemen pressed Zhang Enyi and passed by Xiao Chen. Zhang Enyi raised his eyebrows provocatively, thinking, what else can you do with so many policemen here? Wait until you leave here and then notify the adult, he. Xiao Chen looked at Zhang Enyi's arrogant appearance, his neck suddenly crooked, and his white teeth leaked out with a sneer. Everyone should have a chance to come again, and you are not listed. Are you ready to answer the question just now? Zhang Enyi looked at Xiao Chen's white teeth, his eyelids throbbed violently, and the anxiety in his heart rapidly expanded. You, what do you want to do? This is a society under the rule of law. Don't mess around. Zhang Enyi swallowed his saliva to suppress the anxiety in his heart. This gentleman, please come back to the police station with us to assist in the investigation. At this time, the middle-aged policeman came to Xiao Chen and said in a serious tone, "It is very abnormal for a little guy who seems to be a student to appear here, and what is even more bizarre is that Zhang Enyi is so afraid of this boy, which makes Wang Zhenqiu very suspicious." Xiao Chen didn't mean to pay attention to the policeman. He touched his white teeth up and down, facing Zhang Enyi. "Is your dog's head hard enough?" Chapter 9, Anyone who knows me knows. Xiao Chen looked at the arrogant Zhang Enyi, his white teeth leaked out, and he smiled extremely happily. "You will tell me." Xiao Chen laughed extremely happily, like a child getting his favorite toy. It's just that among all the people present, a yin and evil aura filled the entire space with Xiao Chen's laughter. An inexplicable chill instantly surrounded everyone, and the chill that spread from the bones made everyone shiver. Zhang Enyi, who was the first to bear the brunt, had the most obvious feeling of this evil spirit. The whole person seemed to be trapped in an ice swamp, and the flow of blood seemed to slow down. What do you want to do, in front of so many police officers?" Zhang Enyi stammered and tremblingly asked. Xiao Chen put away his smile, and the evil aura also dissipated, and everyone unanimously exhaled a long breath. Xiao Chen buttoned his ears, and said solemnly, "Anyone who knows me knows that I am a timid and humble boy. Since I was young I dare not even eat shit, and I will definitely not do anything illegal." The police said silently in their hearts, "I dare not eat." Zhang Enyi, mother, it sounds like someone dared to say it. Luo Saru, what's in this guy's mind? Zhang Enyi leaned against the policeman beside him. Xiao Chen saw Zhang Enyi's move but raised his eyebrows. People familiar with Xiao Chen might already know that Xiao Chen was already a little angry. Xiao Chen is one of the 4 great heavenly emperors of the Haoran Great World. He is famous for his detachment and perverted personality. You were talking and laughing with him the last moment, maybe he will slap your head in the next second. Therefore, few people are bold enough to deal with Xiao Chen, let alone daring to provoke Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen no longer wanted to know who killed him. What he wanted to do now was to work hard to improve his cultivation base, open up the kingdom of death, and then slaughter this world, then everything would be solved easily. How simple! Xiao Chen grinned at Zhang Enyi, good luck. After speaking, he turned and prepared to leave. You can't go, please cooperate with the investigation. Wang Zhenqiu stopped Xiao Chen. Uncle Wang, let him go. Luo Silo walked over and said at this time. Wang Zhenqiu hesitated. After all, so many Zhang Enyi's little brothers died outside, how to explain this matter? I'll take care of this classmate's affairs, Uncle Wang, don't worry. Luo Saru blinked at Wang Zhenqiu after speaking. Wang Zhenqiu gave a wry smile, and finally nodded. Seeing that no one was stopping him, Xiao Chen left the Enyi bar slowly, like an old man walking after a meal. Luo Saru confessed some things and chased Xiao Chen's back. When Luo Saru came to the hallway, she looked at the scene for a few seconds, then squatted on the ground and vomited wildly. Luo Saru has been a criminal police officer for several years. He has never seen anything like a perverted murderer, a corpse division case, and a human flesh bun case. But the scene before him is not at the same level as what he has experienced in the past. If the murders in the past were on Earth, then what is in front of them is the of true evidence. The corridor was full of people lying all over, and none of these people had their heads exploded, like popcorn just out of the pot. White brains and red blood spread a layer on the corridor, which looked like a layered pork belly from a distance. Luo Saru finally stopped when she vomited pain in her mouth. Looking at the popcorn corpses, she finally knew why those colleagues were vomiting like their bodies were hollowed out before. Luo Silo stood up somewhat collapsed, and looked at the end of the corridor. Xiao Chen's figure had disappeared. Xiao Chen walked out of the Enyi bar and looked back. He stretched out his right hand. A cloud of black air kept twisting in the palm of his hand, and a fist-sized worm appeared in Xiao Chen's palm during a few breaths. Xiao Chen tugged at the exaggerated tail of the worm and said with a smile, "Death is sometimes really happy." The worm jumped off Xiao Chen's palm and disappeared into the night. Xiao Chen looked at the brightly lit distant place and sighed. After thinking about it, he couldn't really come to the world to save trouble. After all, this place was also his homeland. Let's talk to the family first. The parents left Minghai City in a hurry, probably because they knew the reason. Classmates, classmates! A nice voice rang behind Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen turned his head and looked at the woman frowned. Luo Silo ran to Xiao Chen. The hot weather made Luo Silo sweat a lot. The hair wet with sweat sticks to her face, coupled with a small face that is reddened from running, makes Luo Saru more feminine. Luo Silo wiped off his sweat and stretched out a hand and smiled. "Hello classmate, your name is Xiao Chen, right? My name is Luo Silo. Thank you for saving me just now." Looking at Luo Silo's beautiful little hand, Xiao Chen put his hand in his pocket and said, "Sing a song and listen." Luo Silo retracted her hand in embarrassment, and looked at Xiao Chen blankly. "Wh? What? Don't you want to thank me? What's wrong with asking you to sing a song?" Xiao Chen rolled his eyes and walked towards home. Luo Saru. "Classmates, classmates, wait a minute." Luo Silo hurriedly followed when Xiao Chen was about to leave. Xiao Chen suddenly turned around and stretched out his hand to pinch Luo Silo's chin. Luo Saru couldn't react at all, because Xiao Chen's movements were too fast. Xiao Chen pinched Luo Saru's chin and looked at Luo Saru with straight eyes. This scene was like a young flirting couple. Xiao Chen moved his face closer. Luo Saru blushed like a monkey buttocks. Xiao Chen exercised his facial muscles, and then said very quickly, "There are no stories about labor and management, no girlfriends, no postgraduate entrance examinations, no incurable diseases, no sheep, no broken legs, no turtles, no turtles. Dogs, don't ride pigs on the battlefield, sing and cry, Miss Sister, and I don't come from nowhere. Labor and capital are just an ordinary to extreme 3 good student. Labor and capital are simply here to kill. It's so crazy, and you follow labor, and capital will blow your dog's head." Luo Silo looked at Xiao Chen's disappearing back, and did not move for a long time. Luo Silo had never encountered such a madman, and confessed to murder in front of a policeman. And most importantly, that guy named Xiao Chen didn't seem to be moved by his beauty at all, which made Luo Silo, who believed in Xiang's confidence, very hurt. Luo Silo gritted her teeth while looking at Xiao Chen's disappearance. We will see you again. When Xiao Chen returned home, he first burned the hapless corpse on the tree with the fire. After all, it's not in the vast world that controls the killing and burying, and the current strength is really low and a bit pitiful, or it can't be too arrogant. Xiao Chen looked at his family's life cards, and nothing changed, and his mood improved a little bit. He planned to find some materials tomorrow and make some special life cards for his family. In this way, even if you cannot find your family for a while, you don't have to worry about your family's safety. Chapter 10, Little Idiot. Facing the dawn in the morning, Xiao Chen carried a deck chair to the yard and lay on it comfortably. Xiao Chen's body is now a skeleton frame. Theoretically speaking, he doesn't need to rest, but Xiao Chen, who is used to a lazy life, still likes to lie down. Spiritual energy is useless for Xiao Chen's dead body, so now cultivation has become an old and difficult problem. After all, in the peaceful age, there are not so many dead people, and there is not that little lifelessness. Originally, Xiao Chen, such things as resentment and hostility, could also be used to increase his cultivation, but apart from the pure and deadly aura, Xiao Chen really didn't like those things. It was already bright, and Xiao Chen groaned comfortably while lying on the chair, ready to leave to find materials. Brother Xiao Chen. A milky voice came from not far away. Xiao Chen saw that a 3 or 4-year-old girl was running towards him. The little girl is wearing a pink princess dress with a ball head pierced. It looks like a running exquisite porcelain doll from a distance. The little girl's chubby face is full of smiles, and she also carries a cloth bag in her hand. Behind the little girl was a big golden retriever, and a small bag hung around her neck, which swayed with her body when she ran. The big golden retriever followed the little girls happily with a grin, looking silly and stupid. Wang Duo Duo. Xiao Chen thought for a while before remembering the name of this little girl. This little girl is called Wang Duo Duo. Her neighbor, Wang Duo Duo's mother, seems to have a good relationship with her mother. Wang Duo Duo ran in front of Xiao Chen, panting because he was a little anxious. Brother Xiao Chen, you are back. Duo Duo hasn't seen you for several days. Xiao Chen twitched the corner of his mouth nervously, and said without a smile, Little idiot, what are you doing? Wang Duo Duo raised his fleshy little fist and waved it a few times. He pouted and said angrily, Duo Duo is not a fool. Mom said that Duo Duo is the smartest baby. Haha, what is 5 plus 6? Xiao Chen asked with his eyes slanted. 10. Wang Duo Duo said an answer without thinking. The corner of Xiao Chen's eyes twitched a few times. You also said that you are not an idiot. You will only count to 10 when you are so big. Wang Duo Duo was a little aggrieved, pouting tears in his eyes. Brother Xiao Chen, you have changed. Brother has never said that before. Xiao Chen really didn't like children, especially Wang Duo Duo, who was so stupid and cute. Xiao Chen would lie down and ask in a chair again, Little idiot, go home and cry, don't make noise here. After hearing Xiao Chen's words, Wang Duo Duo wiped away his tears, but did not hum. Wang Duo Duo put down the bag in his hand, took out a piece of candy from it, and sent it to Xiao Chen's mouth. Brother Xiao Chen eats candy. Wang Duo Duo looked at Xiao Chen expectantly. Xiao Chen's brain was a little big. Although he had changed his appearance with a blind eye, it was still a skeleton frame in nature. Who has seen a skeleton frame eat something? Don't eat. Xiao Chen turned his head away angry. Wang Duo Duo was somewhat disappointed holding the candy. Brother Xiao Chen said that Duo Duo's candy is the best. Wang. The golden retriever who was sitting on the side giggled, suddenly yelled, and Xiao Chen turned his head to look at the golden retriever, who looked like a second fool. Everything has spirit. Xiao Chen could see the expectation in Jin Mao's eyes. Looking at the silly big golden retriever, Xiao Chen suddenly thought of one of his few friends, the guy who was one of the 3 great underworld divisions. That guy seems to have said that only the juvenile boy and the yellow dog are credible. Xiao Chen sighed and said to himself, that idiot Mingxi can say such things. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand to take the candy in Wang Duoduo's hand. Unexpectedly, Wang Duoduo and Xiao Peng hit his hand, avoiding Xiao Chen's hand. What? Seeing that Xiao Chen was willing to eat sweets, Wang Duoduo immediately opened his mouth happily and motioned for Xiao Chen to open his mouth. This is for feeding. Wang Duoduo happily put the candy in Xiao Chen's mouth. When Xiao Chen was eating the candy, she touched Xiao Chen's leg, squeezed her pants, poked her arm, and let Xiao Chen open her mouth and take a look. The sugar is still there. In fact, Xiao Chen didn't really eat it, just cooked it. Okay, it's time for the little idiot to go home after eating. Xiao Chen used a little trick to transfer the candy into his eye sockets. Wang Duoduo didn't mean to leave, and took out a piece of candy to feed Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's eyelids twitched a few times. It's too sweet to eat. Wang Duoduo took out another small biscuit, then pistachios, raisins, butcher, nuts. 10 minutes later. Xiao Chen opened his mouth numbly, and now his skull head was filled with all kinds of weird snacks. And the little idiot not only feeds himself but also feeds the big golden retriever. Xiao Chen took a bite, and the big golden retriever took a bite, and they were harmonious. Seeing big golden retriever's happy eyes narrowed, Xiao Chen really wanted to go up and choke it to death. Duo, it's time to go to school. Just when Xiao Chen felt that his head couldn't fit, a gentle voice sounded. A beautiful woman not far away gently nodded to Xiao Chen. This woman is Wang Duoduo's mother, and at a glance she can feel that she is a good wife and mother. Xiao Chen twisted Wang Duoduo's small face. Little idiot, I have gone to school. Wang Duoduo stuffed the last small butcher's shop towards Xiao Chen's mouth and clapped his hands. Goodbye, brother Xiao Chen. Better don't see. Xiao Chen's eyelids jumped as he watched Wang Duoduo's happy look. Xiao Chen, aren't you going to school today? The woman's gentle voice came. Xiao Chen didn't have much memory of this woman, only knew that she and her mother got along well. It's not a good impression, but it's not annoying. Xiao Chen shook his head weakly and said, the school was bombed. It will be off for a year. Hey! The woman covered her mouth in disbelief. Really? When did it happen? Xiao Chen glanced at the woman. The woman's hair was beautiful like a waterfall. The woman's hair was simply at the end, around the back of the neck and put the hair in front of her body, which made her dignified and charming. Madam, your hairstyle is dangerous. The woman was a little stunned. Isn't she still talking about school? Why did I jump to the issue of my own hairstyle? Xiao Chen closed his eyes and stopped taking care of foreign affairs. Seeing Xiao Chen's impolite actions, the woman didn't get angry. The gentle-tempered woman smiled slightly. Goodbye, Xiao Chen. When the mother and daughter walked away, Xiao Chen got up from the recliner. I still can't get through when I call my parents. Looking at the intact life card, Xiao Chen still couldn't relax his mind. Xiao Chen decided to go for a walk to see if he could find the materials for making the formation. Qinwei Middle School. After an hour. Looking at the school in front of him, Xiao Chen was a little stunned. Didn't he come out to find materials? How come he walked around inexplicably and came to the gate of the school? Since it's here, let's go in and have a look. Chapter 11, Crab Brother. There are only two kinds of students in Qiangwei Middle School, one is particularly good at learning, and the other is rich and powerful at home. In other words, if you throw a slab down here, you may be able to smash a few guys with a wealth of more than 100 million yuan. In the corridor of the second high school building, a very beautiful girl is talking to a teenager. The female grows up very beautifully, and every part of her facial features seems to be just right, without a trace of blemish. Especially in the eyes of girls, there are always eye waves, no matter which direction they are in, they seem to be able to feel the girl's gaze. The girl's name is Huangfu Fangling, and there is not one of the most beautiful school flowers in Qiangwei Middle School. Of course, as a famous iceberg goddess, Huangfu Fangling didn't seem to have had any love affair with anyone. Huangfu Fangling's face was a little ugly, and his good-looking eyebrows wrinkled slightly. "Qin's Haiden, is Xiao Chen's disappearance you messing around behind?" The handsome young man who stood face to face with Huangfu Fangling, stared closely at Huangfu Fangling's perfect face, full of gentleness and smile. The young man called Qin's Haiden smiled slightly. "It's me, except for his stubborn father, the most important reason is that Xiao Chen walked too close to you." Huangfu Fangling's face immediately darkened. "Qin's Haiden, are you too much?" Qin's Haiden twisted his neck indifferently and said, "Fangling, you should know that we and these untouchables are not in the same world, why are you walking so close to them?" Huangfu Fangling snorted coldly, turned and left. Qin's Haiden was not angry either, and he smiled and said, "Huangfu Fangling, you are mine, this is a destined thing from birth. So please pay attention to your identity, although I will not treat you like others, but others? Ha ha!" Huangfu Fangling bit her lip tightly, a trace of despair on her perfect face. Thinking of the boy who was gentle like the sunshine in March, Huangfu Fangling carried deep self-blame in his heart. The blue-faced Durden steals the horse, the red-faced Guangong fights Changsha. Xiao Chen walked around the campus humming a little tune, shaking his head and shaking his hands, looking as if he didn't want to be beaten. "What do you look at? I haven't seen the uncle." "I rub, who is this arrogant?" "It seems to be the eldest man of the richest man in Minghai City, Xiao Chen. It's weird. My friend said that the young master of the Xiao family is gentle and introverted. He is a good old man. Why is he like a crab now? Listen to who said that? This rich young master can be a good man, you are kidding me." Of course the discussion around him couldn't escape Xiao Chen's ears. Xiao Chen was a little startled, thinking of his character. "I used to seem to be a good old person, the kind of good boy who couldn't get any bad water out of the dryer." Xiao Chen twitched the corner of his mouth, rolled his eyes at the surrounding area, and then raised his middle finger. "Iax, so arrogant, if your father is not the richest man in Minghai City, labor and management will kill you today. This is a crab, right? The big four don't dare to be so arrogant in school." Jingle bells, class bells rang, and the hustle and bustle of the campus returned to tranquility. Based on his memory, Xiao Chen found the classroom, stood at the door of the classroom, and looked at the graceful figure on the podium. Xiao Chen almost didn't laugh. That imaginative figure was Qin Wangqing, who was rescued last night. This girl has a big heart. If something like that happened yesterday, she can come to class today. There is no one left. Xiao Chen squinted his eyes and glanced inside the classroom, and finally Xiao Chen saw the figure. In fact, Xiao Chen came to school this time mainly because he wanted to see someone, his desk mate, the lovely girl named Luo Xianxi. The girl in the memory has round eyes and round face, and has 2 cute dimples. After thousands of years, Xiao Chen certainly didn't have any thoughts of love between men and women. Even with this skeleton frame, it was nothing more than no chicken talk. Xiao Chen mainly wanted to come and see the girl who loves snacks and herself. "Ah! Xiao Chen!" On the podium, Qin Wangqing found Xiao Chen standing in the corridor and shouted in surprise. Xiao Chen disappeared inexplicably. It was not a trivial matter for the school. As the eldest son of the richest man in Minghai City, if something really happened, no one in the school could help. "Come in quickly." Qin Wangqing waved to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen frowned when he looked at his previous seat, which was already occupied by others. An unfamiliar, oily young man was talking to Zhang Xianxi. The saliva splashed by the son's brother was really disappointed. Luo Xianxi was leaning against the wall tightly, lowered his head and looked very resisting. "That's Xiao Chen, because you are not here, so your seat." Xiao Chen glanced at Qin Wangqing slantingly, knowing in his heart that these rich and powerful students could not be offended by her teacher. The seat is probably adjusted by the thing that doesn't have long eyes, and the purpose is of course the lovely Luo Xianxi. Xiao Chen, let me rearrange a seat for you. Xiao Chen waved his hand impatiently, little Niangpi, go have fun. Wow! There was an uproar in the classroom. Knowing that Xiao Chen was known for his good temper, he seemed to seldom refuse other people's requests, let alone confront the teacher face to face. However, Xiao Chen's very impolite behavior made Qin Wangqing stunned on the spot. There was a thunder rumbling in his mind, the voice Qin Wangqing would never forget, and the skeleton like a devil. Xiao Chen swayed towards his seat, but the young man in Xiao Chen's seat didn't seem to notice Xiao Chen, and continued to talk to Luo Xianxi without raising his head. Everyone looked at the show, that Zhang Ruofei had just transferred here the day before yesterday. He heard that his father was an official. Zhang Ruofei seemed to have taken a fancy to Luo Xianxi as soon as he arrived, and haunted her all day long. One is the rich second generation, and the other is the official second generation. When you really do it, you will have a good show. Xianxi, let's go to the movies after school, okay? Xianxi, I asked a friend to bring back something from abroad, and I will bring it to you tomorrow. Zhang Ruofei had seen Xiao Chen a long time ago, but he was too arrogant to even look up. And he also heard that the girl he was fond of already had someone he liked. This was something everyone in the class knew well, but no one explained it. Zhang Ruofei guessed after seeing everyone's reaction that this person named Xiao Chen was the one Luo Xianxi liked. Zhang Ruofei sneered. As the saying goes, if the people don't fight against officials, what can you do if Xiao Chen's family has money? Luo Xianxi also saw Xiao Chen, a strange brilliance erupted in his eyes, and then he blushed and lowered his head. Xiao Chen laughed dumbly, the little girl was still so shy. Chapter 12, Little Cute. Seeing Luo Xianxi's reaction, Zhang Ruofei gritted his teeth angrily. During these 2 days of diligence, Luo Xianxi always leaned against the wall and lowered his head not to talk to himself, like hiding from a plague god. This Xiao Chen looked shy as soon as he appeared. Xiao Chen came to his seat and turned to Zhang Ruofei's mouth. The fool could also see that this was for Zhang Ruofei to go aside. Seeing Xiao Chen's movements, Zhang Ruofei felt blood rushing to his forehead. No one dared to treat himself this way when he grew up. Those so-called wealthy people in the past saw that they were not respectful. Zhang Ruofei said with a cold face, "Your name is Xiao Chen." Snapped. Before Zhang Ruofei finished speaking, he flew out. Everyone looked at Xiao Chen with a dull expression. When did this stuff become so fierce? Is this still the good old man Xiao Chen? Seeing Zhang Ruofei flying upside down, everyone involuntarily touched their faces. This Nima was too ruthless, and everyone was fanned. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes and blew his hands, the skin is really thick. Zhang Ruofei covered his face and stood up, probably because his head was a little dizzy. After turning around for a few times, he found Xiao Chen's direction. Zhang Ruofei breathed fire in his eyes and roared, "Asshole thing, I will tell my dad." Snapped. Zhang Ruofei flew out again and tried to get up again, but struggled on the ground several times without success. Xiao Chen slowly came to Zhang Ruofei's side, raised his hand and slapped it down. Zhang Ruofei looked at that delicate hand, and his hair stood up. "Don't mess around, my dad is the game." Snapped. Zhang Ruofei still slapped his face firmly before he said the long word. "Vomit." Zhang Ruofei spit out a mouthful of blood with 2 teeth in it. "Brother, if you have something to say." Slap. Zhang Ruofei slapped again firmly. Xiao Chenpi smiled and said without a smile, "Brother? The last person who took advantage of me was looking at you in the sky." Zhang Ruofei felt that his face was numb and swelling, and his entire head was no longer his own. Seeing Xiao Chen's raised hand again, Zhang Ruofei shuddered all over, and rolled his eyes and fainted. The fan fainted Zhang Ruofei alive, and everyone took a breath. There are a few people who know the details of Zhang Ruofi's family, and want to stand up to be fair. By the way, they can also show their favor to Zhang Ruofi. Before he stood up, Xiao Chen seemed to have discovered it. Xiao Chen squinted his eyes, with a faint cold light in his eyes, causing those people to sweat coldly all over this summer. Xiao Chen. Feeling that someone was pulling his clothes, Xiao Chen turned around and saw Luo Xianxi blushing and pulling the corner of his clothes. Xiao Chen, don't fight. Luo Xianxi said in a low blush. Xiao Chen looked at Luo Xianxi and touched her head with a smile. It's been a long time, but it hasn't changed at all. Luo Xianxi's face turned red to the root of his ears, and he stuttered, it's only, just a week. Xiao Chen took Luo Xianxi's hand and returned to the seat. This made Luo Xianxi, who was already shy and introverted, more uncomfortable and almost buried his head in his chest. The people in the class also made a roar, seeming to forget Zhang Ruofi who was lying on the ground. Originally, Zhang Ruofi didn't invite people to see him very much. He had the biggest nostrils, and he also harassed the most popular cutie in the class. If it weren't for fear of his official father, he wouldn't need Xiao Chen to take action. He was beaten into a pig's head. Xiao Chen looked at Luo Xianxi's face. Luo Xianxi's mouth was very small, and it looked a little chubby with the fat face of some babies. Thinking that this little girl loves to eat snacks, she puts a lot of them in her school bag every day. She has a small mouth, and she eats snacks like a bunny. Xiao Chen couldn't help but bloom at the thought of the chubby little face constantly moving. How are you doing recently? Xiao Chen asked subconsciously. Luo Xianxi was a little at a loss, but Xiao Chen didn't come to school for a week, why did he ask like that? Moreover, the sensitive Luo Xianxi could feel the loneliness and depression in Xiao Chen's words. It's like two old friends who haven't seen each other for a long time, saying hello when they meet again. Xiao Chen patted his forehead, remembering that although he had been in that big world for 10,000 years, only a week had passed here. When Qin Wangqing came back to his senses, the matter was over, looking at Zhang Ruofi, who was lying on the ground in a coma. Zhang Wangqing looked at Xiao Chen with a complicated expression, and shook her head blankly. Although the sound is very similar, how can a student have anything to do with that kind of demon? Luo Xianxi was a little at a loss, because Xiao Chen in front of her made her feel strange. Not only because of Xiao Chen's violent actions just now, but also the feeling of vicissitudes from the inside out on Xiao Chen's body. It is impossible to have this feeling without the baptism of time. Luo Xianxi had felt this kind of feeling in his grandfather, but Xiao Chen's sense of vicissitudes was too heavy, far surpassing his grandfather in his 80s. Looking at Xiao Chen, who was familiar and unfamiliar, Luo Xianxi felt a little at a loss, not knowing where to put his hands. Luo Xianxi reached into his small bag and drew out a bag of huimei. Xiao Chen, eat something. Seeing the snacks in Luo Xianxi's hand, Xiao Chen's eyelids twitched, and Xiao Chen's brain hurts when he thinks of the picture of that little idiot feeding him something in the morning. Xiao Chen waved his hand, well, I used to eat you all the time, I will invite you today. After Xiao Chen opened his mouth, he put his entire hand into his mouth. Luo Xianxi opened his small mouth and watched Xiao Chen's movements incredibly. No one in this world could put his entire hand in his mouth. Special function. Even more peculiar was still behind. Xiao Chen grabbed a handful of things from his mouth. Sugar, pistachios, raisins, nuts, biscuits. Xiao Chen grabbed back and forth several times before grabbing all the snacks in his head. Looking at the snacks on the small desk, Luo Xianxi's head had been shut down and short-circuited. Looking at Luo Xianxi in a daze, Xiao Chen picked up a candy and brought it to Luo Xianxi's mouth. Eat, the little idiot said, this candy is sweet. Seeing the tang Luo Xianxi in Xiao Chen's hand, Luo Xianxi's face turned red again. This is the candy that Xiao Chen grabbed from his mouth. Wouldn't it be true if he ate it? Luo Xianxi thought about it in a while, with a little sweetness in his heart. Still so dumb. Xiao Chen couldn't help but patted his forehead. I can really eat. Before Luo Xianxi finished speaking, there was something sweet in his mouth. It turned out that Xiao Chen threw the sugar directly into her mouth while Luo Xianxi was talking. Feeling the sweetness in his mouth, and thinking about the scene of Xiao Chen taking something out of his mouth just now, Luo Xianxi's blush seemed to be bleeding. Xiao Chen was a little amused. Seeing Luo Xianxi's cheeks bulging, Xiao Chen couldn't help but stretched out his hand and pulled at his chubby face. Such an intimate behavior made Luo Xianxi's mind dizzy, and when Xiao Chen's hand touched her face, she felt an electric shock, which made her feel weak. Luo Xianxi felt her eyes foggy, and she couldn't see things clearly. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's expression condensed, because Xiao Chen noticed that an invisible force field radiated from Luo Xianxi's body instantly, surgingly. Chapter 13, Shura I. At this moment, everyone in the school seemed to feel a chill. It was an unspeakable murderous air that made people fearful. Luo Xianxi felt that his eyes were a bit foggy and uncomfortable, and the condition of his eyes did not improve after rubbing a few times. Luo Xianxi, who thought there was a foreign object in his eyes, raised his head and looked at Xiao Chen, wanting Xiao Chen to help him look at his eyes. "It's okay if you don't look at it." Luo Xianxi was stunned on the spot. Xiao Chen in front of him has changed his appearance, the original young man with red lips and white teeth has disappeared, replaced by a skeleton frame. The skeleton frame was glowing with a faint cold light, and black energy surrounded the whole body. The black energy kept twisting around the skeleton frame, and countless ghost heads rolled in the black air. It looks like a big demon coming to the world, not to mention a little girl. Even a big man who sees this scene is probably scared of heart disease. Wow! Luo Xianxi was stunned for a while, and suddenly burst into tears. The one who was crying was sad, and it was a tear from the hearer. Luo Xianxi opened her small mouth, her face pale in fright, her tears kept falling, her petite body kept leaning against the wall. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Luo Xianxi. Xiao Chen almost didn't laugh. Luo Xianxi opened his mouth and cried loudly, but a candy was firmly in his mouth. He was tired from crying, and he didn't forget to take a bite while breathing. Xiao Chen looked at Luo Xianxi's eyes and frowned suddenly. A red halo appeared around Luo Xianxi's pupils, the halo was as bright as blood dripping. The red halo is covered with weird and inexplicable strange symbols. Xiao Chen looked at this weird picture, and immediately knew why the slaying air and Luo Xianxi's abnormality were just now. Shura's eyes. Xiao Chen was a little dignified. Shura's eyes were a very famous different pupil, and it was also one of the top 3 existences in that big world. Shura I was born in the endless killing, and no one can surpass the weight of killing and attacking. The owner of Shura eyes must be affected by it and become bloodthirsty, and the improvement of Shura eyes is terrifying. In that great world, Xiao Chen had only encountered Shura's eyes once in thousands of years. That time, Shura Eye brought endless disasters in this world, and a continent was sunk, and innocent creatures died and wounded countless. It was a river of real blood. Therefore, Shura's eyes have another resounding nickname, Catastrophe. And there is a legend about Shura eyes. These eyes are a key. Shura eyes can open the door of the Shura world and bring the entire Shura world into reality. Thinking of this legend, Xiao Chen felt a little hairy even as a great emperor. As the world of Hihauran, a giant of the same fame as the great world of Underworld, the Azura Great World, if it is really summoned out, it may really be that the entire galaxy will be smashed. As long as all the different pupils have the ability to see through the falsehood, Xiao Chen knew that Luo Xianxi might have seen his real body, and he was frightened like this. Xiao Chen waved his hand, and an imperceptible black energy penetrated into Luo Xianxi's eyes. The best way to solve Shura's eyes is to kill them directly before the host has grown up, but watching Luo Xianxi's crying saliva flowed out, Xiao Chen really couldn't get rid of this hand. As long as Shura's eyes are awakened, they cannot be sealed. Forcing the seal may cause irreversible damage to the host. No way, Xiao Chen could only cover it with his lifelessness, so that he wouldn't let his skeleton frame scare the little girl out of nowhere. As for what will happen to Shura's eyes, Xiao Chen popped out 4 words in his mind. It's my shit. As the highest combat power in the Haran Great World, Xiao Chen really wasn't afraid of such messy things as Shura's eyes and the Shura martial god. Wow! Luo Xianxi cried even more sadly, because she saw the skeleton in front of her grinning openly, and smiled at herself with 2 rows of big fangs. Luo Xianxi hooked back the candy that almost fell out of his mouth with his small tongue, took a bite, and started crying again. Don't cry! Xiao Chen couldn't help but smile when he looked at Luo Xianxi, who was like a greedy cat. Luo Xianxi felt his eyes cool, and when he looked at Xiao Chen, the young man with red lips and white teeth came back. Luo Xianxi looked at Xiao Chen blankly. Xiao Chen, just now. Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, what happened just now? I suddenly cried. Luo Xianxi scratched his head in embarrassment, maybe his eyes are blurred. Xiao Chen smiled and touched Luo Xianxi's head, standing up and preparing to leave. This time I came to the school to see Luo Xianxi, and now it's time for people to do their business after reading it. Xiao Chen felt the corners of his clothes being pulled, and looked back at Luo Xianxi. Luo Xianxi blushed. Xiao Chen, are you leaving? Xiao Chen was a little strange. Luo Xianxi was introverted and shy, even if he liked another person, he couldn't make such bold moves. Luo Xianxi let go of the hand holding the corner of his clothes in a little panic, and said, I feel Xiao Chen, you seem to be a different person. I. Luo Xianxi couldn't say it, because there was a strange feeling rising in her heart, and Xiao Chen might never see each other again after this walk. Xiao Chen thought for a while, and knew that it was the awakened Shura eyes that had brought Luo Xianxi's incomparable 6th sense, and Luo Xianxi might have felt something. Xiao Chen looked at the delicate bracelet that Luo Xianxi was carrying, and suddenly remembered something and asked. I remember as if you said, your family is in the antiques business, right? Luo Xianxi was stunned for a moment, then nodded, wondering why Xiao Chen suddenly asked about this. Yes. Xiao Chen pulled Luo Xianxi up, come and take me to your house, I have something to do. Some confused Luo Xianxi was pulled up by Xiao Chen, and when he heard Xiao Chen's words, he lowered his head and said like a mosquito, it's still in class, and will it be too fast? What are you thinking? I'll ask your father for something. Just ask for a leave of absence after a while and say that someone in your family is sick. Xiao Chen twitched his mouth, what was in his head? Oh. Luo Xianxi nodded. Luo Xianxi quickly put away the snacks on the table, carrying a small backpack and following Xiao Chen to leave the classroom. However, everyone in the classroom who didn't understand the situation was dumbfounded. Could this thing develop so fast that it took people out in just a few minutes? And it's still school time, which is simply unruly. When I walked to the door of the classroom, I just ran into Qin Wangqing who had sent Zhang Ruo Fei back to the infirmary. Qin Wangqing looked at the two holding hands with a look of confusion. Qin Wangqing came back to his senses, and reached out to stop the two of them. Qin Wangqing was really angry at what they did. Luo Xianxi is a well-known good girl, and Xiao Chen is also gentle and polite. What now? The two most popular students in the class actually held hands and skipped class openly. Chapter 14, Hooliganism. You two, openly fall in love and skip class, is there a teacher in your eyes? Qin Wangqing said angrily, stopping the two of them. Xiao Chen's eyelids jumped when he heard the 3 words being in love. The so-called 1,000-year king and 80,000-year turtle, after nearly 10,000 years, Xiao Chen is a veritable old tortoise. And Luo Xianxi, a little girl of 16 or 17. A 10,000-year-old tortoise is in love with a 16 or 17-year-old girl. The old cow is simply complimented for eating tender grass. Luo Xianxi blushed and lowered his head when he heard the 3 words being in love. Seeing Luo Xianxi's shy look, Xiao Chen's head started to hurt again. Xiao Chen was originally a very perverse person, and no one could predict what he would do. Xiao Chen grinned suddenly, 2 rows of big fangs gleaming in the sun. Xiao Chen suddenly put his head in front of Qin Wangqing, smiling, but said in a cold tone, "Little Niangpi, take care of your business, this emperor will kill you." Qin Wangqing looked at Xiao Chen's face, her face suddenly pale, and her whole body went back several steps. "You are, yes, yes." Qin Wangqing's tongue was knotted, and she couldn't jump out even after saying a word several times. Because Xiao Chen suddenly leaked half of his skull's head just now, how could Qin Wangqing forget the skeleton frame that bursts people's heads in conversation and laughter? Qin Wangqing can also be sure that it was this seemingly harmless teenager who saved him last night. It's him, it's him, it's him, our hero Xiao Neza. Xiao Chenpi smiled and took Qin Wangqing's words and sang. Xiao Chen only leaked a little bit of his body just now, and of course it was invisible to outsiders except Qin Wangqing. Xiao Chen could still do this with little tricks. Xiao Chen didn't bother to look at the frightened Qin Wangqing again, and took Luo Xianxi's hand and left. Qin Wangqing looked at the back of the 2 leaving with a complicated expression. As soon as he arrived downstairs, a beautiful figure came to meet Xiao Chen's style. A perfect girl, all looks just right, with a little cold on her face, which makes the girl more and more charming. The students in the next class craned their necks to look at this beautiful figure. "Look at this, look at this!" The teacher in class let out a roar. Xiao Chen thought for a while, remembering that this girl was Huangfu Fangling, the famous iceberg school flower of Qianggui Middle School. But it seems that for some reasons, this Huangfu Fangling seems to have a good relationship with him. The corner of Xiao Chen's mouth raised, "It's interesting." It was not because the girl in front of him was too beautiful. Xiao Chen, as the great emperor, had never seen any kind of beauty. In Xiao Chen's eyes, Huangfu Fangling was far less cute than Luo Xianxi. Xiao Chen said this because he found something special in Huangfu Fangling. There was a qi wandering around Huangfu Fangling's acupuncture points. Although this qi was so weak that it was almost negligible for Xiao Chen, it made Xiao Chen think of a problem. There might also be people who practice cultivation on the earth. Huangfu Fangling heard a discussion in the class that the young master, the richest man in Minghai City, wandered around the school like a crab. Of course Huangfu Fangling knew who the eldest son of the richest man in Minghai was, that gentle and polite boy. Because of some things, Huangfu Fangling had a good relationship with Xiao Chen. But what Huangfu Fangling knew was that Xiao Chen was dead. Huangfu Fangling had never doubted this because Qin's Haiden did it. In order to confirm whether it was Xiao Chen, Huangfu Fangling, who was still in class, walked out of the classroom directly. Looking at the undamaged young man in front of him, Huangfu Fangling's originally gloomy mood instantly improved a lot. Huangfu Fangling thought of Qin's Haiden, then looked at Xiao Chen, and sighed in his heart, knowing that he could no longer walk too close to Xiao Chen, otherwise, for Xiao Chen, killings would happen at any time. Huangfu Fangling passed by Xiao Chen with a cold face, without saying hello, not even a polite nod. Xiao Chen looked at Huangfu Fangling passing by, raising his eyebrows. Slap! A clear slap sound sounded. "Iax, what did that beast do?" There was a cry of wolf and ghost in the next class. "What did that scumbag do? My goddess got spanked. Don't stop me, I want to go out and kill the mentally retarded. Idle. Those who play hooliganism in broad daylight, I want to with him. No, I'm going to shake hands with this buddy and touch the hand of the goddess ass. If I shake my hand with him, wouldn't I be indirect? Hey, demon spirit, there is a pervert here." A burst of angry crusade sounded in the next class. The reason was simple. When Huangfu Fangling was passing by Xiao Chen slapped the stubborn butt. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. Huang Fangling turned his head a little bit hard, looked at the familiar and delicate face, and couldn't believe what had just happened. But the hot pain in the told her that this is real and this is not a dream. Snapped. With another bang, Xiao Chen slapped the other half of Huang Fangling's again. Hiss. Everyone took a deep breath. Is this really a bear heart and leopard gall? Huang Fangling's flower protecting messengers add up to a reinforcement group, and one person can drown him if he spit. The most overwhelming thing is that this kid actually slapped the goddess on the twice, and he was heavier than once. Huang Fangling had a sullen face, and said coldly, "What are you doing?" Xiao Chen almost didn't laugh. This woman has a bad brain. Xiao Chen raised his right hand and grabbed it in the air very trivially. Sexual harassment. Can't you see such an obvious problem? Huang Fangling looked calm on the surface, but in fact he was so angry that he had been subjected to such insults since he was a child, and he was still in full view. Huang Fangling raised his right foot and kicked towards Xiao Chen's head extremely fast. Boom! Huang Fangling's feet came into close contact with Xiao Chen's head. Xiao Chen had no intention of hiding at all, and he used his head to resist this foot. Use a little bit, I'm okay. Xiao Chen found that the qi in Huang Fangling's body hadn't changed at all, knowing that Huang Fangling should be afraid of kicking himself to death. You are not Xiao Chen at all, who are you? Huang Fangling felt awe-inspiring when he saw Xiao Chen behaved like a okay person after he was hit by himself. Although my foot didn't use inner strength, I practiced martial arts all the year round, and the strength of my body is simply not something ordinary people can bear. Xiao Chen frivolously touched the beautiful legs that were still resting on his face and said, "Of course I am Xiao Chen. There is a plum blossom birthmark on your left buttocks, so how are you right?" When Huang Fangling heard this, he knew that the person in front of him was really Xiao Chen, because he was hit by Xiao Chen inadvertently when he was taking a bath, and the two of them met. As for the plum blossom birthmark on his butt, few outsiders knew about it except for the closest family members and Xiao Chen who saw him taking a bath. Chapter 15, Promise to the Sky. IX, what did the scumbag just say? There is a plum blossom birthmark on the goddess' ass. If you know such a private thing, aren't the two of them? No, you see that guy is still holding a girl, it's the class flower of class 3. I'm really a scumbag, this Nima has two boats with one foot, and both are goddesses. Let go of me, I want to go out and kill him, the goddess must not be blasphemy. Xiao Chen's words caused another small climax. No matter how strong the mind was, Huang Fangling was just a teenage girl. Such a secret thing was told in public. It was really embarrassing for my grandma to open the door in shame, and to lose face to grandma's house. Huang Fangling's anger was burning, and he took his leg back from Xiao Chen's face. It's interesting. Xiao Chen saw Huang Fangling put an old-fashioned boxing frame. Huang Fangling, who had already lost his mind a bit, just wanted to the smiling guy in front of him, and unconsciously used a monk's boxing technique. Call. There was a sound of breaking through the air, and Huang Fangling's fist rushed towards Xiao Chen's forehead with a roaring air wave. Huang Fangling looked at Xiao Chen's Kingzia face suddenly awake, and then regretted a little. With a full punch like this, let alone a person or a cow would be beaten to death. Although Xiao Chen had done too much, he was not guilty of death. Xiao Chen noticed that Huang Fangling's fist was suddenly stagnant, knowing that this little girl probably regretted making the shot too hard. But Xiao Chen wanted to feel the power of the qi in Huang Fangling's body, how could he give up halfway? Xiao Chen was also a straightforward person, so he stretched his head over. Luo Xianzi, who was led by Xiao Chen, was very scared. When he was at home, he often saw Grandpa punching and heard the Grandpa often mention something. The punches are like a dragon, like a river rushing endlessly, with tigers and leopards and thunder sounds. This is the performance of boxing. Such a punch is like eating a cow. Luo Xianxi had listened to it as a story before, but he saw everything the grandfather said in front of him. Luo Xianxi, who was anxious in his heart, subconsciously stopped in front of Xiao Chen. Seeing Luo Xianxi's movements, Xiao Chen's brain hurt, and gently pulled Luo Xianxi behind him. "Little kid, join in the fun." Bang! Huangfu Fangling slammed Xiao Chen's forehead firmly. Huangfu Fangling punched out with full anger, and there was a short distance between the two. Huangfu Fangling's boxing technique has reached the state of being able to send and receive freely, and using this small distance could have minimized the damage. But the guy directly moved his head, and was hit the forehead. Huangfu Fangling felt a chill, knowing that he might be in trouble. However, Xiao Chen didn't fly out as expected. Instead, the fist that hit Xiao Chen's head was like hitting a steel plate, and a heart-piercing pain came from the entire hand bone. Huangfu Fangling hurriedly retracted his fist and looked at Xiao Chen in surprise. Xiao Chen rubbed his forehead and shook his head a little disappointed. This strength was simply too weak. Xiao Chen suddenly thought, there is no shortage of martial artists in the great world. After martial arts masters, they will be an iron-headed baby. If you see who will hammer him, it seems very interesting to cultivate Huangfu Fangling into an iron-headed baby. Thinking of a scene where a beautiful little girl raised her fist and banged against others, Xiao Chen found it too interesting. Xiao Chen suddenly stretched out his right hand and nodded towards Huangfu Fangling's forehead. Looking at the hand extended to his forehead, Huangfu Fangling instinctively wanted to turn his head to avoid it, but suddenly Huangfu Fangling found that he couldn't avoid it no matter what. Lang Kan fell down Huangfu Fangling's forehead. This situation can only show that the person in front of him is much stronger than himself. It is impossible for the proud people on the Qing list to do this step. Is this person one of the old monsters on the sky list? Xiao Chen's hand touched Huangfu Fangling's smooth forehead. Squeak! A golden door slowly opened in his mind, and mysterious golden words flew out of the door, circling and dancing in his mind. Feeling the meaning of those mysterious words, Huangfu Fangling only felt like thunder burst in his heart. Yu Feng travels far away, walks in the void, proves the Tao with strength, and becomes holy in the flesh. Huangfu Fangling raised his head, his perfect face flushed with excitement. This is. Watch well, study hard, when you learn well, this emperor will take you to a fight. Xiao Chen said teasingly. Thinking of a fairy in white clothes at that time, holding a small fist, punching at others, that scene is really interesting to think of. Snapped. Xiao Chen slapped Huangfu Fanglings again. Let's go, this will be a reward for slapped you 3 times. Huangfu Fangling's head couldn't turn around a bit, and he didn't even feel the hot pain on his butt. Is such a precious kung fu so simple to give away? Although Huangfu Fangling didn't believe in those who traveled far away from the wind and became sacred in the flesh, the content of the body and in it must be something that you can't find. If these things are known by some big families, even if they do everything they can, those families probably won't blink their eyelids. Looking at Xiao Chen's back, Huangfu Fangling wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything when he opened his mouth. What's its name? Huangfu Fangling asked this question when Xiao Chen's back was about to disappear. It refers of course to those golden words in my mind. Song of the Iron-Head Baby. Xiao Chen's voice floated from a distance, and Huangfu Fangling was on the spot blankly. Of course, the exercise cannot be called the Song of the Iron-Head Baby, it was all made up by Xiao Chen. Wuji Tongtian. The real name of this exercise is the exercise practiced by Xiao Chen, a top martial artist friend in the vast world. Where can people who can be friends with the emperor go? The exercises they practice are also first-class good things. With this exercise to the extreme, with the physical body, you can break free from the shackles of heaven, jump out of reincarnation, and enjoy the world. However, the road to the Wufu was the most difficult, and Wufu's practice required several times more sweat and effort than the usual monks. relative to the combat power of the martial artist of the same realm is much higher than that of the ordinary monk. It is common to cross the border to kill, even if it is not inferior to the most powerful sword repair. Xiao Chen took Luo Xianxi's hand and walked towards the school gate. A thin and handsome young man walked towards Xiao Chen. The young man was wearing a clean white shirt with a faint smile. Such a clean and handsome boy is always easy to make people feel good. Xiao Chen found that this young man also had a qi in his body, which was much stronger than Huangfu Fangling. Of course, for Xiao Chen, it was just the difference between a larger ant and a smaller ant. When the young man passed by Xiao Chen, he suddenly stopped. The boy stretched out his hand and smiled and said, "Hello, my name is Qin's Haiden, I am glad to meet you." Chapter 16, Live Hell. Sing a song and listen to it. Xiao Chen dug his nostrils in an unimaginative way, and then stretched out his hand to Qin's Haiden's hand that was parked in the air. Qin's Haiden retracted his hand in embarrassment, and asked a little dazedly, "Sing." Xiao Chen curled his lips, "Aren't you very happy? What's wrong with singing a song?" Qin's Haiden. "I hate you so much, don't get close to me, I'm afraid I can't help but shoot you to death." Xiao Chen was sure that it was the first time to meet this guy named Qin's Haiden, but Xiao Chen felt that this guy was annoying for some reason. Qin's Haiden was not angry either, but smiled awkwardly and turned and left. Downstairs in the teaching, looking at Qin's Haiden walking slowly, Huangfu Fangling squeezed his fists, thinking about the song of the Iron-Head Baby in his mind. Huangfu Fangling kept telling himself in his heart, destiny can be changed. Qin's Haiden walked up to Huangfu Fangling and looked at that almost perfect face. Qin's Haiden's eyes became a little hot. "This woman belongs to me, now and in the future it will all be mine." Qin's Haiden stretched out his hand to touch Huangfu Fangling's face, but was slapped open by Huangfu Fangling. "Master Qin Er, please respect yourself," Huangfu Fangling said coldly. The second bite was so heavy that it seemed to have something to say. Qin's Haiden didn't care either, turned his head and looked at the direction of the school entrance, showing a meaningful smile. "Why isn't that Xiao Chen dead?" Huangfu Fangling frowned and said, "What do you want?" "Of course it is to make him disappear completely," Qin's Haiden said with a smile, in a calm tone as if to say what to eat at noon today. To Qin's Haiden's surprise, Huangfu Fangling was not angry this time, but turned and left with an unpredictable smile. Qin's Haiden looked at Huangfu Fangling's slender back, his eyes hot, and muttered to himself, "You will be 18 years old in 1 year, and then you will be completely mine." Xiao Chen and Luo Xianxi sat in an online car-hailing car. Luo Xianxi still lowered his head somewhat shyly, and some did not dare to look at Xiao Chen. At this time, Luo Xianxi's phone rang, and the shyness on Luo Xianxi's face who answered the phone slowly disappeared, replaced by a face full of worry. Xiao Chen saw the change in Luo Xianxi's expression and asked, "What's wrong?" Luo Xianxi's eyes were a little red. "Just now my sister called and said that grandpa suddenly fell ill." Xiao Chen almost didn't vomit out a mouthful of old blood. "Did he open his mouth completely?" "I just said that it will happen soon." Minghai City, in front of a luxurious villa. Xiao Chen looked at this magnificent villa, which was a level better than his own. Xiao Chen had always thought that Luo Xianxi's family was relatively wealthy, and now it seems that his father may not be able to do it. There were a lot of luxury cars parked at the entrance of the villa, and a bunch of people gathered at the door noisily and didn't know what they were talking about. "Sissy." A pleasant voice sounded, and then a slender figure rushed towards the two of them. Xiao Chen looked at the girl in surprise, because this girl Xiao Chen knew, it was the policeman who was taken hostage when he went to find the funeral yesterday. It seems to be called Luo Saru. Xiao Chen recalled. "Sister!" Luo Xianxi yelled, "How is grandpa?" Luo Saru also noticed Xiao Chen, and looked at Xiao Chen somewhat unexpectedly. "Is it you?" Luo Xianxi pulled Luo Saru's clothes and asked with some confusion, "Sister, do you know each other?" Thinking of Xiao Chen's weird behavior last night, Luo Saru shuddered, then forced a smile and said, I saw one face during the mission yesterday. Luo Xianxi nodded, Xiao Chen is my classmate. Hey, this is the classmate you mentioned every day. Luo Silo was a little surprised. Luo Xianxi blushed and lowered her head and thought, my sister is still like this, like a big speaker, saying this in front of Xiao Chen, it's shameful. Xiao Chen didn't pay attention to the conversation between the two women, but looked at the top of the villa with interest. Above the villa, a group of black gas that ordinary people can't see is gathered. The black gas is still expanding. It will not be long before the entire villa will be enveloped. Yin Qi. Sister, the grandfather is so in good health, how could he suddenly become ill? Luo Xianxi asked worriedly. I don't know. I heard my dad say that my grandfather suddenly fainted when he went out for a walk this morning. The doctor had a lot of appointments but there was nothing wrong with it. Luo Silo sighed, Dad said, Grandpa may not be able to survive this hurdle. When Luo Xianxi heard this, his eyes immediately turned red, and he immediately ran towards the villa. Luo Saru yelled a few times, but Luo Xianxi didn't seem to hear it. Luo Saru nodded apologetically to Xiao Chen who was left alone. Then Luo Saru's expression suddenly became serious, Xiao Chen, I know that you are not an ordinary person. Sissy has been introverted and shy and has no friends. Sissy often talks about you. It seems that she likes you very much. Can you not hurt Sissy? Think. Xiao Chen pulled at the corner of his mouth and couldn't help asking himself, is this emperor just like a bad person? Master Xiao is here. At this time a voice rang in the crowd, and then an ordinary car drove in. Everyone gathered around in an instant, and an old man with a childlike face was surrounded by the crowd and got out of the car. As the old man got out of the car, there was also a young girl who was sweet in appearance, and her pair of long legs attracted attention. Master Xiao, you must save our old man. Yes, Master Xiao, several doctors have come here and have issued a critical illness notice after seeing it. Everyone was talking babbledly. The old man called Master Xiao raised his hand and gently pressed it in the void. Don't worry, Lao Luo and I have been friends for decades. How could I just watch what happened to Lao Luo? The old man's tone was very light, but it seemed to have a special magical power, and the restless mood of everyone was calmed instantly. Xiao Chen found that the old man also had a breath of energy in his body, which was much stronger than the previous Huangfu Fangling, but weaker than the one who claimed to be Qin's Haiden. Everyone huddled the old man and walked towards the villa, but the girl behind the old man looked strangely everywhere. When she saw Luo Silo and Xiao Chen standing aside, her eyes were bent into a crescent, and she quietly left the crowd and ran towards the place where they were standing. Sister Saru. The girl ran up to say hello, but she cast her eyes randomly on Ren Yuan. Sister Saru, who is this handsome boy? Is it your boyfriend? I don't think Saru likes this type. Luo Saru knocked the head, Xiao Zioxiu, are you looking for it? The girl called Xiao Zioxiu stuck her tongue out, and stretched out her hand to face Xiao Chen and said, Little handsome guy, hello, my name is Xiao Zioxiu. Xiao Chen raised his hand. When the two girls thought that Xiao Chen would politely return a gift, Xiao Chen put his hand on his nose, and then dug his nose indifferently, and said to himself, during the day, it's a ghost. Chapter 17, The Mental Retardation of the Luo Family. Both Luo Silo and Xiao Zioxiu watched Xiao Chen's indecent action with stunned faces. Luo Saru and Xiao Zioxiu are both the best choices in terms of family background and appearance. In the past, no matter which young talent they met, the other party did not always behave generously and decently. It's really rare to see Xiao Chen ignoring Xiao Zioxiu's gestures and poaching his nostrils in front of two big beauties. Xiao Chen's attention was not on the second woman at all. Xiao Chen half squinted his eyes and looked at the sky above the villa. The yin qi there is gathering at an alarming rate, and there are only two explanations for this situation. 1. What powerful yin gathering thing is in the home? Someone wants to harm the Luo family. Of course, Xiao Chen preferred the second point. The main reason was that the speed of yin qi gathering was a little abnormal. Xiao Chen glanced at it without much interest. After returning to his senses, he saw Xiao Zioxu's right hand stretched out. Xiao Chen looked at the sweet-looking little girl, and said without grace, "Long legs, go play." Xiao Zioxu, what did you say? Xiao Zioxu couldn't believe what she heard in her ears. Not only was this kind of impolite, but it was also rude. Go, the legs are amazing. The emperor has no time to play with the little kid. Xiao Chen waved his hand and motioned Xiao Zioxu and Luo Saru to play together. Xiao Zioxu clutched her chest, "This is the feeling of myocardial infarction." Luo Saru couldn't stand it anymore, but Xiao Chen's weirdness last night she was able to understand, and her tone was a little cautious and said, "Xiao Chen, it's not good." Xiao Chen glanced at Luo Saru slantingly, and said impatiently, "You also play with it, it's so big." Luo Saru. Xiao Zioxu. Xiao Zioxu puffed her cheeks angrily, squeezing her small fists. It seemed that Xiao Chen would come here all of a sudden the next moment. Of course Luo Saru knew the character of this best friend, and dragged Xiao Zioxu away, really afraid that this little girl would punch it down. "Saru, what happened to you today? Why are you so afraid of her?" Xiao Zioxu followed Luo Saru with some dissatisfaction. Luo Saru frowned and said helplessly, "Zioxu promised me not to provoke that person named Xiao Chen." Xiao Zioxu was a little stunned. Luo Saru's character was the kind of goddess and her second child, otherwise it would not be possible to sneak into the police academy and become a criminal police officer without telling her home. Xiao Zioxu had never seen Luo Saru so persuaded. Although she was a little unhappy, she nodded obediently. After all, a good friend couldn't harm herself. At this time, a stern cry came from the villa. This was Luo Xianxi's voice. Then there was a scumbag noise in the villa. Xiao Chen used his hips to think and knew what had happened. It must be the old man who couldn't solve the problem even if he went in. Xiao Chen touched his chin, "There is something to do with someone else. If you are really dead, they won't be in the mood, right?" Xiao Chen swayed into the villa, when a group of people came down from the upper floor. Luo Xianxi was the first to bear the brunt. She was held in her arms by a woman, and she kept whimpering, and the big tears kept falling down. Luo Xianxi kept muttering, "Mom, Grandpa is fine, right?" Luo Xianxi is like a wounded little rabbit, making people feel distressed. The woman was pale and looked at her little daughter distressedly. The little girl had been in the best relationship with the old man since she was a child. Now that the old man is flying into trouble, how can this introverted little girl bear it? The woman wiped away tears for Luo Xianxi, and comforted, "Sissy, it's okay, Mr. Xiao is trying to find a way. Don't worry, Mr. Xiao is the best doctor. Your grandpa must be fine." However, Luo Xianxi cried even more sadly, precisely because Elder Xiao is the best doctor. Just now Elder Xiao has made it clear that he is powerless. This means that perhaps no one in Huaxia can cure Grandpa. Xiao Chen stood at the top of the stairs, looking at Luo Xianxi, who was reigning with Luo, feeling distressed. Wiping tears, Luo Xianxi saw Xiao Chen standing at the top of the stairs, and rushed to Xiao Chen free of his mother's embrace. Luo Xianxi plunged into Xiao Chen's arms, and the cry that had just stopped sounded again. This time Luo Xianxi seemed to cry even more sadly, and his whole body kept twitching. The people who came down the stairs looked at Xiao Chen in an unbelievable way, and they were all guessing who Xiao Chen was. You must know that Luo Xianxi is notoriously introverted and shy. In addition to her sister and mother, there is also an old man at home. Luo Xianxi hardly communicates with others. But now Luo Xianxi wanted to vent his emotions in the arms of a stranger. Xiao Chen patted Luo Xianxi's head, crying and laughing, "Nonsense, little kid, he's still crying when he's too old. Hey! Luo Xianxi fiercely wiped his nose and tears on Xiao Chen's clothes, raised his head and looked at Xiao Chen sobbing, "Xiao Chen, my grandfather is about to die." Xiao Chen tugged at Luo Xianxi's fat little faces, "Don't worry, you won't be able to take your grandfather's life if I am here." Luo Xianxi wiped away tears and shook his head sadly, "Xiao Chen, you don't need to comfort me. I know the grandfather may really be leaving." Xiao Chen adjusted Luo Xianxi's messy hair, "Don't worry, but it's just some evil things. How could this emperor lie to you, a little girl?" At this time, a strange voice of yin and yang sounded, "Returning evil things, you have read too many novels, right?" Xiao Chen looked at him, and a handsome young man stared at him tightly on the stairs, his eyes full of jealousy. Xiao Chen just slanted his eyes and cast a glance, too lazy to respond. He took Luo Xianxi's hand and walked upstairs. At this time, a middle-aged man stretched out his hand to block Xiao Chen's path. The middle-aged man looked at Xiao Chen vigilantly and asked, "Who are you?" "This is the place of my Luo family. Outsiders are not welcome." "Uncle, this is my classmate." Luo Xianxi explained behind him. "Classmate? Sissy has many bad people out there these days, don't be fooled." The young man's yin and yang voice sounded again. The middle-aged man agrees, "That is, Sissy, you brought an unknown person into the house, and it was still at this sensitive time. Enough, Luo Yang, you don't pretend to be weird here, and there is a little boy surnamed Li, what do you think you are? You are not from my Luo family, you appear here now, is there something else?" Figure. A rough-looking man suddenly spoke, and everyone trembled with fright. Luo Yang said without a smile, "Luo Jun, what do you mean by this?" The madman called Luo Jun coldly snorted, "Luo Yang, don't think I don't know the nasty things you did in private. You also found this little king egg named Li. You want to pursue thinking. Si? Want to control my share of industry through Sissy? Go ahead and dream of your spring and autumn." Chapter 18, Who else? Luo Yang was not annoyed when he was exposed in public, only Yin and Yang gave Luo Xianxi's mother a weird look. "A chicken that doesn't know how to lay eggs, don't you want me to leave my Luo family's property next to someone else?" Luo Yang's words have been met by many people around him. After all, you have no males in Luo Jun's line, but only 2 daughters. If your daughters marry, they are the water poured out. How could the Luo family's property fall into the hands of others on? Luo Jun was obviously irritated by Luo Yang by the phrase "cannot lay eggs." In the family, his wife had no idea how much wrongdoing she had suffered because she had not given birth to a male child. Today, because of the sudden misfortune of the old man, Luo Jun's years of backlog of dissatisfaction finally broke out at this moment, and he rolled up his sleeves and was about to fight. However, what stunned everyone was that before Luo Jun started his hands, a clear and loud applause sounded. Then Luo Yang's tall body flew up, crossing the stairs to accurately hit a table downstairs. Bang! The table was smashed to pieces, Luo Yang lay motionless on the ground, life and death unknown. Xiao Chen held up his slap and looked at everyone with slanted eyes, smoky stuff. At this time, one of the men moved his body, and Xiao Chen's slap hit his face accurately. "My back is itchy." The man flew out before he finished speaking. When he landed in the same posture, Xiao Chen still did not put down his slap. Who else? Everyone looked at the miserable situation of the 2 people downstairs. If they were fanned down so high, they would have to break a few bones no matter what. Everyone was as quiet as a chill, and they didn't even dare to move. After all, the one who said itchy back was still lying downstairs. Xiao Chen retracted his slap and walked upstairs with Luo Xianxi. When passing in front of Luo Jun, this madman did not hold back after all. Luo Jun patted Xiao Chen on the shoulder, "Young man, take good care of Sissy." Luo Jun looked like an old father-in-law looking at his son-in-law. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes, and in turn patted Luo Jun on the shoulder and said, "Young man, work hard, I am optimistic about you, this world belongs to you young people after all. When Xiao Chen finished speaking in an old manner, he took Luo Xianxi's hand and left. Luo Jun's face twitched, seeing Xiao Chen walking upstairs, and quickly led his wife to follow Xiao Chen's footsteps. My wife, I like this young man. If your old man has no objection, I think Sisi will settle down like this. The woman held Luo Jun's hand tightly, feeling a lot of warmth in her heart. After all, the woman's heart needs to be more careful, and the woman said with some uncertainty, I think that young man seems to have no other meaning to Sisi, just like the elders do to the younger generations. Luo Jun frowned and thought about it, as if it really felt like this. Everyone followed Xiao Chen. After all, Xiao Chen had just let go of a word, the matter of the old man was a trivial matter. Except for the Luo Xianxi family who really cares about the old man, the rest of course are for jokes. At the top of the stairs, Luo Xilu and Xiao Xiaoxiu watched Xiao Chen's sturdy actions with stunned mouths. Xiao Xiaoxiu patted her chest, feeling a little frightened, but fortunately, the punch just didn't hit her. Coming upstairs, Xiao Chen walked straight towards the end of the corridor. Luo Xilu, who followed behind him, was a little strange. Does this Xiao Chen have been to our house before? How do you know that Grandpa's room is there? Naturally, Xiao Chen had never been to Xiao's house. The reason why he was able to determine Grandpa Luo Xianxi's room so easily was because a sigh of yin air kept overflowing from the crack in the door. And the speed of the yin qi overflowing faster and faster, I am afraid that it will not be long before the entire villa will become a place to gather yin, and then 100 ghosts will be rampant. At this time, Xiao Xiaoxiu stopped Xiao Chen with a serious face. You can't go in, my grandpa is doing needles inside and can't be disturbed. At this time, Luo Saru also agreed, yes, Xiao Chen, this is a matter of life and death, so you can't be arrogant. Xiao Chen squinted his eyes, before he could talk. At this moment there were a few discordant voices. What kind of big-tailed wolf is pretending to be a disease that Master Xiao can't see? Can you get involved with a kid who doesn't have all the hair? Yes, let's take that lonely child out early, and don't delay the old man's condition. Cut, who knows where this wild boy came from? It's just this time, who knows what An's heart is? Murder and condemnation are nothing more than that. These people's words are to impulsively open the door to interrupt Master Xiao's acupuncture, and also suspect Xiao Chen's sudden motives in this sensitive period, and put himself in the position of a victim. It kills two birds with one stone. Xiao Chen's most annoying thing is to deal with this kind of yin and yang person, roll up his sleeves and raise his fist before rushing over. Suddenly, the screams of ghosts and wolves wailed in the entire corridor, and gradually the screams became quiet. 5 people were lying upright in the corridor. Xiao Chen stepped on the face of an obese woman. The obese woman twitched a few times, and there was no more movement. Everyone in the corridor swallowed their saliva, not even panting. Xiao Chen pointed to the obese woman under her feet, and said to Xiao Xiaoxiu, Long legs, I tell you that your grandpa can only look at this kind of injury. Seeing Xiao Chen talking to herself, Xiao Xiaoxiu stepped back subconsciously. After all, this guy in front of him even beats women, and besides the fat woman under his feet, there was a pretty woman lying on the ground. Xiao Xiaoxiu had never seen such an unreasonable person, and she was so frightened that she did not dare to breathe. Squeak! At this time the door was suddenly opened, and Master Xiao walked out with a tired look. Luo Jun and his wife hurriedly greeted him. Luo Jun asked anxiously, Master Xiao, old man. Master Xiao's face turned pale, and his complexion was very wilting, which seemed to have taken a lot of attention. Master Xiao shook his head helplessly, I have never seen Lao Luo in this situation. I forgive him for his incompetence, alas. Luo Xianxi, who was led by Xiao Chen, staggered when he heard Master Xiao's words and almost fell. Tears began to fall again, and Xiao Chen really felt distressed for this little girl. Xiao Chen helped Luo Xianxi wipe his tears, and said gently, "The girl stops crying, I said I am here. No one can take your grandfather away." Luo Xianxi twitched and nodded hard. Master Xiao looked at Xiao Chen in a daze, and asked curiously, "Is the little friend also studying medicine?" Xiao Chen was very gentle with Luo Xianxi, but didn't have a good face to others. Xiao Chenpi smiled and said without a smile, "Little friends? The last two who took advantage of me are still smiling in the sky." Master Xiao's eyelids twitched. "Take advantage? I am an 80-something old man calling you a little boyfriend, I am the one who suffers." Then Xiao Chen's movements were even more shocking, and everyone's jaws couldn't close together. Xiao Chen walked a few steps forward, came to Master Xiao, pulled Master Xiao's snow-white beard, and said with a joking tone, "Little things are quite chic." Chapter 19, Scare Labor and Management. Everyone's faces twitched. Who is Master Xiao? That is China's top genius doctor. People who eat whole grains, who can guarantee that they will never get sick for the rest of their lives, have to see a doctor if they are sick. As Master Xiao, no matter how prestigious the family is, the old man will be regarded as a guest, and he will be polite to support him. Now Xiao Chen, a boy with no full-length hair, is actually pulling someone else's beard and saying that the other person is very unique. Master Xiao has good-looking eyebrows and looks like a kind little old man. He doesn't match the word chic at all, and he doesn't know what Xiao Chen has in his mind. No matter how good Master Xiao is, he blows his beard and stares in anger at this time. Where did the little baby come from? So rude. Xiao Chen smiled. You little old man has a good temper, so now this emperor will open your eyes to what is a genius doctor. After Xiao Chen finished speaking, a black air suddenly burst out of his hand and rushed into Master Xiao's eyes. Master Xiao just felt his eyes cool and closed it subconsciously. When he opened his eyes again, the scene in his eyes had changed drastically. The entire corridor was filled with a thick black air. The black air lingered around the crowd but did not disperse, and there were large swaths of black air escaping from the room. The black qi gave Master Xiao a strong sense of evil, which made people cold all over the body. This is... Master Xiao's face became paler. Xiao Chen leaked his mouth full of white teeth. Yin qi. Yin qi. Master Xiao asked somewhat puzzled. You had a bad childhood, didn't your grandma tell you a ghost story? Master Xiao was choked by Xiao Chen and couldn't say a word. Ghost stories have naturally been heard. They are just stories made up of people's fear of the dead. How could it happen in reality? Xiao Chen patted Master Xiao on the shoulder. Young man, look well, study hard. With regard to Xiao Chen's disrespectful actions and words, Master Xiao had a strange illusion, which seemed to be a matter of course. Why are you doing this? Xiao Xiaoxiu couldn't stand it anymore, and stood up to help Grandpa say something. Unexpectedly, Master Xiao reached out and stopped Xiao Xiaoxiu. Is this yin qi harmful to people? Master Xiao looked at the people with some worry. After all, those yin qi lingering around him did indeed seep. Xiao Chen walked to the door and grabbed the doorknob and said casually, it's just a matter of being sick with a heavy yang energy. As for a light yang energy, he. After talking, Xiao Chen pushed the door and entered. I crossmark, scared labor and capital. Xiao Chen, who opened the door, didn't feel the heavy yin air rushing toward him, but he was taken aback when he saw the scene on the bed. Lying on the bed was an old man wearing a tang suit. The old man's complexion was pale, with blood vessels bulging out of his face, looking like an evil spirit. Such a sight certainly didn't scare Xiao Chen, it was the scene of the old man who scared Xiao Chen. There are 3 people lying on the old man's body. It should be said that they are 3 ghosts. The 3 ghosts squeezed the old man like a stack of arhats. At the bottom is a man, who seems to be only about 30 years old, wearing a black shroud and a melon hat. His face seems to be shaved with a layer of white dust, and 2 eye-catching blushes are unusually piercing. The man lying on the man was a woman in a shroud, but the female ghost's face was in a highly decayed state, and some unknown liquid was ticking down. At the top is a child who looks like a teenager, grinning silly. The three ghosts stacked the arhats in this way, pressing the whole body on the old man, accompanied by the billowing black air around him. In this weird picture, the cowardly person would be scared to death on the spot. The three ghosts seemed to hear Xiao Chen's voice, and turned their heads to look at Xiao Chen, with a grinning smile on their lips. Xiao Chen, who had recovered his senses, had no response, but Master Xiao's trembling voice came from behind, "Young man, what is this?" It turned out that Master Xiao was also following Xiao Chen, wanting to see how this brazen little guy could save Lao Luo, who knew that at this glance, he could see three ghosts looking at him in unison. Master Xiao was so scared that he almost had a heart attack on the spot. Master Xiao stepped back a few steps, hit the railing, sweat on his forehead, and touched him in his pocket tremblingly. Xiao Zioxu ran to her grandfather to help out the quick-acting heart relief pills in his pocket when Xiao Zioxu saw something bad. "Grandpa, what's the matter?" Xiao Zioxu didn't understand what could scare Grandpa like this. "My grandfather has practiced medicine for decades, and he hasn't seen anything disgusting. How come he is so frightened?" Master Xiao's complexion improved a little, but he remembered that he had been in this room for a long time just now. The thought of having stayed with the three ghosts for so long made Master Xiao's face a lot ugly. In this case, Master Xiao knew that he must have met an expert. If he could suddenly see these things, it must have been the young man in front of him who moved his hands and feet. Master Xiao was originally an open-minded and tolerant character. The so-called master is a teacher, and he immediately asked, "Master, what should I do now?" Xiao Zioxu was confused and wanted to stretch her head to look at the room. As soon as she stretched her head out, she was blindfolded and pulled aside by Master Xiao. "What happened to Grandpa?" Xiao Zioxu muttered. Master Xiao didn't have the time to care about his little granddaughter, just staring at Xiao Chen fixedly. Xiao Chen trembled all over his body at this moment. Of course, he was not frightened, but angry. Xiao Chen looked at the three ghosts looking at him, and the next moment he was evil grows from the gall, and anger rises from the heart. Xiao Chen stepped into the room one step at a time, reaching out to grab the little ghost at the top. Seeing Xiao Chen grabbing his hand, the little ghost smiled sideways a few times, and his entire mouth began to split unbelievably. The little ghost's mouth cracked until the base of his ears before he stopped. The entire big mouth almost occupied half of his face. The fine fangs kept rubbing in the big mouth, making a harsh metallic sound. The little ghost bit his big mouth and bit towards Xiao Chen's hand. Xiao Chen didn't bother to avoid it at all, and put one hand into the little ghost's mouth. "Be careful!" Master Xiao outside the door saw this scene. His heart jumped into his throat. The little devil smiled gloomily and his mouth closed. A click. The teeth in the little ghost's mouth made a harsh sound like biting a steel plate, and then Master Xiao saw that the fangs in the little ghost's mouth began to crumble. Xiao Chen sneered, grabbed the little ghost's tongue, and pulled it in front of him. Pulling the little ghost in front of him, Xiao Chen raised his hand and slapped it towards the little ghost's face. Then Master Xiao saw a scene that he had never seen in his entire life. Xiao Chen pulled the little ghost's tongue with his left hand, and the big mouth on his right hand, slapped and slapped towards the little ghost's face. Chapter 20, Suck You to Death. "Let you scare Lao Tzu, let you scare Lao Tzu." Xiao Chen whispered and muttered, like an old mother who was educating a disobedient child. The black energy on the little devil's body faded a little every time Xiao Chen slapped him. The little ghost couldn't move his tongue, so he could only watch Xiao Chen's big ears scrape down on his face. "What?" At this time, the other two ghosts suddenly let out a screaming cry. The people in the whole villa heard this call like a fingernail scraping a blackboard, and the goosebumps on everyone's body instantly violent. "What sound? Why is it so scary? It's like a woman's cry." It came from the old man's room, but in the room there are only the boy and the old man. Where are the women? Just now that kid said there was a yin, maybe there is a ghost in the house. Nonsense, where does this world come from? At this time, an even worse howl sounded again, and there was a commotion among the people in the hallway. Xiao Chen picked up the little ghost's tongue and stopped slapped. The little ghost was already small and thin, and Xiao Chen held his tongue out and swayed in the air non-stop. The little ghost has long since disappeared from his previous arrogance, his eyes are full of fear, perhaps at this moment he feels that this guy in front of him is more like a ghost than himself. Xiao Chen held the little ghost's tongue, flung it in the air a few times, looked at the two big ghosts who were screaming and crazy, and snorted, "You dare to scare Laozi like this, or today you should be neat and tidy. If it's done, I will write the name upside down." With one kick, she kicked the female ghost's rotten face, and the female ghost seemed to be aroused to be fierce, leaking a large piece of scarlet tongue, and flung it in the air. Xiao Chen was happy when he saw the big tongue, and abruptly retracted the kicked foot. His right hand suddenly picked up the billowing black mist and leaned forward, grabbing the female ghost's tongue. The female ghost, who was still flaring her teeth and dancing claws, suddenly shook her whole body when she saw the black energy in Xiao Chen's hands, and her body involuntarily moved back, seeming to be extremely afraid of the black energy in Xiao Chen's hands. Xiao Chen's face was gloating, "Oh, I know I'm afraid." The female ghost took 2 steps back and found that her body suddenly froze, and she couldn't move anything in any case. Xiao Chen grabbed the scarlet tongue of the female ghost and handed it to his left hand. Xiao Chen weighed the 2 tongues in his hands, then looked at the dumbfounded male ghost and smiled, "Come here, too. You can make a braid if you miss one." After talking, Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed it at the male ghost. The male ghost was like a mouse seeing a cat. His whole body suddenly turned into a black air and flew toward the window desperately. Xiao Chen muttered somewhat unexpectedly, "Taoism is not shallow, and it can actually change under the pressure of the emperor." After finishing talking, a black energy with thick arms burst out from Xiao Chen's body, shooting at the male ghost as fast as a dragon. The 2 black chi met in the air, and the black chi shot by Xiao Chen had a clear advantage, and the black chi that the male ghost turned into had to hide XC. 1 minute later, Xiao Chen held 3 tongues in his left hand, and sat on the bedside happily braiding a braid. The 3 ghosts knelt in front of Xiao Chen, raising their heads with painful expressions. Xiao Chen pulled at this one from time to time, and pulled that one from time to time. The 3 ghosts dared to be angry and didn't dare to speak. The person in front of them was really terrifying, and the black aura in him didn't know the origin, and it actually suppressed their yin aura absolutely. Xiao Chen tied a small bow at the end of the twist braid with his own life, so that no one but Xiao Chen could untie the twist braid. Xiao Chen dropped the twisted tongue in his hand and wiped it on the bed sheet. "It's disgusting." All 3 are eager to cry without tears. "It's disgusting that you still have so much fun." Xiao Chen looked at the old man on the bed. A serious yin energy entered his body. Fortunately, it didn't take long. Xiao Chen stretched out the index finger of his right hand and pointed it on the old man's forehead, and the black air visible to the naked eye was continuously sucked out by Xiao Chen's index finger. Gradually, the old man's green face returned to normal, and the blood vessels on his face slowly sank. Cough, cough, cough. A violent cough sounded, and the old man on the bed opened his eyes. "Grandpa!" A petite figure rushed into the room quickly, and fell into the arms of the old man. At this time, a large group of people also followed into the house. Some of them grinned reluctantly and greeted the old man. The old man looked at Luo Xianxi in his arms, patted her on the head gently, and said kindly, "Little boy, Grandpa is all right, don't cry when it's all right, don't cry. Master, you are fine. That's it, we were almost worried to death when we heard that something happened to you." At this time, everyone greeted each other rushingly. The old man looked around the people slowly, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. "You are afraid that I would die sooner." Everyone bowed their heads, a little afraid to look at the old man. It seemed that the old man had accumulated a lot of power at home. Xiao Chen stood up at this time and said to Luo Xianxi, "The little girl's problem has been solved. Who is in your antique business?" The old man looked at Xiao Chen suspiciously. "You guy, are you?" "Grandpa, this is Xiao Chen, and he saved you." The old man looked at Master Xiao who was standing at the door. Master Xiao's face was still a little pale. After all, there were 3 ghosts kneeling in front of Xiao Chen. Master Xiao felt the old man's gaze and nodded softly. Ling ran in the old man's heart. He couldn't know how many caddies his old friend had. The old friend nodded personally and admitted that this young man was definitely not easy. The old man struggled a few times to think of getting up, but he didn't succeed. He smiled helplessly. "Young man, there is no retribution for life-saving. As long as my Luo family has it, you can just speak up." Xiao Chen looked at the old man, and said to Luo Xianxi, "Girl, this old man is not a big problem, just cook some more decoctions to make up for it. By the way, old man, are you in charge of this family?" The old man was a little stunned. He was awkwardly yelled by a young man one by one at his age. The old man nodded awkwardly. Xiao Chen asked, "Since your family is in the antique business, do you have any dead jade?" The dead jade in Xiao Chen's mouth is not the death jade of the general population. The dead jade in the general population is the jade that will not change. The texture of this jade has become very stable, as if it is dead, so it is called dead jade. The dead jade in Xiao Chen's mouth was the kind of jade that stayed with the dead all the year round and was stained with evil spirits. This kind of jade has always been evil, and it is easy to provoke unclean things, not to mention, even the jade itself contains evil things. Of course, people nowadays don't believe these, and the quality of dead jade is generally very good, so dead jade is also an extremely scarce treasure. Of course the old man understood the meaning of dead jade in Xiao Chen's mouth. The old man nodded. "It's a coincidence. I just received a piece of this jade 2 days ago." Chapter 21, Mingju Yin. In a study in Luo's family, Xiao Chen looked at the palm-sized jade in his hand, and narrowed some of his narrow eyes. Jade is indeed dead jade, but the jade seller must have no good intentions. After Xiao Chen's investigation, there was an array in dead jade that was similar to the yin gathering array, which could also explain where the yin qi in Luo's villa came from. Xiao Chen's fingertips slid into the jade with a trace of lifeless energy, and that formation was instantly erased. At this moment, in a gloomy basement in Nanshan, Minghai City, a man shrouded in darkness suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. "I met an expert." The man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, thought for a moment and walked out of the basement. Xiao Chen stroked his chin and smiled narrowly. Xiao Chen broke off a thumb-sized fragment from the dead jade, closed his eyes and held the fragment in his hand. The billowing black air overflowed from Xiao Chen, and the black air flowed to the ground like a life, forming a black pool of about 3 square meters. In the study, Master Xiao and Luo Xianxi's grandfather watched this incredible scene. Fortunately, Master Xiao had seen all the incredible things of Xiao Chen just now. But it was the first time that old man Luo saw him, and his whole heart was in his throat. After all, Xiao Chen didn't look like a good person now. Master Xiao pulled the old man Lalo and motioned him not to move. "Mingju Yin." Xiao Chen's low-pitched words sounded in the study, and as soon as the words fell, the dead air on the ground suddenly rolled over. Fist-sized bubbles kept forming and breaking in the dead air, and gradually the bubbles formed and broke faster and faster, like tumbling boiling water. A thing that looks like an eagle stood up from the tumbling death. Different from ordinary eagles, this guy has 4 eyes, 2 on each side. The eyes are in a weird blue color, which looks inexplicable. Demon feeling. This thing is like an eagle. The head and feet is the size of a child, and the black wings spread out, bringing darkness in the small study. A heavy depression radiated from it, and the other 2 in the pressed study could not breathe. Snapped. Xiao Chen snapped his fingers, Ming Juyin, come here. The eagle known as Ming Juyin flapped its big wings and flew towards Xiao Chen's shoulders. As a result, he saw a hand directly on Ming Juyin's head before flying there. Ming Juyin's huge body slammed into the bookshelf, and the entire bookshelf was shattered in an instant, showing that Xiao Chen's slap took great effort. Then Xiao Chen's voice sounded, "Such a big man flies toward the emperor's shoulder, you are afraid that you are a fool." Ming Juyin jumped up from the ground, Yalin's eyes were full of grievances, and even tears. Crying? The emperor's head is hammered to you. Xiao Chen's voice sounded again. Ming Juyin immediately wiped his eyes with his wings, leaning against the corner, like an aggrieved little daughter-in-law. Xiao Chen patted his forehead, "Is this summoning a little daughter-in-law? This 9 yin of the underworld is a genuine underworld creature." Although Xiao Chen currently has no ability to open the door of the underworld, it is still possible to use high-quality dead jade to summon 1 or 2 underworld creatures. Seeing the appearance of Ming Juyin's little daughter-in-law, Xiao Chen got angry, rushed to Ming Juyin's body in 2 steps, pulled Ming Juyin's neck, and walked outside the door. The other 2 people in the study were dumbfounded, and this guy was too violent. The gate of Luo family villa. Father Luo, Luo Xianxi's parents, and Luo Xianxi were saying goodbye to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen looked at Ming Juyin who was standing next to Luo Xianxi, his eyes widened. "You show this girl to the emperor, the girl is missing a hair, and the emperor has taken your skin off." Ming Juyin shook his whole body, leaned toward Luo Xianxi's back, and then hid and stretched out his head, his eyes full of grievances. Luo Xianxi touched Ming Juyin's head, and Ming Juyin narrowed his eyes comfortably. "Xiao Chen, don't scare Xiao Ju like this." "Hey, hey." Ming Juyin nodded in agreement. Xiao Chen twitched the corner of his mouth, really wanting to go up and slap this timid fellow to death. "It's really embarrassing to you Ming Juyin clan." Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. "You must know that Ming Juyin is not an unknown person in the Ming department. One of the 3 Ming departments currently in the Ming department is Ming Juyin." Xiao Chen took the twisted braids of the 3 ghosts' tongues and left the Luo family leisurely. What Master Xiao saw was violent sweat. "Old Xiao, are you okay?" Seeing his friend sweating profusely, Old Man Luo asked with some worry. Master Xiao waved his hand, took out the quick-acting heart relief pill and swallowed it, which made it more comfortable. "It's really a strange person." Master Xiao couldn't help sighing as he looked at Xiao Chen's away back. Old Man Luo also nodded and looked at Luo Xianxi. "Little boy, how close you can get to this young man in the future." Luo Xianxi's face turned red immediately, and he lowered his head and ran towards the house. Ming Juyin followed behind him. When the sun is in the sky, the screams on the tree make people feel irritable. Xiao Chen wrapped the 3 ghosts with his lifeless spirit and wandered around in the street. After all, it's still broad daylight, and the 3 ghosts are not high enough to walk under the sun. They just appeared in Luo's house because the yin qi there is too heavy. Xiao Chen looked around. This should be a pedestrian street, and many people were here to escape the heat. Xiao Chen turned left and right to a residential house to be demolished. Xiao Chen nodded in satisfaction, sighed and shouted vigorously. "Grandson, you have been following Grandpa for so long, what do you want to do?" Xiao Chen's voice was like a thunder on the ground, and the rotten houses around Zhen shook a few times. "Is this kid sick? It's not bad to grow up at a young age, but it's a pity that there is a problem with the brain. It's wrong, there's a little who has no education at all." There was a variety of swearing sounds from people passing by. Xiao Chen, the person involved, didn't have any consciousness, just fixedly looking at the corner of the street with a smile on his face. For a long time, there was no abnormality in the corner of the street. But Xiao Chen was not in a hurry, and stood very patiently. For a long time, an old man in a big red tang suit slowly appeared from the corner of the street. The old man was skinny, and the flesh and blood of his entire body seemed to have dried up, with only a layer of old skin sticking to the bones. The blood vessels, like earthworms, stick to the old skin and are unusually conspicuous. The old man's face was a little gloomy, and the walnuts he had played with for several years were also crushed. Originally received an order from the second son to kill someone. The old man wanted to do it at night, but the second son seemed to be unable to wait. He had to kill the young man immediately now. As a slave old man of the Qin family, he was not qualified. Refused. The old man didn't know what the young man had done to make the second son, who had always been stable, gaff. I wanted to do it when there were few people or when the teenager arrived home, but that teenager didn't play cards according to common sense. I heard my stalking early, and still deliberately led me to come here. The old man walked to a point 3 meters in front of Xiao Chen and stopped, cracking his shriveled mouth and leaking a mouth that looked like an old corn bean's teeth. Chapter 22, Spiral Ascension. The old man jokingly said, "Young man, how do you want to die?" Xiao Chen was stunned for a moment. This was the first time Xiao Chen saw such an arrogant old man. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Death is a very solemn thing, how can you say it so frivolously?" The old man smiled, "Of course, death is a very solemn thing, this solemnity is only for some people, you are definitely not among them." The old man didn't stop talking nonsense when he finished speaking, and directly blasted Xiao Chen's head with a punch. Xiao Chen squinted his eyes. The qi in this old man's body was not as weak as the previous Huangfu Fangling. The old man's qi has become a stream, and the acupuncture points on the old man's body are unobstructed. Could it be that this is the legendary master who has opened up the second line of Ren and Du, but it doesn't look like it. Xiao Chen couldn't help muttering in his stomach. Xiao Chen was still wandering beyond the sky, but the old man's fist had already reached his eyes. "I have iron head skills." Xiao Chen happily stretched his head to the old man's fist. The golden light in the old man's eyes soared, and his fist hit Xiao Chen's head with a raging wave of air. In the next moment, the old man heard his knuckles creaking twice, followed by a piercing pain. The old man took a few steps back, looking at the weird and inexplicable young man. "I used my head to force a fist, and there was nothing for me." The old man's face became more and more ugly, knowing that he had met a master today. Xiao Chen touched his head, shook his head and sighed, "The same attack method as the Huangfu little lady, the quantity has changed and the quality has not changed." The old man's eyes flashed and he put on a fist frame, his momentum was like a big wave surging on the shore. Xiao Chen shook his hair coolly, and said jokingly, "Has the old man ever seen his left foot step on his right foot and spiral into the sky?" The old man's aura had been raised to the peak, and he was not moved by Xiao Chen's words at all. Xiao Chen shook his head helplessly, "It's boring." After finishing talking, Xiao Chen jumped slightly. Under the horrified gaze of the old man, Xiao Chen just jumped to a height of 3 or 4 meters above the ground. Xiao Chen spun around in the air very coquettishly, and said to the old man with a dull look below, "The old man will let you see what is called spiral ascension today." After finishing talking, Xiao Chen stepped on the back of his right instep with his left foot, and the whole person raised another 2 or 3 meters. Then Xiao Chen did the same, stepping on his right foot with his left foot and his left foot with his right foot. A few breaths disappeared from the elder's sight. The old man looked like a ghost. "This neurosis won't spiral above the clouds, right?" The old man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, secretly rejoicing that he encountered a neurosis today, "Otherwise I am afraid that this old bone will have to be explained here." Xiao Chen's horrifying spiral ascended into the sky, far beyond the old man's cognition. The old man dissipated his momentum and ran in one direction. "You must go back to the family and report today's affairs to the patriarch. Based on the patriarch's insights, you should be able to guess 1 or 2. Have the old man heard of a palm from the sky? Oh, it's the footwork." As soon as the old man's heartstrings relaxed a little, Xiao Chen's voice rang in his mind. The subconscious old man looked towards the sky, and a black spot was rapidly expanding in front of his eyes. Then the black old man in front of him lost consciousness. Xiao Chen stepped on the old man's head and kicked it a few times in disgust. It's such a weak thing to pretend to be a wolf with a big tail, it's really skinny. Xiao Chen beckoned to the three ghosts hiding in the dark and motioned for them to come over. The three ghosts were so scared that their legs swayed straight, and they tremblingly came to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen grabbed the twisted tongue braid, and a wave of lifeless energy plunged into the twisted tongue braid. The next moment the twisted tongue braid that should have been nothingness actually condensed, and gradually the entity appeared. Xiao Chen held his twisted braid and pulled it away from the face of the unconscious old man. With every twitch, a trace of black air penetrated into the old man's body. The three ghosts saw that their eyelids jumped straight, and even if they woke up, they wouldn't be able to live long. The old man woke up leisurely and saw Xiao Chen's disgusting tongue braid at a glance. His heart trembled and his head buzzed. Xiao Chen stopped his hand movements, raised his eyebrows and said, "What kind of old man? I can do it with both hands." The old man has a bit of spine. In this situation, he snorted coldly. He put his head on the ground and closed his eyes, as if a dead pig was not afraid of boiling water. "I like someone with a backbone like you." Xiao Chen touched his chin and said, "Let's play a game like this. How about letting you go if you win this emperor? No one wants to die, and ants are still alive, let alone humans. Although I know that this young person is probably really making fun of myself, it is better to have a glimmer of hope than nothing." The old man opened his eyes and fixedly looked at Xiao Chen without speaking. Xiao Chen said happily, "Well, I don't think you look like a good person. I'm afraid you don't want to do this kind of murder less." The old man snorted and did not answer. "The game we play today is called Salvation." Xiao Chen waved his hand as he said, and a brick flew into his hand. The old man's eyelids twitched, fetching things from the air. "Master of the Diamond Realm? No, the spiral ascension just now is impossible, even in the Diamond Realm, is this young man." The old man quickly rejected his own thoughts. No matter how talented the young man was, he would not be able to reach that step when he began to modify his womb, even in the Diamond Realm. Boom! The old man was still guessing, and there was a sudden sharp pain in his head, and then the scarlet blood kept flowing down. "What are you doing?" The old man only felt a blur in his head, and his whole head hurt and swelled. "I want you to feel that your life is threatened first, so that the game can continue." Boom! Xiao Chen held the brick and patted it again. This time the blood was splashed and the entire brick was half dyed red. "How do you feel that your life is threatened?" The old man wiped the blood that obscured his vision, gritted his teeth and said, "If you want to kill, you have to scrape you." Before he finished speaking, the old man was patted on his head again. This time he directly patted the scalp to the ground, and bones can be seen in the rotten flesh. "I told you about playing games. I'm always the one who speaks for words. If you win, I will spare your life. After all, this emperor is not a devil." Xiao Chen said with a joke, playing with the brick in his hand. "It looked like a villain." Hearing Xiao Chen's words, the old man suddenly felt a glimmer of hope, because in his cognition, a master has the demeanor and pride of a master, and he rarely does things like this. The old man endured the pain and asked, "How to play?" The corner of Xiao Chen's mouth whispered quietly. Chapter 23, Let's play the game. Xiao Chen weighed the bricks in his hand. Now the prerequisites for the game have been met. Your old life is in my hands. Now I don't want to kill you, but you are a badass, so you must realize the importance of life and know how to respect life so that I can let you go. The old man is a little confused. What is this all about, Messi, the weight of life? Awe of life? At this time Xiao Chen said, "Think about those who were killed by you." The old man was a little stunned. He really did a lot of murder, and even some of the people who were killed could not remember what they were like. He didn't feel anything when he was killing, it was like crushing an ant to death. Xiao Chen shrugged, "Look at you like this, I'll help you feel it." After speaking, his right hand leaned forward, grabbed the old man's right arm, and pulled hard. What? The earth-shaking screams of the old man sounded in the alley, and the whole right arm of the old man was torn off by Xiao Chen, and the blood sprayed out like a rain of arrows. The old man covered the broken wound fiercely, but the blood still rushed out like no money. Gradually, the old man felt a little cold in his body, his eyes began to blur, his body was abnormally heavy, and the breath of death had never been so close. At this moment, he seemed to see himself when he was young, and pictures flashed before his eyes like a revolving lantern. A lot of good things in life suddenly appeared in my mind. Can I not see the hegemony of the omnipotent old patriarch and young patriarch, the Qin family who has served all his life? At this moment, even the nagging of the wife and the unwillingness of the child seemed to be exceptionally beautiful at this time. The pace of death is getting closer and closer, and the old man suddenly wants to go home and take a look at it, even if it only takes a glance. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and pointed, a trace of black energy shot out from his fingertips, and the blood of the old man was stopped in an instant. Seeing the wound that no longer bleeds, the old man's heart suddenly relaxes, and the whole person breathes a long sigh of relief. It seems to be really good to be alive. Xiao Chen smiled and said, most people are not grateful for being alive, so what about you now? The old man exhaled a long breath, the whole person's spirit relaxed. I understand. You know what a fart? Xiao Chen couldn't help cursing in his heart. People only truly understand the value of life when life is at stake. Xiao Chen muttered like a soul. Listening to Xiao Chen's words, the old man's eyes gradually brightened, and the genkai inside his body suddenly started to swim. All the genkai gathered in the danshan, and incredible changes were taking place. Nima, this is okay. Xiao Chen discovered that the old man was about to break through. Xiao Chen smiled, and did not stop the old man. Gradually, the old man's dry skin began to fill up, the skin like the old tree bark gradually became smooth, the grey hair turned into thick black hair, the wrinkles began to smooth out, and the whole person seemed to be 20 years younger. After a long time the old man opened his eyes, and a golden light flashed. The old man who was dying just now was like being reborn, and his whole person had undergone an astonishing change from the inside out. The old man bowed deeply at Xiao Chen, I have been taught. Xiao Chen twitched the corner of his mouth and waved his hand, well, now that you feel the weight of life, you will definitely respect life in the future, and you can go. The old man bowed again. At this moment, the old man was sincerely grateful to Xiao Chen. How difficult it is to break the realm at his age. Not only has his strength greatly increased today, but his lifespan has also been extended a lot. So you can see the scene of young patriarch's ascent to the top. The old man sighed and thanked Xiao Chen again. For the benefactor, I think the second young master may have some misunderstandings. I will report the matter to the patriarch and ask the patriarch to decide. The old man turned around and left after speaking. Xiao Chen smiled wickedly at this moment, and saw the three ghosts standing next to him shaking suddenly. Snapped. Xiao Chen snapped his fingers, and the sound of his fingers was unusually harsh in the alley. The old man turned around and looked at Xiao Chen with some doubts, but then, the old man's whole body suddenly trembled. Black air continuously overflowed from the old man's 5 senses, and the old man's body shriveled quickly, and a few breaths turned into a corpse. You devil! This was the last sentence of the old man before he died. Xiao Chen exhaled, it's really troublesome. Surviving in the face of death and being able to survive are two different concepts. Xiao Chen came to the old man's shriveled corpse, stretched out his right index finger to point on the old man's head, and activated the soul search technique. In fact, Xiao Chen made so many moths for no reason. Xiao Chen wanted to use the soul search technique at first, but Xiao Chen discovered that there was a mark on the old man's soul. Xiao Chen tried to touch it a few times, and the strange mark reacted extremely violently, which made Xiao Chen think of a technique. Blasting Spirit Seal. This kind of magic is specifically aimed at searching for souls. As long as the caster activates the search for souls, this explosive imprint will be activated, destroying the soul of the whole person, making soul searching without soul searchable. If the strength recovers by 1%, Xiao Chen doesn't need to be so troublesome, just erase the explosive spirit seal. But now the strength is not even a small piece of the previous strength. Xiao Chen can only take a moment to solve this problem. The explosive seal has a weakness, that is, the shock of one's own soul will not be triggered. Moreover, when the spirit of self is trembling, if the explosive spirit seal is triggered, its power will be greatly reduced. Xiao Chen is now cultivating the underworld again, and his awareness and sensitivity to the soul can use the soul search technique when the power of the explosive spirit seal is reduced. Xiao Chen took advantage of this weakness to cause the old man's soul to violently oscillate between life and death. Of course, the unexpected joy was that the old man actually broke through inexplicably, which greatly increased the chance of Xiao Chen's soul search technique being successful. Xiao Chen got up and looked at the sky, thinking about the goods received by Suhun just now. Haha, Qin's hidden? No wonder he is not pleasing to the eye. I don't think there are some unexpected joys. Is there such a thing in this world? It's interesting. Xiao Chen pulled the braided tongue and dragged the three ghosts towards home. When he returned home, Xiao Chen directly took out the dead jade and started his own masterpiece. 2 hours later, Xiao Chen looked tiredly at the 3 black jade pendants in his hand, and gave a weird laugh. Then Xiao Chen crushed the jade pendant, and the 3 black chi slowly disappeared in the air. Xiao Chen exhaled a long breath, so that the family wouldn't have to worry even if they were in danger. Xiao Chen remembered the information he had received from the old man, and felt that he should improve his strength a little so that he would not be in a hurry when encountering any changes. Chapter 24, The Soul Does Not Return to the Underworld. Xiao Chen, who had finished processing the dead jade, finally put down the big stone in his heart. Xiao Chen beckoned to the 3 ghosts trembling in the corner, motioning them to come over. Of course Xiao Chen didn't bring the 3 ghosts home for fun, but there was a very important piece of information Xiao Chen needed to confirm. Xiao Chen untied the twists of his tongue and pointed at the male ghost. I will ask you to answer. The male ghost retracted his tongue, and the whole ghost relaxed. Seeing Xiao Chen to ask questions, his head nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Why didn't you report to the underworld after you died? Hearing Xiao Chen's question, the male ghost was stunned for a moment, then bowed deeply at Xiao Chen and said respectfully, reporting to the Great Immortal, it's not that we don't want to go, but that there is no underworld, that the Great Immortal said. Xiao Chen was stunned for a moment. There is no underworld. The underworld should be in charge of all the dead realms. Why are the souls on the earth not returning? Xiao Chen thought for a while, and then asked, then if you can't go to the underworld, what is your ultimate destination? Hearing this, male ghost lowered his head sadly, returned to the Great Immortal. Most of our souls will disappear with the passage of time, and only a small number of strong obsessions can become ghost cultivators and stay in this world. Xiao Chen touched his chin, thinking. When I was young, I heard many stories about the reincarnation of the underworld, but now it can be inferred from the words of these ghosts that those stories are made up. Originally, Xiao Chen had a little hope. He hoped that there would really be underworlds, 18 hells, and rebirth. Because the 6 realms of reincarnation are the ultimate avenues pursued by countless great powers, many great powers hope to create the 6 realms of reincarnation, so that life can have past lives, this life and the afterlife, so that life can go back and forth. Now it seems that there should be no 6 reincarnations on the earth, but another problem has arisen. Why doesn't the underworld take charge of the dead world on the earth? After death, the soul will automatically go to the underworld. This is the same way as birth, aging, sickness and death. Why can't the soul of the earth return to the underworld? Combining the information obtained from the previous soul search, coupled with the current problem, Xiao Chen knew that the earth was far from being as simple as it seemed. Xiao Chen pointed upstairs and said, "The three of you go choose a room, and you will practice here in the future, and I will help you set up a shadow gathering formation later." The three ghosts were stunned for a moment, and then they were grateful. Lonely ghosts like them have long been wandering enough, and as evil things, they are in danger of being beaten up by those decent people at any time. They had experienced Xiao Chen's strength, and being able to cultivate around such a powerful person would be a great fortune. Xiao Chen set up a shadow gathering formation in the room selected by the three ghosts. Of course, with Xiao Chen's means, the yin qi could not leak anywhere else except this house. After finishing work, Xiao Chen moved to the yard with the recliner, lying on the chair and looking at the stars in the sky, suddenly feeling a little lonely. In a luxurious residence in remote Yanjing, a man of 30 years of age with a very extraordinary attitude, watched as he had crushed the jade metal in his hand. The man pressed his thin lips tightly, his eyes narrowed slightly. Why did Lao Qin's life card suddenly break? Could it be that Minghai City has a Diamond Realm Master appearing? But Minghai City is a new city, and there is no big family with deep roots. Is it because of those eyes, everybody wants to share a cup? Soup, the man thought. Then the man threw the jade plaque in his hand into the air. Immediately go to Minghai City to see what's going on, and brings Haydn back by the way, and don't even want a house for a woman. Also, don't get involved in the fight of those eyes. After the man finished speaking, there was a sudden movement in the dark courtyard, and then he returned to tranquility. Phoenix Mountain has been heavily guarded. Fully armed soldiers are constantly patrolling nearby. Bright searchlights illuminate the surrounding area of Phoenix Mountain like daylight. An old man with white beard and hair stood on the top of Phoenix Mountain. The old man was wearing a Chinese tunic suit with his waist straight, and a wave of righteousness radiated from his body. Master! An 18 or 9-year-old girl with short hair and ears, jumping lightly in the dark. The girl came to the old man and wiped the small beads of sweat on her head. "Master, I have explored it, and probably centered there, a 5-kilometer radius has become a dead place." The girl pointed under the cliff on the side of the mountain. The old man stroked his beard and nodded indifferently. "Heaven and earth are about to change. Have all the ghosts and snakes come out?" The girl asked a little strangely, "Master, I have been listening to you recently when the world is changing. What does it mean?" The old man did not answer, but just looked at the direction of Minghai City. After a long time, the old man sighed and said, "Xia Hua, go to Minghai City to help Ye Crow deal with Shura's eyes." The girl was obviously reluctant, pouting and shaking the old man's arm, and said coquettishly, "Master, can you not go? I am scared when I see the dead face of Ye Crow." The old man ignored the girl's coquetry, and then said, "There are not a few people who know that Shura's eyes are in Minghai City, and today Ye Crow said that Shura's eyes have begun to awaken. Then Minghai City will definitely become the center of the whirlpool in the future, and countless powerful people will also go there." Listening to the old man's words, the girl's eyes gradually brightened, and a trace of blood appeared, and a smell of blood and blood spread in the air. "Master, I will go now." The girl said that she ran down the mountain. The old man shook his head helplessly, and suddenly remembered the 4 corpses found at the foot of Phoenix Mountain today. Thinking of the death of the corpse and the inexplicable evil aura, the old man's eyes became gloomy. Got windy. An abandoned factory in Minghai City. Several dark shadows were gathered around a tattered table, silently. There was no light in the dark factory, and the pale moonlight shone diagonally from the broken window onto the dusty table. No one spoke, and the atmosphere was as depressing as the tranquility before the storm. For a long time, a dry voice sounded like an old crow's sorrow in the silent factory building. This voice was neither male nor female, and the scratched eardrums hurt. "Sura's eyes have awakened, and everyone is acting according to plan." After this sentence, the dark workshop fell into silence again, and the figures sitting around the tattered table began to leave one after another, as if they had been sitting here for nearly 2 hours to wait for this sentence. If there is any accident to that little girl, come see you by your head. The dry voice sounded again, and all the figures who were about to leave the factory paused before leaving in strides. Chapter 25, Do You Wanna Die? It's dawn, and the sun rises as usual. Xiao Chen turned over and got down from the reclining chair, looking into the distance. I killed you today. Brother Xiao Chen. A milky voice sounded. Xiao Chen looked sideways, and Wang Duoduo swayed towards him. He carried a small bag in his hand, followed by a big golden retriever with a grinning silly grin behind his back. Xiao Chen shuddered, and immediately roared, "Little idiot, stop for me!" Wang Duoduo was taken aback, and immediately stopped, holding his fingers, looking at Xiao Chen with big, round eyes in a daze. Xiao Chen patted his forehead, "You little idiot, don't pretend to be cute here. What are you doing today?" Wang Duoduo happily raised the bag in his hand. "Brother Xiao Chen, my mother bought me a lot of delicious food yesterday." Xiao Chen shuddered again when he heard the food. He pointed to Wang Duo and said, "Little idiot, don't come over, or I'll call someone else." Wang Duoduo pinched his fingers aggrievedly, "But yesterday brother Xiao Chen said that Duoduo's snacks are delicious." Xiao Chen twisted his neck nervously, "Did I say this? Little idiot, hurry home and go to school." "Wow!" The big golden retriever behind Wang Duoduo yelled twice, looking at Xiao Chen expectantly. Xiao Chen pointed at the big golden retriever and said viciously, "Big idiot, don't talk nonsense, would I like to eat snacks when I am such a big person?" Wang Duo pouted, watching tears rolling in his eyes. Seeing Wang Duo as he was about to cry, Xiao Chen patted his forehead, "Eat, eat, little ancestor, can't I eat?" "Brother Xiao Chen, is this candy sweet?" "Sweet? Brother Xiao Chen, this rice crust is delicious. Good to eat." 10 minutes later, Xiao Chen lay on the chair in despair, looking at Wang Duo who was content to leave. "Brother Xiao Chen, I will come again tomorrow." Xiao Chen. Rose Middle School. Xiao Chen leaned against the entrance of the school arrogantly, his eyes lazily sweeping the passing students. Qianggui Middle School does not require students to wear school uniforms, so in this hot summer, it has become the most beautiful scenery in Minghai City. There are often some leisurely, young and old people who are doing nothing, squatting on the opposite side of the school gate with a wretched look, staring at the beautiful young girls of all colors. "Hey beauty, your is leaking out." Xiao Chen joked while looking at a girl in denim shorts bored. The girl was molested, turned her head and stared at Xiao Chen fiercely, and cursed insane. "Hey, beautiful black bras are not good for your body." The girl asked shyly, "Why?" "Endothermic. Neuropathy." "Hey, beauty, a pair of aces." Roll. "Fuck, isn't that Brother Crab?" "Brother Crab?" Yes, this guy not only pointed his at the third building of high school yesterday, but also hit the school girl Huangfu Fangling on the ass. "Nima, so fierce, what's the background?" Qin's Haiden's mood today is a bit bad, because the old Qin who he sent out to solve Xiao Chen yesterday has not come back. Qin is an old man of the Qin family. He has stayed in the Qin family all his life. He has been loyal and strong throughout his life. This time, Qin's Haiden brought old Qin with him when he came to Minghai City. This was also the trust and recognition of Qin's strength. It's just that the old Qin, who is the innate pinnacle, has actually lost contact at this time. Qin's Haiden came to the school anxiously. Seeing Xiao Chen leaning against the school gate and staring at him with a smile, Qin's Haiden's hairs suddenly stood up. Why is this guy alive, old Qin? Could it be? Qin's Haiden quickly denied his thoughts. Qin is always the pinnacle of innateness, and it is only possible unless he is a master of the Diamond Realm. Even if Xiao Chen started cultivating from his mother's womb, it would be impossible to reach the Diamond Realm at this age. Why, this nasty guy is still alive. A gleam of cold light flashed in Qin's Haiden's eyes, and a harmless smile appeared on his face. Qin's Haiden looked towards the school gate, but found that Xiao Chen's figure had disappeared. Qin's Haiden swept around with sharp eyes, but still did not find Xiao Chen's figure. Stop looking! Xiao Chen's voice rang in Qin's Haiden's ears, and then Qin's Haiden felt his shoulders sink, and Xiao Chen's hands were already on his shoulders. The feeling of standing upside down all over his body appeared again. Qin's Haiden shivered all over his body, barely squeezing out a smile and said, "Brother, do we know each other?" Xiao Chen grinned, revealing 2 rows of big fangs. "Brother? I can't take advantage of my advantage." Then Xiao Chen put his arms around Qin's Haiden's shoulders tightly, and dragged Qin's Haiden towards the distance. To outsiders, this scene looks very similar. The 2 brothers have a good relationship with each other. By a small river, Xiao Chen sat side by side with Qin's Haiden. Qin's Haiden's mind at this moment has stabilized, and he has returned to that calm and breezy appearance. "Do we know each other?" When Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows, a big ear scraper slapped Qin's Haiden's face. Qin's Haiden flew out and hit the railing by the river heavily. Xiao Chen sat down on Qin's Haiden and said with a smile, "Don't you know? Why did you kill me if you didn't know? Are you sick?" Qin's Haiden was shocked, because he had no room for resistance in front of this young man. With his proud skill, it seemed that he couldn't even think of resistance in front of this young man. "Did you make a mistake? We don't even know him, why should I kill you?" Qin's Haiden tried to make his voice sound calmer. Snapped. Xiao Chen put another big ear scraper on Qin's Haiden's face. "Why, labor and management still want to know why?" Qin's Haiden spit out a mouthful of blood with a sullen face. At this moment, his heart was so angry that he couldn't wait to tear Xiao Chen directly. But Qin's Haiden was not dazzled by the anger, there was a smile on his face, a little aggrieved. "Brother, did you make a mistake?" Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. "This one is really a dead duck, its mouth is really hard." Xiao Chen shrugged and said, "It doesn't matter if you don't admit it, anyway, you are dead today." Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Qin's Haiden shuddered. "My name is Qin." Qin's Haiden gritted his teeth. At this moment, he finally couldn't hold his mind. "My name is Xiao, Xiao. Xiao Chen answered. "Yanjing's Qin family." Qin's Haiden felt a little desperate. Because the Qin family is a hidden family, although its strength is extremely powerful, but where ordinary people can reach it. "I know the Qin surname among the 5 surnames and 10 clans," Xiao Chen said. Qin's Haiden was overjoyed. "Since I know the Qin family, then for the Qin family's energy." Pop! Xiao Chen interrupted Qin's Haiden's thinking with another ear scraper. "Don't you want to die too much?" Chapter 26, Dying. After Xiao Chen asked these words, he felt that he was insane. Who is okay and wants to die? Even when a pig is killed, he struggles madly. Doesn't he want to live longer? Hearing Xiao Chen's question, Qin's Haiden was a little dazed, even a little stunned. "Death, who the wants to die?" Xiao Chen sighed and said to himself, "To bear pain requires more courage than death." Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Qin's Haiden's scalp suddenly became numb. Xiao Chen clapped his hands and stood up from Qin's Haiden. "Since you don't want to die, live well." After Xiao Chen finished speaking, he gave Qin's Haiden a wicked smile. When Qin's Haiden saw this smile, a deep sense of fear suddenly appeared in his heart, and goosebumps appeared again. This feeling slowly dissipated until Xiao Chen's figure disappeared from the field of vision. Qin's Haiden got up from the ground. He looked viciously in the direction where Xiao Chen disappeared, like a poisonous snake whose teeth had been pulled out. Xiao Chen walked by the small river with a huge worm on his hand. Xiao Chen sighed, "It takes courage to live." After speaking, he gently placed the worm on the ground. The worm squeaked a few times, and quickly crawled into the distance. After Xiao Chen finished all this, he walked slowly towards the largest hospital in the city. Xiao Chen didn't just wander around in idleness. Xiao Chen had already thought about it yesterday, and today he is going to the hospital to collect lifeless energy. Death is different from yin and evil. Death is the last breath that a person or a living thing exhales before dying. The so-called being alive means that both animals and plants can collect dead energy. But the lifelessness of plants can be ignored, unless a large-scale gathering of spirits is used, otherwise it is simply idle to get rid of the air from the plants. In this era, there is no war, no large-scale disease outbreak, so Xiao Chen's collection of lifeless energy has become an old and difficult problem. When thinking about going to Xiao Chen, he can only think of the hospital. Huai Hospital. Xiao Chen snapped his fingers softly, and a dozen worms fell on his body. The underworld squeaked around Xiao Chen, and Xiao Chen kicked the one that called the most ferocious. Grandma's, really bad morals, what's the name of Chun? The worm sneaked into the hospital quietly, and Xiao Chen sat at the entrance of the hospital when he had nothing to do, watching the beauties in cool clothes coming and going. After a few minutes, Xiao Chen got the feedback from Pluto, and looked at the hospital with some surprise. Oh, it's interesting. Xiao Chen swayed into the hospital. Director's office. Huang Jiangguo has been very troubled these days, because a strange incident has happened in the hospital recently. Many of the corpses placed in the morgue disappeared out of nowhere. And the most weird thing is that the corpses whose internal organs have disappeared have no scars on the surface. If it hadn't been for the school's feedback a few days ago that an unnamed corpse hadn't found the internal organs when the students were doing the planing, it might have to wait until it was discovered. What's bad is that I don't know how this incident was spread, and now the whole hospital is panicking. And recently some people actually saw some corpses hanging out in the hospital when they were on duty. Several timid nurses have already resigned. As for the night shift staff, Huang Jiangguo can only use a large price to appease them. But this is not a solution. If this matter is not resolved, the hospital may not be able to open it anymore. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door, and Huang Jiangguo rubbed his face and cheered up. Come in. A gentle man with glasses entered the office, and the man nodded at Huang Jiangguo. Wen Yu, is the master invited? The man called Wen Yu nodded, and then asked with some worry, is it really okay to do this, Dean? Huang Jiangguo scratched his head with few hairs left, and said helplessly, I don't want to. If we let the above know that we are engaged in superstitious activities, no one can get good fruit. Huang Jiangguo then asked, how is the preparation for Mr. Xiao coming to inspect? Wen Yu nodded confidently, everyone is ready, and everyone is ready. Huang Jiangguo nodded with satisfaction. If Xiao Lao's inspection can be recognized this time, his future will be much broader. At the door of the morgue, Huang Jiangguo and Wen Yu stood with a Huangbao Taoist priest. The old man in Dao-robed face solemnly faced Huang Jiangguo rode beside him. When did the corpse's internal organs disappeared here? Huang Jiangguo thought for a while, about the 25th of last month, it will be 7 days today. Hearing this number, Taoist Huangbao's expression became more solemn. You guard the door, no one can approach here without my order. Seeing the Taoist chief with a solemn expression, Huang Jiangguo asked with some guilty conscience, Master, what is it doing? Taoist Huangbao took out a handful of talisman paper and began to paste it on the wall and door. If I'm right, it should be a ghoul. Hearing the 3 words ghoul, Huang Jiangguo and Wen Yu shuddered involuntarily. This ghoul is the result of a lot of corpse qi condensing and not condensing. Your hospital is sitting on the mountain. There is no other property owner, and there is no mountain range. Such a location is easy to gather shade, plus it's the hospital again, it's normal to give birth to some ghosts. Taoist Huangbao explained and posted signs. The muscles on Huang Jiangguo's face trembled and asked, then this ghoul, is the master sure? Taoist Huangbao nodded, according to the time you said, this ghoul should not have been formed for a long time, and it hasn't become a climate, so it's not difficult to get rid of it. Hearing this, both Huang Jiangguo and Wen Yu breathed a long sigh of relief. Wen Yu, you are here to guard, I'll go outside and wait for Master Xiao. Huang Jiangguo pretended to look at his watch, and the more he spoke, he would slip away. Wen Yu looked at the dean who was leaving, spitting heavily, old stuff. Xiao Chen wandered around in the hospital, walking from upstairs to downstairs, and then from downstairs to upstairs, like an idle second-rate man in the fringe of urban and rural areas. At this time, a police car stopped at the door. 4 policemen escorted a criminal in handcuffs into the hospital. Xiao Chen almost uttered aloud at a glance, "Isn't this a small funeral?" The prisoner detained by the police was the bereaved brother who was at the Enyi bar that day, but the bereaved brother now has the power of the day. At this time, Brother Sang was drooping his head, his eyes were muddy, and the corners of his mouth were still dripping from the corners of his mouth. He looked no different from a second fool. Among the 4 police officers, there is also an acquaintance, Luo Xianxi's sister Luo Xilu. Xiao Chen felt a little pain in his head. You are really indispensable for the death of you. Chapter 27, Metamorphosis. Luo Xilu's expression was also extremely haggard at this time, and his face was pale and terrifying. Luo Saru thought of what happened to that guy last night, and Luo Saru's stomach was churning again. The police escorted Xiao Sang upstairs, Xiao Chen still wandering downstairs. Xiao Chen walked around all the pillars in the hall, muttering a little surprised, "Oh, there is something." Xiao Chen looked left and right and saw that no one was paying attention to him, and gave a gloomy laugh. Xiao Chen grabbed his calf, and then a calf bone was torn out by Xiao Chen. Different from ordinary dead human bones, this Xiao Chen's own calf bone, not only did not show the color of dead ashes, but as white as jade, exuding a faint brilliance. Xiao Chen looked at the jade-white calf bones and nodded in satisfaction. There are still some benefits to this Ming Dao, for example, this beauty effect is good. Xiao Chen took his calf bone and banged against the pillar for a while, and laughed as he banged. People who didn't know must think that the nerve of this guy was abnormal. After knocking one Xiao Chen and replacing it, Xiao Chen knocked on the pillars in the entire hall not long after. Xiao Chen turned his calf bones, his heart trembling in joy. If the instigator sees his masterpiece after a while, will he explode his lungs? Hey! When Xiao Chen was still enjoying himself here, he felt his shoulders sink. As soon as Xiao Chen turned his head, he saw a little girl with short, ear-length hair winking at him. Xiao Chen used his calf bones to pull away the hands on his shoulders. Go and play, where's the little girl movie? The little girl's pretty eyes narrowed slightly, and she moved closer and said, "Little handsome guy, I've been paying attention to you for a long time, what are you doing sneakily?" Xiao Chen pressed his calf bone against the little girl's forehead, which was too close, and said in disgust, "It's up to you." The little girl looked like a dead pig who was not afraid of boiling water. She still said treacherously, "You made hands and feet on these pillars." The little girl smiled and talked, but a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. "Yesterday, I just got a task from Master to help solve the problem of Shura's eyes. As soon as I went to report today, I was arranged by the smelly crow to solve the hospital's affairs. Originally, she was very dissatisfied with doing these petty things, but as soon as she arrived at this hospital, she realized that things didn't seem to be that simple. The entire hospital seems to have been set up. The chi machine in the hospital has completely lost contact with the outside world. In other words, the entire hospital has been completely isolated from the outside world. Even if the people inside are dead, there is no abnormality outside. Such a big deal is not something that a cat or a dog can do. The little girl found the sneaky Xiao Chen as soon as she entered the hospital, carrying a calf bone and giggling under a pillar. Xiao Chen looked at the little girl unexpectedly. Although it was only a moment, Xiao Chen still felt the hostility and blood emanating from the little girl. Such astonishing hostility and blood, it is impossible to produce without going through a lot of blood and fire. A faint blue flame was ignited in the depths of Xiao Chen's eyes, and Xiao Chen's eyes were completely in the air of the little girl. The breath of air in the little girl has all connected into a stream, and the air machine circulates in the body automatically, endlessly. This kind of breath is stronger than the old tortoise surnamed Qin I met yesterday. Xiao Chen received a lot of information from an old thing surnamed Qin yesterday. According to the division of realms on the earth, this little girl should be the pinnacle of innateness, and only one step away can enter the diamond realm. Xiao Chen pushed the little girl's head out with her calf bones, and said, "Don't be uncomfortable." The corner of the little girl's mouth was slightly tilted, with a sway, "Oh, isn't it?" After speaking, the little girl suddenly got into trouble and grabbed Xiao Chen's throat straight. Xiao Chen didn't even think about hiding, and even took the initiative to move his throat up. The little girl only felt a sharp pain in her fingers, as if her fingers were stuck on the steel plate. Xiao Chen tugged at her neck nervously, and suddenly smashed her head against the back of her head with the hand holding the calf bone. The little girl was horrified to find that she couldn't move anyway, and a deep sense of powerlessness instantly spread all over her body. Boom! Muffled, the little girl rolled her eyes and fainted. The girl didn't figure it out before she fainted. She is a genius who has been hailed as a rare one in a century. She is innate at the age of 15, and at the peak of her innate at 20. She is no less inferior to the proud sons of those super big families. He was punished by a guy who looked at humans and animals harmless and couldn't feel the slightest strength. Xiao Chen held on to the little girl who fell to him, kissed the calf bone in his hand, and said with emotion, "Good things, capable of offensive and defensive." Xiao Chen carried the unconscious girl to the women's bathroom, and threw her into a cubicle, acting rudely and without feeling pity. The girl's nose knocked on the side of the toilet, and the nosebleed came out without money. Xiao Chen twitched the corners of his mouth, "Guapi, disturbed the emperor watching the show, you will be lucky if you haven't killed you." Xiao Chen closed the door of the toilet cubicle, slipping his calf bone and preparing to leave. At this time, the door of the next compartment suddenly opened, and a pair of long, straight legs appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. With eyes facing each other, a stern female voice sounded, "Catch the gangster." Xiao Chen rolled his eyes and waved his hand, a faint black air enveloped the entire toilet. Screaming, "No one can hear it." The big long legs took 2 steps back in horror, clutching his chest and swallowing hard, looking at the guy holding a human bone. "You, why are you here?" At this time, Xiao Chen also recognized the owner of those long legs. It was Xiao Zioxiu who had met in the Luo family villa yesterday. Xiao Chen was happy. "Oh, you are still really positive about finding death." Seeing that Xiao Zioxiu was an acquaintance, she also let go of her throat. "Why are you in the women's toilet?" Xiao Zioxiu asked suspiciously. Xiao Chen danced a bone flower and said, "Come and have a look." "Visit the women's toilet? This is a pervert, right?" Xiao Zioxiu couldn't help but slander. "What are you doing in the hospital? See the gynecology department." Xiao Zioxiu rolled her eyes. "Today, my grandfather came here to inspect, and I'm free to follow along to join in the fun." "Join in the fun? Are you here to join in death?" Xiao Chen curled his lips. "What are you doing in the hospital?" Xiao Zioxiu asked curiously. "Circumcision." Xiao Chen waved his hand to remove the restriction and walked out of the toilet. "Cutting the foreskin." Xiao Zioxiu blushed. "This product is really..." Seeing Xiao Chen leaving, Xiao Zioxiu hurriedly followed. "Why follow me? Do you want to see my circumcision?" Xiao Chen asked when seeing the follower behind. Xiao Zioxiu's face blushed again and said in a somewhat promise, "I'm a little scared." Chapter 28, Mutation. "It's not that you are circumcised. What are you afraid of?" Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Xiao Zioxiu almost didn't spray out a mouthful of old blood. What is this guy pretending in his mind? A beautiful girl like herself said she was scared, but she was indifferent, and even said to herself that she was a good gentleman. Xiao Zioxiu only dared to think about this in her heart. After all, she didn't hesitate to see this guy beat up a woman yesterday. Looking at the nurses, doctors and patients coming and going, Xiao Zioxiu shuddered at Xiao Chen's clothes. Did you feel that this hospital is a little weird? Xiao Chen glanced at Xiao Zioxiu. This little girl is very inspired. Without any practice, she can actually feel the anomaly here. Weird? What a long leg! Neuropathy. Xiao Chen teased. Xiao Zioxiu felt sick for a while. This guy really can say anything. Xiao Zioxiu said with a serious expression, I'm serious, I feel uncomfortable ever since I entered this hospital, and when you look at these people, there is always something wrong. Xiao Chen was a little surprised. This little girl could actually feel this step. If it were placed in Fang Haoran's big world, she might also be the pride of Fang Haoran. Seeing that Xiao Chen didn't speak up, Xiao Zioxiu continued, look at these people. Xiao Zioxiu secretly pointed to a few people passing by. Look at their expressions, there is an unspeakable awkward feeling in their movements, and it feels very special. Xiao Zioxiu didn't know how to describe that feeling. The whole hospital gave her a very awkward feeling. This feeling made her extremely uncomfortable. False. Xiao Chen said a word. Xiao Zioxiu instantly awakened. Yes, that's the feeling, the smiles of the nurses, the painful moans of the patients, all these feelings are fake, as if they were deliberately performed. Xiao Chen looked at the calf bone in his hand, stretched out his hand and handed it to Xiao Zioxiu. Hey, take this, and by the way, find Luo Saru and take her with her. If there is something weird, use the bone to pump it. That's fine. Xiao Chen's words made Xiao Zioxiu even more frightened. What's the strange thing? Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. What do you think is weird, do you want? Xiao Chen waved the calf bone in his hand impatiently. Xiao Zioxiu hesitated, but thinking of Grandpa's attitude towards Xiao Chen yesterday, she endured the fear in her heart and took over that bone. To Xiao Zioxiu's surprise, as soon as he started with the calf bones, a refreshing sensation spread all over the body from his hands, and the feeling of impetuousness was instantly suppressed. And this calf bone is not like an ordinary dead person's bone, this bone is as white as jade, and even exudes a faint white light. No matter how stupid Xiao Zioxiu is, he knows that this bone is definitely not an ordinary thing, maybe it is the bone of an eminent monk. Then you said Sister Saru is also in the hospital. Xiao Zioxiu moved her eyes away from the bones, and Xiao Chen in front of her had disappeared. Xiao Zioxiu stomped her feet. I don't have any grace to run so fast. At this time, a figure in a police uniform opened the door of a department and walked out. It was Luo Saru. Luo Saru exhaled a long breath, and sat down on the chair in the corridor. Sister Saru. Xiao Zioxiu's eyes lit up and he ran over. Zioxiu. Luo Silo looked at Xiao Zioxiu with some surprise. Sister Saru, why is your complexion so bad? Did you stay up again yesterday? Xiao Zioxiu couldn't help asking, seeing Luo Saru look haggard and tired. Luo Saru couldn't help but shudder at the thought of what happened last night. It's okay, the prisoner arrested the day before yesterday had a small incident. Luo Saru said in a strong spirit. At this moment, a nurse passed by the two of them. With a faint smile, the nurse suddenly glanced back when she passed by the two of them. The nurse suddenly opened her mouth with a smile, and her big mouth opened unimaginably, like a black hole, bottomless. Xiao Zioxiu shuddered, rubbed her eyes, and when she looked at the nurse again, everything returned to normal. Xiao Zioxiu pulled Luo Saru's hand and said, Sister Saru, let's go. This hospital is really abnormal. Luo Saru was dragged and staggered. Zioxiu, what are you doing? I'm still on the mission. Don't wait for Xiao Zioxiu to speak up, at this moment the sudden change has emerged. The entire hospital shook violently, as if a person ate a sour plum and suddenly swayed. Earthquake! Luo Xianxi's heart tightened, and he couldn't stand firmly, and Xiao Xiaoxiu, who was running with him, fell to the ground. This violent tremor came and went quickly, and when Luo Xianxi and Xiao Xiaoxiu got up from the ground, the tremor had stopped. But the surroundings have slowly changed. The light began to dim slowly, and the light continued to dim until it was a little blurry, just like the evening. The surrounding walls and floor have also undergone incredible changes at this time. On the white walls, the white ash began to fall off slowly, leaking out the mottled cyan wall. Some white skins began to bulge into large white bags, and black moss formed in the cracks, as if they had been soaked in water for a short period of time. The floor tiles on the ground began to crack continuously, making a clicking sound. Countless dust kept falling from the top of the head, and tattered spider webs hung in every corner of the corridor. Squeak, squeak. A door rose automatically without the wind, making a toothy squeak, like an old machine in disrepair. And the nurses, doctors and patients who came and went, so suddenly stopped. Like a stick of wood, standing lifelessly in various places, it seems to be waiting to be awakened. The sight in front of them stunned the two of them, and a hospital under their noses turned into a disrepaired and lifeless abandoned building. Bang bang bang! The light tube above his head kept bursting, and the entire corridor was plunged into darkness. Fear instantly occupied the hearts of the two women, and everything in front of them seemed so beyond common sense. Xiao Xiaoxiu held Luo Xianxi's hand tightly. Sister Saru, what shall we do? After all, Luo Saru was a criminal police officer, and her mental quality was much better than Xiao Xiaoxiu's. After the initial fear, Luo Saru had calmed down, and took out the phone. Luo Saru looked at the phone. There was no signal, and even the demon spirit could not broadcast it. Everything here is beyond her scope of cognition, but she knows that she can't mess up right now. If she is messed up, she and Xiao Xiaoxiu may explain here. Turning on the flashlight, Luo Saru took Xiao Xiaoxiu's hand and touched the hospital door based on his memory. Chapter 29, Blood Cloud Array. On a tall building not far from Huai Hospital, a young man wrapped in black stands on the top of the building. Young people are only around the age of 23 or 4, and they are very pleasing, but the young people's complexion is too pale, and even looks a little sick. The young man looked at Huai Hospital from a distance, with a gloomy look on his face. Ye Crow, is it okay to let Xia Hua go to the hospital alone? Asked a middle-aged man with a Chinese character face standing behind the young man. The young man raised his eyelids and said, although that crazy girl can't solve the matter completely, there won't be any problems. At this time, there was an abnormal change in the world, and large tracts of thunderclouds began to gather above Huai Hospital. The blue thunder snake kept tossing among the black clouds, and the world seemed to be trembling. The young man called the Night Crow looked solemnly at the thundercloud. At this time, the entire appearance of Huai Hospital began to change drastically. The appearance of the luxuriously decorated hospital began to slowly turn black and blue, and streams of black liquid continued to flow down the walls. In the hospital, the flowers and plants in the garden started to grow crazy. Those flowers and plants climbed up the wall, and in the blink of an eye the hospital was wrapped up. Within a few breaths, the entire hospital became like a haunted house, with the wind and ghosts howling and howling. There was also a terrifying change in the thundercloud above the sky. The black thundercloud turned into a disgusting red at some point, as if it had been soaked in blood. A big blood-red hand began to stretch out from the thundercloud, and slowly fell towards the hospital. When Night Crow saw that big red hand, his face suddenly changed drastically, and an abnormal blush appeared on his pale face. Information error, this is not the absolute yin circle at all. The man with the national character face looked pale at the big hand that was slowly falling, and asked with a trembling, is this the one in the legend? Ye Crow nodded, yes, it is indeed a blood cloud formation. The middle-aged man felt his scalp tingling when he heard the words Blood Cloud Great Array. This Blood Cloud Array is the top level of the Blood Fiend Alliance. The conditions for the Blood Cloud Array to activate are too cruel, requiring the blood of hundreds of people with extremely yin characters. Even within the Blood Fiend Alliance, it is forbidden to use such a large formation. Aren't these beasts really afraid of God's scourge? The middleman cursed angrily. For the sake of Shura's eyes, what can they do? Yaya said coldly. What to do now? The Blood Cloud Array will continue to swallow the blood of the surrounding lives, and if it goes on for a few kilometers, it will become a dead place, the middle-aged man said worriedly. Yekro stared at the big hand in the sky, and finally sighed helplessly, take the tiger away from the mountain. Dashan, you immediately go back and take everyone with you, protect Luo Xianxi, and absolutely can't let her fall into the hands of the Blood Evil Alliance. If things get to the worst point, you can directly kill the Shura-I host. The middle-aged man nodded solemnly, and asked with some worry, this blood cloud formation. Don't worry, I have my own countermeasures, but there are too many forces coveting Shura's eyes, so you must be careful to deal with it. Gone. After Yekro finished speaking, he jumped directly from the top of the building. At this time, the gate of Huai Hospital. A very strange person suddenly appeared at the entrance of the hospital. This person was extremely tall, roughly estimated to be about 2 meters. The eccentric body was covered with white bandages, and his body was wrapped around the bandage like a stubble rod, making him look like a mummy. The bandage was wrapped around the whole body, only revealing a pair of bloodshot and muddy eyes. The weird man turned his head and looked at the top of a tall building, and laughed from under the bandage like a night owl's crowing. Night Crow, do you choose Shura-I or an ordinary person within a few miles? When the weird saw a figure leaping down from a tall building, the oozing laughter sounded again. Night Crow, your heart is still not cruel enough. After talking, the weirdo strode into the hospital. In the hospital, Xiao Chen walked leisurely, seemingly unresponsive to the changes around him. Xiao Chen walked to a nurse who was standing still. The nurse had a graceful figure and looked good. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand to poke the nurse's bruised cheek, jokingly, oh, you feel paralyzed when you sleep. As soon as Xiao Chen's hand touched the nurse's cheek, the nurse who was standing still opened her eyes suddenly. There was a dead grey color in her eyes, and the black pupils were actually gone. Then the nurse's mouth began to split inconceivably, and it was not able to stop until the entire lower jaw was stretched open. Numerous small and dense small teeth were formed in the big mouth, which made people shudder. Xiao Chen slapped the nurse on the face, Nima, 2 hot eyes. After being slapped by Xiao Chen, the nurse flew out instantly. Bang! The nurse hit the wall hard. This slap broke the nurse's entire neck, but the nurse didn't seem to be affected at all, and she propped up her body very quickly. But her broken neck hung on one side, which made her look funny. Kaka! A sour tooth sounded on the nurse's body, and the nurse's limbs began to twist unbelievably. Kaka, kaka. The nurse's limbs made a sound of broken bones, and this guy turned his limbs in one direction abruptly. Originally, the nurse had her hands and feet on the ground and her belly down. Except for the funny head hanging on one side, her posture was normal. It's just that she turned into a belly up with such a twist, but her broken neck returned to her normal posture. Xiao Chen leaped out his thumb, this posture is awesome. With a weird twisted body, the nurse crawled towards Ren Yuan extremely fast. Ren Yuan's big feet were faster than her. Boom! The nurse came and went faster. The whole body of the nurse slammed into the wall again, and large cracks like a spider web spread across the wall. The nurse struggled again and twisted and got up. This time I didn't know where Xiao Chen was kicked off. The nurse was like a crab, rushing from left to right and bumping around, like a headless fly. The nurse bumped into a problem. There were people standing around, and all of them woke up after being bumped by the nurse, and rushed towards Xiao Chen with their big mouth. Xiao Chen didn't bother to deal with these things, but kept his speed a little faster than them. Just like this, Xiao Chen hung them. From upstairs to downstairs, and from downstairs to upstairs, Xiao Chen ran back and forth. At this time, the back of Xiao Chen's was very spectacular. There were no less than 100 monsters hanging from behind Xiao Chen's ass, and it seemed like they were visiting the vegetable market. Xiao Chen didn't walk fast, or even slow, but the quick-moving strange things behind him couldn't catch up. A large group of distorted monsters chased after him with grinning teeth, and Xiao Chen walked leisurely in front of him. This scene seemed funny and shocking. Chapter 30, Master Kills Apprentice. The movements of those monsters are definitely not slow, it can even be said to be very fast. Moreover, not only do these things move extremely fast, but the sensitivity of the body is also terrifying. Some monsters even stick their limbs directly to the ceiling, hanging upside down to chase Xiao Chen. As for Xiao Chen, walking slowly in front of him, but with such a slack and leisurely appearance, the monsters behind him couldn't catch up with the force of milking. Xiao Chen led the mighty monster army behind him and walked towards the rooftop step by step. On the rooftop, Xiao Chen sat on the railing and looked at the big blood-red hand in the sky, smiling happily. At this time, the monsters hanging behind Xiao Chen's also came to the rooftop. Seeing Xiao Chen sitting leisurely on the railing, these monsters rushed towards Xiao Chen frantically as if they had drunk an aphrodisiac. Seeing that the big mouth of a monster was about to touch Xiao Chen's head, Xiao Chen suddenly tilted his whole body. Boom! There was a loud noise downstairs, and the monster was smashed into a pool of flesh. Then a scenic line appeared on this rooftop. Xiao Chen sat on the railing and looked into the distance leisurely. The monsters behind him kept leaping towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen leaned to the left and slanted to the right. The monster door fell towards the building like a dumpling. In the hospital, Luo Silo took Xiao Zioxiu's hand and touched it downstairs. "Sister Saru, my grandfather is still in the hospital," Xiao Zioxiu said crying. "Zioxiu, first take care of yourself, the old man is so good, there will be nothing wrong. Be careful," Xiao Zioxiu yelled. It turned out that she followed the light of Luo Silo's phone and saw a person standing in front of her. But Luo Silo didn't seem to notice, because the distance was too close. This voice did not prevent Luo Silo from touching the person. As soon as Luo Silo touched the person who was standing still, something strange happened. The person shook his whole body, and then there was no Tongren, his eyes suddenly opened, his big mouth was pulled to the point of horror, and countless tiny fangs quickly formed. "Wow, Mom!" Xiao Zioxiu almost fainted when she saw this picture through the light of her mobile phone. No matter how courage Luo Saru is, she is also a girl, and girls are born with fear of these things. Luo Saru was afraid to return to fear, but still did not lose his square inch. Holding Xiao Zioxiu's hand, he turned and ran. The monster that was awakened was like a chicken blood, and after a few large strides, he chased Xiao Zioxiu behind. With a big mouth facing Xiao Zioxiu's head, he rushed over, feeling a fishy wind from behind. Xiao Zioxiu looked back. "I was so frightened that I cried, panicked, and didn't notice under my feet." Thump! Xiao Zioxiu fell to the ground all at once, and Luo Silo, who was holding Xiao Zioxiu, was also taken to the ground. Luo Saru used her cell phone to illuminate the rushing monster, and the dense fangs in her big mouth seemed to have played the elegy of death. The monster's movements were so fast, Luo Saru didn't have time to make any other movements, and the monster's big mouth reached Xiao Zioxiu's head. The survival instinct made Xiao Zioxiu wave the things in her hands frantically, and as a result an incredible picture appeared. Xiao Zioxiu held Xiao Chen's calf bone in her hand, and in the frantic waving, the bone hit the monster's temple all at once. The next moment the monster seemed to be hit by a truck, and it flew out like a cannonball. Boom! The monster hit the wall heavily, and a spider web-like crack appeared on the wall. After a brief stoppage of Luo Saru's head, he quickly recovered. Luo Saru pulled Xiao Zioxiu and ran forward frantically. After running for a while, after confirming that the monster behind him hadn't chased him, Luo Silo finally stopped. Zioxiu, what are you holding in your hand? Why did you knock that monster flying all at once? Xiao Zioxiu weighed the bones in her hand, and remembered what Xiao Chen had just said. Xiao Zioxiu said exactly what happened when she met Xiao Chen just now. Xiao Zioxiu may not know the weirdness of Xiao Chen, but Luo Silo has seen it with his own eyes, and Luo Silo can be sure that the disgusting things that appeared on Brother Sang are also Xiao Chen's masterpieces. Zioxiu, you must put this bone away. Whether you can live or not may be all on this bone. Xiao Zioxiu had just been saved by this bone, and of course she understood this reason. Sister Saru, what are we going to do next? These monsters move so fast, I'm afraid Grandpa he. Xiao Zioxiu didn't dare to go on. Go find your grandfather first, and then find Xiao Chen. Luo Saru deserves to be a criminal policeman, and now this situation is still clear-headed. Inside the morgue, Daoist Huangbao opened his eyes wide, and fell to the ground with a stark look. There was a fist-sized hole in his chest, and his heart was gone. There are 3 words written in blood on the ground. Happy ghosts. Squeak. The door of the morgue was gently pushed open, and a gentleman with glasses walked in. It was Wen Yu, who had been guarded by the Taoist in Huangbao before. Wen Yu pushed the gold wire glasses and kicked the body of the Taoist priest in yellow robe. The old people still have knowledge, and they actually know the joys and the ghosts. Respecting someone who died for others is not bad for you. At this time, a sound of scratching people's eardrums rang out at the door of the morgue. Wen Yu's expression suddenly became respectful when he heard this voice. What the master said is. A tall and thin man with a bandage all over his body appeared at the door of the morgue. The bandaged man glanced at Wen Yu and said, "You did a good job of this. I will report it to the leader after I return." Wen Yu said with joy, "Thank you, master." In the next moment, Wen Yu's face suddenly became extremely pale. Looking at the hand that penetrated his chest, Wen Yu couldn't believe his eyes. The more difficult Wen turned his head and looked at the person he had called master for many years. Why, what? The blood flowed down the corners of his mouth, and the vitality gradually passed away. Why? A ray of light flashed through the muddy eyes of the bandaged man. I asked you to carve the formation, but you turned the entire hospital into walking corpses. Why do you say? Aren't we called the Blood Evil League? What's wrong with killing a few people? Anyway, we are all bad guys. A red light flashed across Wen Yu's face, and his spirit suddenly improved, with a trace of madness and confusion on his face. Back to the light. The bandaged man chuckled, "You seem to have a misunderstanding about our blood alliance. Some of our blood alliance are just people with nowhere to be hunted down by the so-called righteous people. There are no indiscriminate killings. Our enemies are the so-called decent people, not these civilians. There is no one who kills indiscriminately." Wen Yu had a hint of mockery on his face. "Master, won't you look at the blood cloud formation in the sky when you say this? That's a masterpiece you created with one hand." Chapter 31, Your circle is really messy. Then you know that I have been preparing for this blood cloud formation for 3 years, and I have traveled to every corner of China and found a person with a total of 408 characters. The bandaged man said lightly. Hearing this, Wen Yu couldn't believe his ears. People with extremely yin characters are extremely rare, let alone 400 people, even 100 people are very difficult to find. This is also the biggest obstacle to the blood cloud formation. Master, you. That's right, the formation of this blood cloud formation. I didn't kill anyone from beginning to end, I just drew a little blood on everyone. When you heard this, the red light on his face began to dim, but suddenly a burst of brilliance burst out in his eyes. No matter how you treat me, Master, you are the person I respect and love the most. It's just that the ghosts of joy and funeral have escaped from the blood cloud array, and I will trouble master again. After speaking, the more I closed my eyes forever. The bandaged man closed his eyes in pain, 2 muddy tears across his face. Master, I'm sorry, but didn't teach you well. If there really is an afterlife, I will teach you to behave upright and do things openly. At this time, a black figure appeared at the door of the morgue. Everyone is killed, why bother to behave? The bandaged man opened his eyes and looked at the person at the door with mixed emotions in his eyes. Night Crow, you are still not as cruel as before. The bandaged man suddenly jumped out of this sentence. Before? How long ago did you mean? Ye Crow slowly drew out the short knife pinned to his waist. The blade is simple and black, without any pattern. Looking at the knife, the bandaged man's eyes were a little nostalgic. Zhan Huang, you used to play with me with this knife. Night Crow's pale face suddenly turned red when he heard these words, and Night Crow's chest began to rise and fall violently. Who are you and why do you know the name of this short knife? The bandaged man did not answer, but he said to himself, I was 20 years old that year and I met my favorite girl. She said that she would spend my life with me, but in the end she betrayed me and she was actually involved in my brother's arms. I love her so much, I can even dig my heart to her, but she still refuses to change her mind. Her anger dazzled my head, and I hurt my brother. The younger brother is the darling of the family. He is much better than me in that respect. The family should be handed over to him. Father punished me to face the wall and think about it. She came to see me and brought a pot of wine. I knew that the pot was poisonous, but I was still willing to drink it because she poured it by herself. I died, but I lived again. She poisoned me and saved me. She told me that my brother arranged all this, but she really fell in love with me. I am very happy and even thank my brother. I want to take her away, but my brother disagrees. My brother killed her and wanted to kill me. I was lucky to survive. I want revenge. I hate my brother. Enough. Ye Crow couldn't help it anymore when he heard the words here, trembling to stop the bandaged man. Who are you and why are you playing here? The bandaged man's hoarse laughter sounded, and raised his right hand. His black nails stroked the bandage on his face. Looking at that face, Yaya was stunned for a long time, and suddenly burst into tears. Although there was only a layer of skin on his skinny face, the Night Crow would never forget this face. Brother, how are you doing these days? The bandaged man asked with a smile. Ye Crow tightly held the short knife in his hand until the knuckles turned white. You are still alive, you are still alive, why are you coming back if you are alive? What are you doing when you come back? The Night Crow screamed frantically at the bandaged man. The bandaged man smiled and said, of course it is to come back for revenge, for my wife. She lied to you. From the beginning to the end, she never told the truth. I arranged everything. Now she is doing well abroad. I know all of this. The mood of the bandaged man did not change. Ye Crow was stunned for a moment, and then thrust the knife back into his waist. Come home with me, father will be very happy. The bandaged man smiled and pointed to it. I can't go back. Of course, the Night Crow knew the meaning of the bandage man. The blood cloud formation above was madly launched. If the formation eye was not found, this area of several kilometers would probably become a dead place. Hand over your eyes and stop the blood cloud formation. Yaya said with a cold face. At this moment, Yaya is the person who is afraid of white-faced Yama. If you win against me, I'll tell you. The bandaged man said with a hint of sarcasm. The Night Crow lowered his head and did not draw a knife. You are still so soft-hearted. If you killed me with a cruel heart, how could today's things happen? The light of the sword started, and a black pike with an unparalleled aura hit the bandaged man's chest. Are you in the diamond realm? You are still so good. The bandaged man didn't mean to avoid him at all, he just looked at his brother with a smile. The night crow was too late to stop, just roared wildly, "Dodge, avoid it!" The black violent knife slammed straight on the bandaged man's chest, and the knife passed through his body. The vitality of the bandaged man was cut off at this moment. Ye Crow stared at his brother blankly, and muttered, "Why don't you fight back? Why don't you fight back?" Boom! The tall and thin body of the bandaged man fell to the ground. "I thought I hated you, but when I saw you, I knew I was wrong. What I should hate is myself, hate my incompetence and weakness." The face of the bandaged man showed a sickly blush, and the night crow knew that this state was called returning to light. "Your heart has been soft since you were young, so sooner or later it will hurt you." Ye Crow was speechless, just staring at the man who fell on the ground in a daze. It's very tired to live without people and ghosts like this, thank you." Talking about the bandage, the man's face slowly turned dead grey. "You don't have to worry about the big blood cloud formation. What I have carved is incomplete, and it will dissipate automatically. There is another thing, a happy or sad ghost who has become a weather ran out and is going to trouble you again. I am really useless." Talking about the bandage, the man worked hard to move his body towards Wen Yu, and finally the bandaged man lay quietly beside Wen Yu. "If there is an afterlife, I hope you will still be my apprentice, and I will teach you well." After speaking, the bandaged man calmly closed his eyes. Ye Crow sat quietly in front of the corpse of the bandaged man, and said a lot of things. "The soft-heartedness is inherited from our Huang family." A black bug the size of a thumb witnessed all this not far away, and gradually the little black bug turned into a black mist and dissipated in the morgue. On the rooftop, Xiao Chen rubbed his chin with a bored expression on his face. All the walking corpses behind him are gone, and there are densely packed corpses lying downstairs. Your circle is really messy. Chapter 32, Atmosphere Killer. Xiao Chen was an old tortoise who had lived for thousands of years. He hadn't seen any bullshit, but the killing of brothers in the morgue was not an appetizer for Xiao Chen. At this time, there was a running sound from the stairwell, followed by a clear female voice. "Sister Saru, you said you can't see those monsters along the way. Where did they go?" "How do I know that the gate of the hospital is gone? Let's go to the rooftop first." "Grandpa, are you okay?" The voice was getting closer, and 3 figures appeared on the rooftop. Luo Saru, who came up first, felt the gloomy sky, and subconsciously raised her head. Her big blood-red hand filled her entire eye. The blood-red big hand was as if it had just been fished out of the blood pool, and the blood rushed toward the sky. The scarlet liquid kept falling from the gaps between the fingers, and the sky seemed to rain blood. Seeing this scene like the end of the world, Luo Saru almost collapsed to the ground with a soft leg. Fortunately, Xiao Zioxiu, who was behind Luo Silu, stepped forward and supported Luo Silu. Master Xiao also arrived on the rooftop at this time, and his lips kept trembling after noticing the hands in the sky. "What's going on? Is there a demon who is really hard to fight?" Xiao Zioxiu was even more unhelpful, and she was frightened and slumped on the ground. The boundless pressure was released from the hands of the blood, and it seemed to crush the entire hospital. "Quickly, return to the hospital." Luo Saru had recovered from the panic at this time, pulling Xiao Zioxiu and retreating towards the hospital. Luo Saru pulled it a few times and found that Xiao Zioxiu had no response. Luo Saru looked at Xiao Zioxiu, and saw her staring to the side with scorching eyes, and followed Xiao Zioxiu's gaze. A figure is sitting on the railing of the roof, his back is a little thin, and the dim sky is very low, making his thin body like a boat in the torrent. The strong wind blew him, making him look abnormally desolate and lonely, and the world fell into a strange tranquility. Luo Saru looked a little dazed, and at this time a discordant voice broke the tranquility. "Master Xiao!" Master Xiao yelled excitedly when he saw this figure. Xiao Chen tilted his head slightly, with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Seeing the faint smile, Luo Xianxi's suppressed fear suddenly relaxed. Xiao Zioxiu looked at Xiao Chen, her heart thumped and started to jump. Seeing such a smile at this most flustered and helpless moment made her feel quite uneasy. Oh, how many people are dead, they are not dead yet. Xiao Zioxiu and Luo Xianxi almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood, this stuff is simply an atmosphere killer. Master Xiao came to Xiao Chen a few steps, and asked in a panic, Master Xiao, what was in the sky at that time? Xiao Chen shook his head, how do I know? Xiao Chen didn't make a joke this time, he really didn't know what was going on in the sky. Of course, from Xiao Chen's eyes and the array patterns found on the pillars in the hospital lobby, Xiao Chen could still guess a little. Xiao Chen thought for a while and said, how to say it, it should be a summoning formation, but if the formation is incomplete, only one hand can be summoned. Master Xiao patted his chest, fortunately, it's incomplete. This hand is so terrifying. I am afraid that the entire Minghai city will suffer if it is summoned. Xiao Chen shrugged, I saw that the formation was incomplete, so I helped those idiots make up for it by the way. Cough, cough. Master Xiao almost didn't choke to death when he heard this. Master Xiao, how can this be good? Master Xiao's face flushed, and he didn't dare to accuse Xiao Chen, and finally said something like this. Xiao Chen didn't care about the old man's panic. He glanced at the old man obliquely, and said impatiently, it's your shit. Ahem. At this time, there was a sudden situation in the sky, and the red thundercloud suddenly began to expand, and the expansion speed was extremely terrifying. Within a few blinks, Liyun had more than doubled its size. Moreover, the red thundercloud showed no sign of stopping at all, and it expanded to the surroundings without stopping. The big red hand showed the whole picture, and then the forearm began to stretch out from the red thundercloud. Numerous weird and complicated patterns appeared on the forearms. At this time, the entire Minghai city people saw this scene like the end of the day. The streets and alleys rushed to report, so it was so lively. Some people have already begun to flee outside the city, and some bold ones are even gathering in the direction of Thunder Cloud. At this time, around Phoenix Mountain, an old man looked up at the vision in the sky, his eyes narrowed slightly. Blood Evil Alliance, you are making things too much this time. The old man's face was gloomy, and his toes rushed towards the direction of Thunder Cloud. At the top of the Emperor's building in Minghai City, a coquettish woman in a red dress stared at the red blood cloud in the sky. Is this the final form of the blood cloud formation that Master said, Blood Shura? But Master said that the final form of the blood cloud array was lost a long time ago. The coquettish woman shook her head and denied her thoughts. After looking at the blood cloud that was still expanding, the coquettish woman jumped down from the top of the building. At this moment, several figures galloped toward the blood cloud. In a commercial house in Minghai City, a man with black mist suddenly appeared beside Qin's Haiden. Qin's Haiden, who was thinking about Xiao Chen, was taken aback. After seeing the incoming person, Qin's Haiden bowed respectfully to the man, Uncle Wu, why are you here? The man called Uncle Wu did not respond to Qin's Haiden's respectful actions, but said coldly, by the order of the young master, take the second young master home. Qin's Haiden was stunned when he heard it, and it was obvious that Qin's Haiden didn't want to go back. Didn't my brother agree to let me finish high school here? The man grabbed Qin's Haiden's hand and dragged him out of the door involuntarily. Sura's eyes awakened in advance. Minghai City has become the center of the whirlpool, and the Qin family must not stay here, otherwise it will misunderstand those who are interested. Qin's Haiden tried hard to break away from grasping his own hand, but that hand was like a vice. No matter how hard Qin's Haiden struggled, he couldn't move. Fangling is here, I won't go back. Qin's Haiden was like a child who was angry. Young master has already negotiated with the Huangfu family. Someone will take Huangfu Fangling back. After hearing this, Qin's Haiden finally stopped struggling, and honestly followed behind the man. While Huangfu Fangling was eating, an old woman came by her side. The old woman looked kind, dotingly looked at Huangfu Fangling who was eating, and shook her head helplessly. "Mistress, why are you here?" Huangfu Fangling shouted in surprise. The old woman touched Huangfu Fangling's head affectionately. "The patriarch asked me to pick you up. Minghai City is about to be in chaos. Your stay here will make some people uncomfortable." Huangfu Fangling looked at the food on the table and was silent for a long time and asked, "Mother, do you think fate can be changed?" The old woman knew what Huangfu Fangling was talking about, but the marriage between the Huangfu family and the Qin family was related to the future of the family, and no one dared to be a demon in this matter. The old woman sighed, "I can't help myself." Chapter 33, Blood Shura. Xiao Chen looked at the sky. At this time, in the sky, a humanoid creature covered with weird runes had basically revealed its entire appearance. Why is it said that it is a humanoid rather than a human? Although this thing has hands and feet, its appearance is no different from that of a human being. But this guy's head has 2 long red horns and 4 fangs staggered up and down, which looks very bluffing. Xiao Chen looked at the scene in the sky, his eyelids twitching. Xiao Chen had really seen this stuff. He remembered that when he was in the Great World, Shura killed the world with his eyes and was surrounded by many powerful men. Xiao Chen passed by there once in a leisurely manner, just when the Shura Eye host opened the door of the Shura Great World a little bit, and a large number of such creatures came out of it. This thing is not strong in combat power, but it is big and strong in resilience. It is the best choice to be used as a meat shield. It seems to be called Blood Shura, this kind of creature. Xiao Chen muttered. But Xiao Chen had some doubts in his heart. To summon the creatures of the Shura world, he had to use the blood of countless creatures as a guide. How could he summon Blood Shura after completing the formation? Xiao Chen thought of Luo Xianxi's girl again. Could it be that Shura's eyes awakened? The conditions for summoning were also lowered. In this way, even if I don't fill up the formation, there are Shura's eyes, and Blood Shura should be too. Will be summoned in its entirety. It should be like this. Xiao Chen could only get this answer when he wanted to break his head. Xiao Chen looked at the blood in the sky, and suddenly he felt pain again. Although he was just a skeleton frame without any pain, Xiao Chen still felt pain. Because Xiao Chen realized that he had this strength now, he didn't seem to be able to solve this Blood Shura very well. Xiao Chen jumped off the railing and ran downstairs. Luo Saru stopped him as soon as he arrived at the door. The conversation between Xiao Lao and Xiao Chen, Luo Saru, could be heard clearly. Xiao Chen made up that stuff in the sky. Luo Saru looked at the terrifying scene in the sky, biting her lip and staring at Xiao Chen with determination. Of course Xiao Chen knew what Luo Saru meant. You got into trouble, do you want to pat your and run? Xiao Chen, I know that you are not an ordinary person, but you just patted your and left. What about Minghai City? What about so many lives? Don't you have a sense of responsibility? Luo Saru is very clear about Xiao Chen's behavior. He was dissatisfied, and his voice was a little hoarse. Xiao Chen twitched his mouth. What is the sense of responsibility? Can I eat it? You. Luo Silo couldn't say anything when she was angry, and she had never seen such a brazen person. Xiao Chen looked at Luo Si who was a little frustrated and said, it's not something I summoned. You have to find your sister Luo Xianxi about this matter. Besides, the death of the people in this city is only good for me. Why do you want to stop it? I won't do this kind of detrimental work. Do you treat me as a fool? Xiao Chen pulled away Luo Saru who was blocking the door. Perhaps it was a little bit stronger. Luo Saru staggered under his feet and slammed his head on the concrete railing next to him. The blood flowed down Luo Saru's head continuously, which made her look very embarrassed. Xiao Chen dug his nostrils and didn't mean to pity Xiangziyu at all. Little girl film, still preaching here, if you have that time, run away quickly. Slid. After talking about Xiao Chen, he ran downstairs. Luo Silo looked desperately at Xiao Chen's leaving back. This is the place where she was born and raised her. Everything about her is here. How could she leave alone? Xiao Ro, let's leave here first, and go out thinking of a way. Master Xiao helped Luo Silo and walked downstairs. We can't get out of this building, we have tried it just now. Luo Silo said in a desperate tone. At this time Xiao Zioxiu looked at the calf bone in her hand, thinking about what Xiao Chen had said earlier. Xiao Chen said just now to let us escape. I think he is suggesting something to us. Or he has found a way for us to leave this building. Xiao Zioxiu analyzed it and thought it was very possible. After all, Xiao Chen did things and talked like a lunatic, maybe which sentence is true. Master Xiao followed and nodded, there is no way to be a dead horse doctor. Xiao Chen ran to the entrance of the hospital in a hurry and found that the entrance had been sealed off. This thing is not lethal, it just prevents the people inside from going out and the people outside from coming in. With a lifeless foot, Xiao Chen kicked the blockade to pieces. Xiao Chen ran out of the hospital non-stop, and a woman in a red dress walked towards him. The woman is in her 30s, and she is extremely glamorous. She has a pair of peach blossom eyes that can drip out of water, and her whole body exudes a ripe smell, especially the pair of chest organs on her chest. A gust of wind passed by Xiao Chen's side. The woman looked at Xiao Chen who was running away with a little surprise, her brows frowned slightly. Foreign body? Why there is no sign of life? The woman was thinking about why there was no life fluctuation in Xiao Chen's body, and she saw that the guy who ran by like the wind came back. The woman's whole body was tight, and all her energy was mobilized. Xiao Chen's backward speed was no slower than the speed of running forward. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen retreated to the woman's side. Xiao Chen stared at the magnificent scene on the woman's chest and wiped his mouth. Beauty, are you a cow? The woman relaxed her vigilance, because Xiao Chen didn't exude a bit of murderous aura. After hearing Xiao Chen's words, the woman asked with some confusion, "What did you say?" Xiao Chen raised his hands with a wretched look, and put them in the air. "It's really big, you must be a cow." The woman immediately understood Xiao Chen's meaning, her eyebrows were erected, her hands on hips akimbo the shrew, "Little Wang Ba Lao, you will learn to be a hooligan before your hair grows up. Believe it or not, your mother is smothering you, little bastard." Xiao Chen made a cut and ran away again. Beauty, be careful when you walk, be careful when someone tells you to hit someone with the ball. Xiao Chen's voice came from a distance. The corners of the woman's mouth twitched a few times, and the second master of the dignified Blood Evil League, the dignified Diamond Master who is called the Blood Lady, was actually molested by a little guy with no hair. Interesting little guy. The woman smiled. Xiao Chen rushed toward the house like that, causing a lot of commotion along the way. After all, people who run faster than a car are still rare. The entrance of a kindergarten in Minghai City. A young woman walked towards her car with a child like a porcelain doll. The young woman looked anxious at the expanding blood cloud in the sky. Next to the young woman was a wretched-looking young man with a fat body and a greasy face. Chapter 34, Do you know who I am? Xiao Xiao, go to my house, now the whole Minghai city is in chaos, I don't worry about you alone. Xiao Xiao, you know what my house does. No matter what kind of chaos in Minghai city, I can guarantee your mother and daughter's safety. The fat man kept talking around the young woman. The young woman reluctantly smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but the child's father is still waiting at home." The young woman said she was going to open the door after she took out the car key. Snapped. The young man knocked out the key in the young woman's hand, and said with a gloomy expression, "Mo Xiao Xiao, you can go today, or you have to go if you don't." The young woman couldn't believe her eyes. How could that gentle and polite person seem to be a different person at this moment? "Lu Peng, what are you doing?" Mo Xiao Xiao asked, with a too gentle personality that kept her from showing excessive anger at this moment. "What are you doing?" "Haha, what do you say I want to do?" Lu Peng made the dry bite particularly heavy. What kind of stuff are you? Lao Tzu has already investigated clearly, and still want to cheat Lao Tzu? The husband is waiting? Haha, you are telling a joke. I am afraid you don't know who the father of the child is. I will take care of your broken shoes. You. Mo Xiao's eyes were red, and tears kept rolling in his eyes. Growing up, Mo Xiao had never seen anything like this before. Occasionally people around are looking at this side, but they just look up. Now the entire Minghai city is in chaos, and who has the time to take care of other people's affairs? Lu Peng grabbed Mo Xiao's wrist and forcibly dragged her in the direction of his car. Mo Xiao struggled hard, but the strength of the woman seemed so insignificant at this moment. Lu Peng, what are you doing? You hurt me, let me go. Mo Xiao was dragged forcibly. It hurts? Haha, you'll hurt even more later. Lu Peng smiled and opened the car door. Help, help. At this moment Mo Xiao finally let go of the woman's restraint, and kept calling for help to the people passing by. It's just that the people around just looked at it, and then secretly put aside their faces. There were a few young people who wanted to come forward and help each other, but they were stopped by their partners. You are stupid, look at the car, one tire is enough for you to not eat or drink for a few years, can you afford such a person? Lu Peng looked at the people around him arrogantly and met Lu Peng's gaze. The people around him secretly lowered their heads, pretending not to see them. Lu Peng opened the door and pushed Mo Xiao into the car vigorously. Tisk tusk, Mo Xiao has such a good body after giving birth to a child, I am blessed today. Lu Peng stuffed it while saying nasty things, and tears kept streaming down Mo Xiao's face. What? Lu Peng, who was screaming, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his thigh. When he looked down, a little loli bit her thigh fiercely. Little bastard! Lu Peng raised his fist furiously and slammed it on the head of little Lori. If this happens, I am afraid that half of my life will be gone. No! Mo Xiao cried out mournfully, with some strength, she broke Lu Peng's hand all of a sudden, and threw herself down on little Lolita. Mo Xiao hugged Lolita tightly, trying to block Lu Peng's fist with his body. The imaginary pain did not come, Mo Xiao looked up, and a slightly thin hand tightly grasped Lu Peng's fist. Boom! With a loud noise, Lu Peng's fat pig-like body hit the car. Brother Xiao Chen! Little Lori got her head out of Mo Xiao's armpit and shouted happily. Little idiot! Brother Xiao Chen, this person is bullying his mother. Wang Duo pointed at Lu Peng who was struggling to get up and shouted. Xiao Chen! Mo Xiao straightened up and wiped his tears. Little beast, do you know who I am? Lu Peng struggled to lean against his luxury car, looking at Xiao Chen with a bitter expression on his face. Xiao Chen stepped forward and slapped Lu Peng in the face. Do you know who I am? Snapped. My uncle is. Snapped. Big brother, I was wrong, don't fight. Snapped. Xiao Chen slapped the left, and slapped the fan on the right. Do you know who I am? Snapped. Do you know who I am? Snapped. Xiao Chen asked with a slap in the face, and Lu Peng's fat pig face instantly swelled up. Woo, woo. As soon as Lu Peng wanted to speak, he was fanned back by Xiao Chen's big ears. After this time, Lu Peng just didn't say a complete sentence. Xiao Chen wiped his hand on Lu Peng's clothes in disgust. So much oil is enough for cooking. At this time, Lu Peng had been shaped by Xiao Chen's fan, his face turned into a veritable pig's head, and his entire eyes were swollen and invisible. Xiao Chen grabbed Lu Peng's collar and asked fiercely, Do you know who I am? Woo! Lu Peng's two swollen sausage-like mouths opened and closed up and down, unable to say a word. Lao Tzu is your second uncle. Xiao Chen slapped again after finishing speaking. Xiao Chen, thank you. Big brother Xiao Chen is amazing. Xiao Chen looked at the sky. The blood cloud had stopped expanding at this moment, but the size of the blood cloud had reached a terrifying point at this time. Madam, leave Minghai City with a little idiot. Mo Xiao Xiao nodded sadly after hearing Xiao Chen's words. Xiao Chen was about to leave, suddenly felt something was wrong. Xiao Chen looked at Lu Peng who was still groaning in pain, and touched his chin. This emperor is 10,000 years old this year. It is more than enough to be an ancestor for your ancestor, and the second uncle? This emperor has suffered a lot. Xiao Chen thought that he had suffered a great loss silently, and in an instant, anger rose from his heart, and evil grew to the courage. Xiao Chen held up his big slap at the already immature pig's head and came again. You are the first to take advantage of the emperor so blatantly. Snapped. I want this emperor to be the second uncle for you, you are so brave. Snapped. Lu Peng really wanted to hit his head and die in the car. Where is the neurosis? Who wants you to be the second uncle, can you do it yourself? Lu Peng couldn't stand the double blow of his body and spirit, and he fainted as soon as he closed his eyes. Xiao Chen wiped his hands, walked 2 steps forward and stopped. After thinking about it, Xiao Chen still felt that he had suffered a big loss and returned to Lu Peng. At this time, Lu Peng had passed out. Xiao Chen lifted his big feet and gave Lu Peng a fierce kick. Crack! When everyone passing by saw this scene, they all took a breath. This Nima is not because the egg hurts, but the egg is broken. Several men subconsciously covered their crotch and walked away quickly. Xiao Chen nodded in satisfaction, preparing to leave. At this time, Wang Duoduo pulled Xiao Chen's clothes. Brother Xiao Chen, mother's car key is missing. Xiao Chen looked at Mo Xiao Xiao, who was anxiously looking around, and patted his forehead. There is a lot of fart all day long. Chapter 35, Home. Mo Xiao Xiao anxiously searched for the key that was knocked down by Lu Peng just now, but he searched all around and couldn't see the shadow of the key. Mo Xiao Xiao almost cried out anxiously. Now that Minghai City is so chaotic, it would be difficult to guarantee the safety of himself and his daughter without a car. Just when Mo Xiao Xiao was in a hurry, he suddenly felt a tight butt, and then his whole body rose into the air. Mo Xiao Xiao was put on his shoulders by Xiao Chen resisting, and then Xiao Chen raised Wang Duoduo again and frightened the little guy in the squeaky nest. Xiao Chen, what are you doing? Let me down quickly. Mo Xiaoxio's cheeks flushed with shame. Crack! Mo Xiao Xiao only felt a hot pain in his butt. Don't move! Xiao Chen yelled impatiently, then stepped away from his big feet and ran towards the house like wind. Is Nima a human being, running so fast with 2 people? Niu, awesome! This Nima is no less than 80 yards. Hey, Uncle Policeman, there are people speeding here. Not only is he speeding, he is also overloaded. The eyes of passers-by around are straight. Mo Xiao Xiao only felt the whirring wind in his ears, and his eyes were sore because of the wind, and he had to close his eyes. The entrance of the villa. Xiao Chen placed the 2 mother and daughter at the door. You better leave Minghai City, the sooner the better. Xiao Chen looked at Wang Duoduo, who was holding the corner of his clothes and looking reluctant, and said to Mo Xiao Xiao. Hearing this, Mo Xiao Xiao looked a little sad, and lowered his head unconsciously. Xiao Chen felt Mo Xiaoxio's emotional loss and asked, What's the matter? Mo Xiao Xiao grinned reluctantly, I don't know where to go. This is my home. I have no other place to go except here. Xiao Chen patted his head, farting a lot all day long. Go anywhere, leave Minghai City, and come back when the limelight passes. Mo Xiao Xiao turned his head and looked at the door of the villa, and touched Wang Duoduo's head. I have waited for him for so many years. I am afraid that I will leave here. What if he can't find me when he comes back? Xiao Chen dug his nose and said impatiently, It's my shit. After speaking, he walked towards his home. Looking at Xiao Chen's back, Mo Xiao Xiao really couldn't understand the child. Xiao Chen came to the door of his house, looking at the empty door that was kicked by him, and fell into deep thought. For a long time, Xiao Chen patted his forehead. What the am I doing when I come back? When did my mind break? Xiao Chen stood at the door, thinking hard about what he was doing back. When I thought of seeing Shueshura being summoned on the rooftop of the hospital, my mind seemed to subconsciously go home. But when Xiao Chen stood at the door, he didn't know why he went home. Xiao Chen walked into the room, and there had been a lot of dust in the unoccupied room for a few days. Xiao Chen looked at those familiar furnishings, and there seemed to be something in his head. The sofa on the left is the mother's favorite location, because it is very close to the table, and mother can easily get the fruits on the table. My mother always likes to force herself and her sister to eat some messy fruits. She always thinks that this one is delicious, that one is delicious, you have to try one as much as you like. The middle is my father's favorite position. My father always sits in the middle, seeming to declare his status in the home. No matter how the father wants to explain that the family is in charge, but as long as the mother rolls his eyes, the father is sure to cook obediently. Father always asks himself and his sister to borrow money, because his mother always searched his bag to be cleaner than his face in order to let him quit smoking. On the right is the position of my sister and herself. That girl always holds the big bear and lay there lazily. The whole sofa sister alone would take up 3/4, and she could only tremble in the corner. Some shy and introverted sisters seem to be so unscrupulous only in front of their family. Xiao Chen looked around, mother's iron, father's study, sister's small bag, everything was so familiar and warm. Xiao Chen suddenly understood why he would subconsciously run to the house. The reason is too simple, because here is my home, here are my relatives, here are the people I love, and there are people who love me the most. Home, what a strange and familiar word. It has been too long in the great world of Hauran. For 10,000 years, Xiao Chen has almost forgotten the meaning of this word. Xiao Chen knocked his head fiercely, and muttered to himself, I always thought that I could live well in my own world, only to realize that it was not. It turned out that my heart has always longed for home. Yearning for my family. Brother Xiao Chen. At this time, a milky voice sounded at the door. Mo Xiao Xiao stood at the door holding Wang Duoduo's hand. Mo Xiao Xiao held Wang Duoduo in his left hand and a suitcase in his right hand. Behind them was a big golden retriever with a small bag hanging around his neck. Today, the big golden retriever did not smirk as usual. It drooped its head and seemed to know that it was about to leave the home where it was born and raised. Mo Xiao Xiao smiled at Xiao Chen, with a bit of bitterness. Xiao Chen, I'll take Duoduo out first, you take care of yourself. Xiao Chen looked at Mo Xiao Xiao, this woman was still gentle even at this time, very similar to his mother. Brother Xiao Chen, this is for you. Wang Duoduo came to Xiao Chen with a small bag. Xiao Chen took the bag and glanced at it, which was filled with all kinds of sugar. This is Duoduo's favorite candy, Brother Xiao Chen must remember to eat it. The little guy pulled Xiao Chen's clothes corner and exhorted. Xiao Chen touched Wang Duoduo's head and hung the small bag around her neck. Little fool, you come and feed me tomorrow morning. Wang Duoduo looked at Xiao Chen blankly, holding his fingers in puzzlement and said, but my mother said, we are going out to play today. My mother said that I will take me Yanjing to eat roast duck. It will be a long time. Xiao Chen pulled Wang Duoduo's chubby face and smiled happily, don't go, you will only count to 10, so stupid, you will be sold if you go. Hey, big brother Xiao Chen badass, Duoduo already counted to 11 yesterday. Xiao Chen moved 2 chairs and placed them in front of Mo Xiaoxio's mother and daughter, and said in a rare gentle tone, don't go, this is home, how can you just leave? Wow! The big golden retriever with his head drooping screamed twice, and the corners of his mouth split happily, like a second fool. Xiao Chen walked toward the door step by step, and a black flame appeared on Xiao Chen's right hand. The flame was as black as ink, shining with a strange light. Every time Xiao Chen took a step, the black flame burned for 2 points. When Xiao Chen walked on the grass outside the door, the black flame had spread all over his body. Xiao Chen's body began to drift away with the black flames, and the white skeleton frame appeared. The past is faint and dreamlike, and it's all in my heart with the wind and rain. Chapter 36, Man-Made. On the rooftop of Huai Hospital, before the three of Luosaru had time to leave the hospital, a coquettish woman in red suddenly appeared here. The blood lady in a red dress stared at the sky tightly, and the blood Shura, who had already revealed the whole picture, muttered to herself. The blood cloud formation is not complete at all. How could it be possible to summon such a monster? Is it because of Shura's eyes? Master seems to have said that this blood cloud formation has a certain connection with Shura's eyes. The blood lady looked at the blood Azura who looked like a giant in the sky, and smiled bitterly. How do you deal with such a monster? At this moment, the blood lady's brows frowned slightly, she let out a cold snort, and moved her body slightly to the right for 2 meters. Boom! There was a loud noise, smoke and dust rose, and rubble burst. The smoke and dust dissipated, and a large hole about 1 meter in diameter appeared where the blood lady was standing. Light shot in from the hole, and the scene of the lower room was clearly visible. The blood lady looked at the big hole, her face changed, and she said coldly at the entrance of the roof, "Zhao Lechen, what do you mean?" An old voice came from the door, "Second master, what do you think I mean?" An upright old man in a Chinese tunic suit, white beard and hair, and a righteous suit did not know when he appeared at the door, looking coldly at the blood lady. The blood lady smiled softly, and resumed her amorous posture. "Oh, Team Leader Zhao, don't you think we made this monster? You really see our alliance?" While talking, the blood lady played with her long hair with her hands. The blood lady's voice is sweet and greasy, and her actions are very charming, with the scent of dust in her smile and her figure. If she is seen by the young man, she will probably have nosebleeds on the spot. The old man called Zhao Lechen sneered coldly, "Even if it is not the handwriting of your blood evil alliance, but it will definitely not be related to you, this blood cloud formation is unique to your blood evil alliance." The blood lady didn't deny it, nodded, "Yes, but it's hard to blame our blood fiend alliance for this matter. The blood cloud formation is already missing, and Lu Fangxiu didn't finish carving the remaining formation when setting up the formation. This blood cloud formation will automatically disappear." The blood lady paused for a while and then said again, "Lu Fangxiu is a pitiful person and a good person, and Leader Zhao probably knows more about their 2 brothers than I do. Now that Lu Fangxiu is dead, and your little crow's demon is broken, this time, you have taken a huge advantage. Now you get a bargain here and still behave well. Are your sky team deceiving people too much?" Zhao Lechen knew that the blood lady was telling the truth, and the Blood Evil Alliance, the organization, sounded a silly name, but there were some poor people in the organization. Although these people are somewhat paranoid and weird, they can't be called the big bad guys who do no evil. If it weren't for this, China wouldn't be able to tolerate this organization. Zhao Lechen looked at the sky. At this time, Shuaziolo above the sky had already opened his eyes, and his blood-red eyes were staring at the earth coldly, without the slightest emotion. A squeezed person can't breathe and a breath radiates from Shueshura's body, making people feel cold. As a master at the pinnacle of the Diamond Realm, Zhao Lechen, after feeling this breath, made him tremble with chills and spirits all over his body. This made him feel that this thing is not something human can contend with. Perhaps only the 2 monsters of the human group can contend 1 or 2. I believe what you said, but this thing came out of the blood cloud formation after all, you should always have an explanation. The blood lady sighed and said, "Perhaps it has something to do with Shura's eyes that have just awakened. I have heard from Master that this blood cloud formation is related to Shura's eyes, but I don't know the details." Zhao Lechen's face was uncertain, and he thought for a long time and said, "You can't let that thing fall to the ground. If you really let it fall to the ground, the entire Minghai city will probably be destroyed. When the Blood Lady heard this, she had a horrible expression on her face. Old man Zhao, are you crazy? We can stop that stuff on your head. Zhao Lechen shook his head and said, someone always has to do things. If you don't go, I won't force it. After all, the ways are different. Zhao Lechen said that the aura of the whole body began to be mentioned surgingly, and the wind began to blow around, and the wind gathered around Zhao Lechen. The wind was getting stronger and stronger, and the three of Luo Saru, who were eating melons, stood unstable. Zhao Lechen looked at the three of them and said, you leave here quickly. You are also a blessed person to survive in this hospital. When the great era comes, you may also be able to get some opportunities. The surrounding wind began to gather at Zhao Lechen's feet, and a small tornado began to form. Zhao Lechen was in it, and his whole person was picked up by the tornado. Group leader, take me. A young man dressed in black appeared at the door, slowly pulling out the short knife behind his waist. Zhao Lechen waved his hand at the center of the tornado and said, what is it for you to follow me to the death of a bad old man? I have notified the above. I believe the two guys from the human group will arrive soon. Don't lose your life in vain. The young man pointed to the three Luo Xianxi and said blankly, does the group leader want ordinary people like them to die in front of me? Zhao Lechen smiled, I won't let you go this time. With your character, I'm afraid it will plant a bane on the road of cultivation. After Zhao Lechen waved his hand, a tornado formed under the boy's feet. The Blood Lady patted her forehead, and said helplessly, do you know why I hate your teammates so much? Zhao Lechen asked curiously, why? The Blood Lady said angrily, I don't know the old lady either. After the Blood Lady finished speaking, she plunged into Zhao Lechen's tornado. At this time a voice sounded on the rooftop, Master, wait for me. A young girl stumbled out of the door. There were two dry blood stains hanging under the girl's nose, and she rubbed the back of her head with one hand. Looking at the embarrassment of his apprentice, Zhao Lechen suddenly laughed, girl, don't be reckless in the future. The girl rubbed the back of her head, as if she had touched the painful part. She bit her teeth and said a little aggrieved, Master, I didn't fall by myself. It was knocked by a dog-like guy holding a bone. Hearing the girl's words, Xiao Zioxiu, who was holding Xiao Chen's calf bone, secretly hid the bone behind her back. Bang bang bang! At this time, a group of human figures jumped from below the hospital to the top of the roof, and the floor of the roof was rumbling. Chapter 37, I like this city. People appeared constantly on the rooftop, and Zhao Lechen looked at these abruptly appearing people, and the white beard on his chin trembled slightly. Yuxuzi, Zazhuk, Kishi, Corpse Devourer. Leader Zhao, we are here to help you. The headed Taoist priest said. Zhao Lechen looked at them one by one. There was a righteous Taoist and an evil sect. Paper. Ye Crow's long and narrow eyes narrowed, and the black short knife in his hand swiped forward, and a black horse rushed straight at a skinny old man with a hump back. The old man held a mourning stick in his hand, looked back at the sword spirit with a murderous intent, and gave a weird grin. The teeth in the old man's mouth have fallen out, and his open mouth is like a bottomless black hole that makes his scalp numb. Facing the sword energy, the old man evaded and waved the crying stick in the air. The air in front of the old man was distorted, visible to the naked eye, and a female paper figure appeared in front of the old man at some unknown time. The colorful paper people are the size of an average adult, the workmanship looks extremely rough, and the facial features are distorted and weird. The paper man's pale face was painted with thick paint, and the blush like blood was unusually dazzling. The seemingly rough paper man is like a graffiti made by a childish child, but the black and white eyes of the paper man are extremely vivid, like a finishing touch, bringing the whole paper man to life. A feeling of extreme evil came from those eyes, which made people shudder. He he he. A harsh, hoarse laughter came out from the paper man's crooked to the left cheek mouth. This sound pierced everyone's body in an instant. Everyone felt as if a hand was reaching into the heart, and they kept scratching. A wave of negative emotions emanated from everyone: fear, despair, killing. After Luo Saru heard this voice, she was in a very strange state. Her eyes were dull and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, like the second fool next door. Master Xiao was a little better than Luo Saru, sitting cross-legged on the ground, his face pale. Unexpectedly, Xiao Zioxiu, the weakest-willed person, did nothing. She didn't notice that the faint light from the calf bone hidden behind her enveloped her. Xiao Zioxiu stretched out her hand and pulled La Luo Saru. "Sister Saru, what's the matter with you? Don't scare me!" Xiao Zioxiu yelled with a crying voice. As soon as Xiao Zioxiu's hand touched Luo Saru, the light shrouded in Xiao Zioxiu's body instantly spread to Luo Saru's body. Luo Silo looked at Iwa and Yu Xiao Zioxiu blankly, and asked incomprehensibly, "Zioxiu, why are you crying?" Seeing Luo Saru return to normal, Xiao Zioxiu wiped her tears and said the abnormality just now. Luo Saru looked at the bones that Xiao Zioxiu had hidden behind her back. She was smart and instantly thought of the reason why Xiao Zioxiu was not affected by the laughter. As the paper man laughs more and more rapidly, the black sword air is getting closer and closer. Dao Qi finally collided with the paper man. There was no lightning and thunder, no thunder and fire, or even a little sound. A black vortex appeared on the chest of the paper man. The vortex continued to rotate with black sword energy, and the surrounding air began to twist again. As the black vortex spins faster and faster, the black sword energy and paper people are absorbed by the vortex. The air returned to calm, the sword air and the paper man disappeared without a trace, and it seemed that they had never appeared. The old man looked at Night Crow with bitter eyes, rubbing his fingers on the handle of the crying stick, not knowing what he was thinking. Seeing that the blow was ineffective, Night Crow's black short knife emitted bursts of black blades, and a cold breath spread from the blade to the rooftop, and the rooftop was instantly enveloped by this air conditioning. Okay. Standing in the center of the tornado, Zhao Lechen looked at Ye Crow and stopped his next move. Ye Crow looked at Zhao Lechen and was silent for a while. After all, he took the short knife back. Zhao Lechen looked at the rooftop, plus Luo Saru's 3 people. There were as many as 14 people on the rooftop. The Daoist Yuxu, Kishi are all of my generation, and they are concerned about the common people. I can understand when you come here, but if you guys come here, I really can't think of what you are doing. Throw yourself into the net, or take advantage of the fire. Zhao Lechen stared at the paper customer and asked. His tone of voice was a bit unkind. Seeing that Ye Crow didn't intend to make another move, Zajic felt relieved. Zajic looked at Zhao Lechen and said, I have lived in Minghai for 20 years. I like this place. Zhao Lechen was a little surprised. This paper jailer was the most wanted man in their Tian clan. He was murderous and his hands were bloody. Zajic suddenly disappeared 20 years ago and did not expect to settle down in Minghai city. It's just that no one would have thought that this person would have feelings for a city. Zajic seemed to see what Zhao Lechen was thinking, and grinned openly. The smile this time was not strange, but sincere. I'm walking here, drinking tea, bragging, I've been doing things like this for 20 years, and I want to continue doing it. Then you have to go on doing it. The Ye Crow on the side said coldly. The paper guest cast a faint glance at Ye Crow, ignorant child. Zajic's words seemed to mean something else. Zhao Lechen nodded. When people are old, they are always reluctant to move. What about you, corpse cannibal? Zhao Lechen turned his head to a simple-looking middle-aged man again. The corpse eater smiled honestly, touched the back of his head, and pointed to a far-away place. My sister is studying there, and the girl is stubborn, so she doesn't leave. The girl always says that her parents will come back. If she leaves, what if her parents come back and can't find herself? But I dare not tell the girl about her parents. She died long ago. She died when she was 10 years old. The corpse eater mentioned his sister and smiled happily, like an older child. What about you, butcher? Zhao Lechen looked at a fat man. The fat man is fat, and he can't find the fat eyes. The fat man was wearing a pair of big pants and a pair of flip-flops on his feet, but his upper body was only wearing a greasy apron, and his fat was leaking out in circles. The fat man smiled and pointed to a distance. My bun shop is there. It has been in business for almost 10 years, and the business is good. Zhao Lechen nodded, his right hand pointed at the void. Get up. A small whirlwind formed on the soles of everyone's feet, slowly bringing everyone into the air. We are not going to die. Our main task is to prevent the guy in the sky from falling to the ground. As for the interception, I have notified the team. I believe Xing Yiho will arrive soon. When Zhao Lechen mentioned King Yihao, all the faces showed respect. Will that person really come there? Asked the blood lady in the same tornado as Zhao Lechen. At this time, she looked longing, like a little girl chasing stars. I don't know about others, but Master Xing Yiho will definitely come. Zhao Lechen's tone was firm, as if it were a matter of course. Chapter 38, Had to Die. In a quiet and chic courtyard in Yanjing, a young man looked into the distance. The man was wearing a cyan gown with his long hair tied on top of his head, which was held in place by a simple wooden hairpin. Such dressing may be regarded as neurotic in this society, and such long gowns are no longer controllable by people of this age. No matter how good a person's temperament looks, wearing such a long gown will make people feel that something is missing. But this man is very different. The cyan long gown is worn on his body, giving people a very special feeling. Naturally, it seems that he must wear such clothes, and such clothes are tailor-made for him. Xing Yi. A gentle male voice sounded in the room. Then an elegant man in a Chinese tunic suit with a pen pinned to his chest pocket appeared at the door. The man in the tunic suit was holding a laptop in his hands, his expression a little solemn. The man called Xing Yi turned his head, looked at the elegant man and did not speak, but with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, which made people feel like a spring breeze. The elegant man came to Xing Yi in a few steps and turned his computer towards Xing Yi. What do you think? There is a magnified picture on the computer screen in the hands of the elegant man, which is exactly the sight of blood Shura coming over Minghai City. Xing Yi looked at the picture for a long time. Blood cloud formation, blood Shura. Xing Yi spit out such a sentence. Are you going? Xing Yi nodded, you must go. The elegant man thought for a moment, and asked, how likely is it to win? Xing Yi looked up at the sky, stretched out his right hand in the air and made an OK gesture. The elegant man smiled with joy, 3 tricks are enough. Xing Yi shook his head. Seeing Xing Yi shook his head, the elegant man's complexion suddenly became heavy. It's hard to fight with only 30% chance of winning. Xing Yi shook his head again, and the elegant man exhaled, feeling a lot of relaxation. The elegant man looked at Xing Yi's OK, and asked with some doubts, it's not 3 strokes or 30%. What do you mean by this gesture? 30 years. Xing Yi said lightly. Do you mean 30 years? The elegant man couldn't help but complain in his heart. What 30 years? The elegant man was a little puzzled. To win the blood Shura, the cultivation base will go backwards for 30 years. What? So serious? The elegant man's voice immediately rose by an octave, his face flushed. No, you can't go. In the battle of Fanfiction, my top Chinese expert is almost killed and wounded. If your cultivation level is now regressed for another 30 years, I am afraid that those ghosts and monsters will move. The elegant man spoke with excitement, and his tone was extremely determined. Xing Yi didn't respond, and just said lightly, get ready and set off right away. Do you listen to me? The elegant man asked angrily. Xing Yi nodded, motioning that he had listened to him. You slew Yunchuo, faster like that. Xing Yi finished speaking and walked towards the room. What, Lu Yunchuo? You are crazy, Lu Yunchuo consumes so much, are you afraid that you won't die fast enough? The elegant man roared looking at Xing Yi's back. The rooftop of Huai Hospital, Minghai City. The tornado began to rise into the sky, and the paper-cut guest looked at the tornado and nodded with a trace of admiration on his face. Old man Zhao, you are becoming more and more skilled at Yufengju. Zhao Lechen didn't talk, but the tower head looked at the behemoth in the sky. As the distance got closer and closer, everyone felt the blood and murderous blood coming from the body of Blood Azura, and everyone was shocked. Even so far apart, the pressure like a big wave hitting the shore made them a little difficult to breathe. Yu Suza laughed bitterly, what is the difference between us and death? Zhao Lechen also had a bitter expression on his face. His miscalculation of the strength of Blood Shura let him know that things might not develop in the direction of his imagination. The cost of Zhao Le was because he wanted to hold the big guy in the sky for a moment or three. You don't have to work hard, as long as you drag it until Xing Yi arrives, then the task will be completed. Now it seems that I am afraid of completing this task a bit idiotic. Zhao Lechen looked at the blood lady beside him, then turned his head to look at Ye Crow and his apprentice who were not far away, raising his hand and pressing down heavily. Seeing Zhao Lechen's movements, the blood lady frowned and asked vigilantly, Old man, what are you doing? As Zhao Lechen's hand pressed down, the blood lady was suddenly swept out by a violent wind, and the night crow and the girl not far away had the same experience, being swept out of the rising tornado by the violent wind. The three of them went down in a hurry, and the blood maiden in the air jumped like thunder. What are you doing, old man? You are still young. Zhao Lechen's faint voice sounded in the air. Looking at the two who fell, the fat butcher raised the kitchen knife in his hand, with a miserable expression on his face. Master, I am young too. Zhao Lechen cast a glance at the butcher. How old are you this year? The butcher wanted to talk about a 30-year-old, but he just looked at Zhao Lechen's indifferent eyes and suddenly changed his mind. The butcher sighed, tomorrow is my 65th birthday. Zhao Lechen nodded, 65 years old, you can die. The three people who fell on the roof looked at Zhao Lechen and his group as they were getting farther and farther away, clenching their fists tightly, but they were helpless. It is impossible to fly in the air without reaching the wildness realm, but the ability to fly in the diamond realm like Zhao Lechen is all because of his practice Yufengju. The girl looked at the sky whirling tears. Master! She shouted, maybe she knew that this might be the last time she saw Master. The blood lady looked at the sky, and sighed heavily after a long time, no one wants to die, just have to die. Ye Crow tightly held the hilt of the short knife behind his waist, not knowing what he was thinking about. Above the sky, Shuezai Oluo, who had been standing quietly in the air, suddenly opened his eyes. In his scarlet eyes, blood mists scattered like substantial blood, gathering in the air without dispersing. Blood Shura looked into the distance, and the strange runes all over his body suddenly lit up. This is the breath of the king. Joy radiated from Shuezai, and the huge body fell towards the ground. The shadows above the head changed the complexion of the people in the tornado. With such a large body on the ground, without any means, just wandering around like this, it is estimated that half of Minghai City will be gone. Zhao Lechen looked at Shuezai Oluo's big-footed girl with a cloudy face, and finally Zhao Lechen sighed, it's nothing, there is nothing to nostalgia for at such an old age. A soaring aura erupted from Zhao Lechen's body, and the tornado that everyone was in began to expand rapidly. Chapter 39, Brother Xiao Chen, Chong Duck. Stop it and don't let it fall on the ground. After Zhao Lechen finished speaking, his whole body was raised again, and blood mist burst from Zhao Lechen's body, and his whole body was dyed red in an instant. Yu Suzi and the others couldn't bear to look and turn their heads. Zhao Lechen controlled the swelling tornado and divided them into two groups and sent them to the solace of Shuezai's 2 feet. The expanding tornado is like a large python tumbling and twisting, and its momentum is like a rainbow. The 10 tornadoes began to merge into 2, and there was a tornado at the left and right feet of Shueshura. Zhao Lechen looked at his masterpiece and smiled happily. Perhaps I understand a little bit, those seniors who are forever buried in Fengxian Ya, why do they never retreat? Help you again. After Zhao Lechen finished speaking, he exhaled a red mist, and the mist flowed downward, like a hanging waterfall. Zhao Lechen's hand waved several times in the red mist, the mist was divided into countless parts, and it shot at those tornadoes at extreme speed. The tornado that was in contact with the blood mist was instantly dyed red, and the tornado that was dyed red was like that swallowing python, and its momentum became more and more majestic. After finishing all this, Zhao Lechen slowly closed his eyes and fell towards the ground. Lao Tzu is really awesome. This was the last sentence Zhao Lechen said. There are always such things in the world, you take it seriously, but in the eyes of others, perhaps this thing may be a joke. For example, the current situation. The 2 huge tornadoes seem to be powerful and invincible, but the speed at which blood Shura falls towards the ground has not changed at all. It's like when you are walking, a few ants appear under your feet, and these ants desperately block your steps and make you stop. What will you do at this time? You don't even look at those ants. Although the current situation is not so desperate, it is definitely not a good situation. At most, the ant has turned into a rotten branch, which requires a little more strength. The tornado slammed into the solace of Blood Shura's feet, but the speed of Blood Shura's descent was only slightly slowed down. I killed the pig for a lifetime, but in the end he would be trampled to death. What is the truth? Blood was dripping from the eyes, ears, nose of the butcher at this time, making him look like a ghost. After finishing talking, the big kitchen knife in the butcher's hand was swung frantically, and the light of white knives smashed into the tornado, causing the tornado's momentum to rise again. The rest of the people are not much better than the butcher, and they are all covered with blood. They used all their strength to maintain the tornado, so that it would not be crushed by those feet. Everyone looked at the solace of their feet and felt desperate. How can such a behemoth be dealt with? In front of the Xiao family's villa, Xiao Chen, who was showing the real skeleton, looked at the Shura from a distance. Suddenly, Xiao Chen stepped heavily on the ground with his right foot. Rumble! Like the roar of a sky thunder, the earth was rumbling as Xiao Chen stepped on it. With Xiao Chen's right foot as the center, the ground began to crack, and a series of terrifying cracks spread to the surroundings. These terrifying cracks didn't stop until the villa, and Mo Zioxio's face turned pale when he looked at the terrifying cracks. But Wang Duoduo on the side didn't seem to be afraid at all. Instead, he looked at Xiao Chen, who had become a skeleton frame with his arms and legs. Brother Xiao Chen, that's amazing. Wang Duoduo held his fingers, his eyes full of little stars. Xiao Chen looked at the crack under his feet, and the shiny skull nodded with satisfaction. Ju, evil, swallow, heaven. Xiao Chen uttered these 4 words one by one, and the death enveloping his body seemed to come alive when the last sky word fell. The death energy began to peel from Xiao Chen's body, and the death energy that left Xiao Chen's body, like a spring water, slowly flowed into the cracks on the ground that Xiao Chen stepped on. As Xiao Chen's lifelessness peeled off completely, the huge cracks on the ground were also filled with all of them. If you look here from a high place at this time, you will find that with Xiao Chen as the center, a huge strange circular formation is formed here. And those huge cracks filled with lifeless energy, the twists and turns seem to be chaotic, but there is an unspeakable law in the chaos. The black cracks seem to be like the runes of the circular formation, filling the whole formation with a sense of evil and mystery. Xiao Chen looked at the big cracks under his feet, and an astonishing blue flame suddenly burst out of the hollow skull eyes. I haven't used a knife for a long time, and I don't know if I regressed. Xiao Chen gently stepped into the void with his left foot, where there was like an invisible staircase, and steadily dragged the solace of Xiao Chen's feet to prevent him from stepping in the void. Xiao Chen lifted his right foot and walked towards the void. Come on! Xiao Chen looked at Shueshura in the sky and said a word softly. Xiao Chen's voice spread around the empty space, reverberating for a long time, unwilling to disperse. As Xiao Chen's voice fell, the big cracks under his feet suddenly began to vibrate. A puff of black gas suddenly burst out of the crack like a volcanic eruption. At the same time, the yin and evil spirits of the entire Minghai city began to gather towards Xiao Chen's house. Black energy instantly filled the entire formation, and Xiao Chen kept walking towards the top of the void. The black energy followed Xiao Chen's feet like a shadow, rolling non-stop. The tumbling He-Chi kept changing its shape, and finally He-Chi seemed to have found his goal. After the black energy transformed into a snake scale-like form, it finally stopped transforming. With the formation of the first snake scale, large tracts of snake scales began to form extremely rapidly. In the end, Xiao Chen stepped out with one foot, and the black energy under his feet was already in the form of a snake scale. From a distance, Xiao Chen looked like he was stepping on an invisible python. Xiao Chen's footsteps fell, and the python appeared, shocking and frightening the ghost. The snake scales grew more and more, and finally stopped growing horizontally after the snake scales invaded all the surrounding open space. Mo Xiao Xiao looked at the giant python body formed by the black mist in front of him, his face pale and scary. You should know that this is a well-known villa area in Minghai City. Except for the main body of the villa, the surrounding green area and supporting facilities are simply scary. And now, the black giant python formed by the black energy actually took up all the open space, and his eyes were all the terrifying body of the giant python. Mo Xiao Xiao held Wang Duoduo's little hand tightly, for fear that this mischievous little guy rushed out and a giant python accidentally swallowed it as a snack. Facing this scene like the end of the world, Wang Duoduo was not afraid at all, because this was changed by brother Xiao Chen. Perhaps in the hearts of children, the person they like is the hero, no matter what they become, the hero is the hero after all. Wang Duoduo waved his small fist and shouted loudly, "Brother Xiao Chen, go to the duck." Chapter 40, I have a knife to kill Shura. The footsteps of blood Shura's fall did not stop, everyone's power had almost been used up, and life and death could not be more than a moment. Oh, Lao Wang still has some good biluakun. It's a pity that Stingy didn't let Lao Tzu taste a bite in the end. Cough cough. Zajic coughed out a big mouthful of blood and said angrily. The current condition of the corpse eater is estimated to be the most miserable of all. The clothes on his body have been soaked in blood, and there are cracks on his simple face, like porcelain that is about to break. Boy, does your sister have a boyfriend? I have a handsome grandnephew, good character, and rich. How about introducing you to your sister? The butcher gasped. Not so good. The corpse eater turned his head and said to the butcher. Bah! The butcher was very unhappy and spit. Don't look at Lao Tzu as a bun seller, but Lao Tzu is rich. After 100 years, my money will belong to my grandnephew. Your sister will marry me. It is to enjoy the life of King Fu. Where can I find such a good thing these years? I have money, too. The corpse eater replied indifferently. Cough cough. The butcher spurted out a mouthful of old blood. What's that? Zajic shouted in horror. The butcher who was vomiting blood looked up, the fat on his face trembling constantly, and he even forgot to vomit blood. The voice of Zajic attracted the attention of several people around him. Everyone looked at Zajic's gaze, and they were all shocked and speechless by the sight in front of them. Python! Python! The butcher stammered and asked the corpse eater. The cracks on the corpse eater's face increased a little, and he was a little uncertain when he heard the butcher's words, but, it may be. A sky-reaching black giant python was looking up in front of the crowd, and the red vertical pupils in the golden eyes showed no trace of emotion. Being thrown away by this unsentimental vertical pupil, everyone's hearts are filled with a chill, and they are flying together. There seems to be someone on the snake's head, the butcher asked uncertainly. Zajic wiped the blood flowing out of his eyes and looked intently, finally seeing the white little bit on the black python's head clearly. Skull, skeleton shelf. Zajic stammered. Is this a monster? The butcher asked uncertainly. As soon as the butcher's voice fell, he was severely slapped in the face. This slap was not an effortless slap, and directly fanned the butcher's huge and fat body. This flew directly out of the tornado and fell towards the ground. Seeing the fat man being fanned, and it seemed that he hadn't suffered any harm, everyone was shocked. They didn't want to leave the tornado, but couldn't do without. Because almost all of them have used up their strength now, and they don't stay in the relatively safe center of the tornado, they may be torn to pieces by the violent tornado outside. Yukai, your whole family are all monsters. A voice sounded. Everyone looked at the talking skeleton frame like a ghost. The skeleton frame was as white as jade, emitting a faint white light, and it had a sacred taste. The only flaw was that the left leg calf bone of the skeleton frame seemed to be missing, and there was a blackness. Gas displacement is there. Look, why haven't you seen such a handsome one? Xiao Chen said angrily when several people were staring at him. Daxian. Before Zaji finished speaking, he got a kick on the butt, and the whole person flew out of the tornado. Your whole family are great immortals, I am. Xiao Chen said in dissatisfaction with his big teeth. Xiao Chen came to the corpse cannibal in a flash, looked at it a few times, and said with some disappointment, I just heard that fat man said that you have a younger sister who wanted to get to know you. Seeing how frustrated you are, your younger sister probably also not much better. The corpse cannibal said with some dissatisfaction, my sister is a first-class beauty. Xiao Chen kicked the corpse cannibals and kicked him out. What about the big beauty? What can I do with a skeleton frame? Insane, you know you are a skeleton frame and you still inquire about my sister. This is what the corpse eater thought when he flew out of the tornado. Xiao Chen did the same to knock everyone out of the tornado. As for whether these people would be thrown to death, Xiao Chen hadn't thought about it. When Xiao Chen thought about it, the last old man had already been kicked out by him. Xiao Chen looked at the people who had disappeared, and his heart sank, it's my shit, haha. Xiao Chen returned to the top of the black python's head, waving his right hand up and down, get up, start again, okay, stop. The black python's heavenly body stopped, and Xiao Chen's position was slightly higher than that of Xueshuluo at this time. Xiao Chen looked down at Xueshura and couldn't help sighing, true Numa has hot eyes. After the black python appeared, blood Shura stopped descending. Looking at the huge body of the black python, there was no emotional fluctuation in blood Shura. Until Xiao Chen came to the top of blood Shura finally said the first words, Gatekeeper of the Underworld, Heaven-swallowing Python. Oh, the young man is a bit knowledgeable, and he actually knows the Gatekeeper of the Underworld. Xiao Chen was a little surprised. In his impression, the Shura world had never appeared. Even in the ancient books, there was no detailed record of the Shura world, and there was almost no Shura before. How did you know the Gatekeeper of the Underworld? It's a pity, it's just transformed by the Yin Qi, it doesn't have any killing power on my Azura clan. Xueshura shook his huge head, and said with some regret. Xiao Chen found it interesting, they all say that the Azura clan is good at killing and fighting, and it seems that it's right now. Sky-swallowing Python is the gatekeeper of the underworld, and its strength is by no means under the 3 underworld divisions. Since this blood Azura knows the Sky-swallowing Python, he must also know its strength, and now it is disappointed because the Sky-swallowing Python is not real. This bravery and cruelty flowing in the bones is really well deserved. Xiao Chen touched his shiny head and said, Big man, do you go back by yourself or want me to beat you back? Ha ha ha. Xuezhioluo suddenly laughed when he heard Xiao Chen's words. Just by you? Our Azura clan is naturally immune to Yin Qi attacks. Even the dead energy of the underworld can only do us harm. Why do you say this as a femininity? Xueshura laughed, as if he heard something funny. Joke. Xiao Chen thought for a while. It seems that the Shura clan is naturally restrained from those guys in the underworld. This can also explain why Shura's eyes appeared in the Hauran Great World, and why the underworld is more nervous than those involved in the Hauran Great World. Xiao Chen grinned happily with his big teeth. To tell you a secret, I actually use a knife. Oh, haha, little bug, do you want to tickle me with a knife? Shueshuluo said with a sneer. Boom! The blue flame in Xiao Chen's eyes burned violently, and the blue flame rushed out of his eye sockets. Xiao Chen raised his right hand flat on his chest, his finger bones curled slightly, as if holding something in his hand. A natural aura spread over Xiao Chen standing there quietly like an old pine, without sorrow or joy. I have a knife to kill Shura. Chapter 41, Who will kill the skeleton under the lamp? Haha, you have a knife, where's your knife? Blood Shura joked. Xiao Chen looked at Shueshuluo like an idiot. You are a godly mentally retarded person, don't you know that there is a realm called, there is no knife in your hand, and a knife in your heart? At this moment, the great emperor is a man with a sword, commonly known as a swordman. Fortunately, this emperor doesn't use a sword. Xiao Chen was really fortunate about his decision to use a sword in the first place. After all, the name swordman was really indecent. However, the focus of Blood Shura does not seem to be on the word knife man. A arrogant and ignorant little thing, you will never know the meaning of the word emperor. You are an insult to the emperor. Your arrogance is very successful. Irritated me. Worshipping the strong, you have muscles in your mind. Xiao Chen thought of the few comments on the Shura in the book. How can the majesty of the emperor be offended? Die for your ignorance. The runes around Shueshuluo began to swim, constantly forming strange pictures all over the body. Xiao Chen still felt a little weird in his heart. After all, he was a genuine emperor, and the Blood Shura in front of him seemed to be a loyal fan of the emperor. Feeling the murderous and hostile spirit on Shueshuluo, Xiao Chen laughed, and a strange wave suddenly spread from his body, and the surrounding air began to ripple, like a naughty child dropping on the calm water. A stone. This ripple instantly spread to the entire Minghai city. Xiao Chen slowly raised his imaginary right hand and groaned softly in his mouth. Will you come or not? As soon as the voice fell, a white light rose from the top of Phoenix Mountain, flying towards Xiao Chen at extremely fast speed. On the top of Phoenix Mountain, a man in blue clothes looked at the sky, holding a narrow knife in his hand. The narrow sword is named Wujian. Infinite is the hell of Abi, the eighth of the 8 hells, and the most bitter of the 8 hells. Legend has it that the ghost who was thrown into the of Abi cannot escape, because there is no reincarnation, so they will suffer in forever and ever. Xing Yi gently stroked the hilt of the sword, looking up at the 2 giants, one red and one black in the sky, with a dignified expression. Behind Xing Yi stood an elegant man wearing a tunic suit. Xing Yi, what do you think? Stand and watch. The elegant man squatted on the ground and drew circles. Hee, you are still so humorous. Xing Yi observed for a while, sat cross-legged on the ground, placing Wujian flat on her knees. Upon seeing this, the elegant man nodded thoughtfully and asked, sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. Standing tired. Xing Yi replied, neither salty nor light. Woo. The elegant man resisted the urge to vomit blood and walked back and forth on the edge of the cliff. Suddenly a little white flashed in the elegant man's eyes, and he looked down curiously. A small white flower blooms on a stone wall, fresh and elegant, indisputable in the world. The elegant man walked around curiously and looked at the cute little flower in front of him. The surrounding area of Phoenix Mountain is dead, and life is dead. Why is this little white flower still in full bloom? The elegant man had some doubts in his heart, and slowly moved his nose towards him. Who are you? When the nose was about to touch the white flower, a soft female voice sounded in the elegant man's mind, and the elegant man jumped up like a needle. Looking around, he didn't find the source of the sound. The elegant man thought that his ears were faulty, so he digs out his ears and muttered to himself, "It must have been with that guy for too long, the pressure is too much," and the hallucinations appear. "Did you see my dad?" The soft female voice sounded again, but this time he heard clearly. The elegant man looked at the little white flower and ran away frightened. "Tsing Yi, there are monsters." Back to the top of the mountain, the elegant man rushed towards Tsing Yi, shouting as he ran, "Ching! Tsing Yi, there is a monster under the cliff, there is a talking flower." At this time, Tsing Yi placed the index finger of his right hand gently on his lips, motioning for the elegant man to silence. Seeing Tsing Yi's face like a big enemy, the elegant man's heart was tight. What can make Tsing Yi look like this? Who is Tsing Yu Hao? China's only known breaking realm peerless master, the leader of the human team, although the only people in the human team are him and Tsing Yi. Moreover, Tsing Yi Ho was the only one who survived in the Wind God's End. The Fanfiction incident that year caused Huaxia's top combat power to be almost killed and wounded, and the surrounding forces were about to move, and the forces of all parties who killed one person in Tsing Yi were bloody. Since then, everyone is accustomed to calling this man the Tsing Yi Reaper. But it was such a character, but at this moment he showed the appearance of an enemy, which made the elegant man not nervous. Tsing Yu Hao stared at the knife on his knee closely, and at this time the elegant man also noticed the uninterrupted abnormality. The knife that didn't know how many people killed was trembling at the moment, shaking endlessly, seeming to be afraid. As time goes by, the amplitude of the endless shaking is getting bigger and bigger. "Hey!" Wu Jian unexpectedly went out of his body without authorization, and the long and narrow blade was white and bright, just like Wang Kaiyu Hung. There was a sound like a dragon chant from the blade, and a white light flew away towards the sky. "Tsing Yi, why did Wu Jian suddenly lose control?" the elegant man asked worriedly. "Someone borrowed a knife." Xiao Chen held a white narrow knife in his hand, and he held the knife across his chest. With the knife in his hand, Xiao Chen's aura changed astonishingly, and a sense of boundless loneliness broke out in Xiao Chen's body. "Like an old pine standing on the top of the mountain, I have seen the rise and fall of the clouds and the world." At this time, the sky-swallowing python under Xiao Chen's feet began to dissipate extremely quickly, and boundless black energy was madly injected into the white narrow knife. A huge black shadow appeared behind Xiao Chen. The black giant has long hair, a long gown, and a black long knife. A group of dazzling light slowly rises on the left shoulder of the phantom, like the sun on the earth of grace. Then a group of blue light rose from the right shoulder of the virtual shadow, elegant and graceful without any dispute with the world. The black long knife in Shui Ying's hand began to tremble constantly, and the black energy wandered around the knife, like a big dragon entering the sea. In the vast world of Haoran, there was once a great emperor carrying the sun and moon on his shoulders, swiping a sword from above the 9 heavens, and his domineering sword intent rushed for 100,000 miles. The giant black shadow slowly raised the imaginary long knife in his hand. All the brilliance in the world was eclipsed at this moment, and there seemed to be only this knife left in the world. "The world is out of my generation, and the time when we enter the mortal world is urging." In the chatting and laughing of Hungta's hegemony, it is incomparably drunk in the world. Xiao Chen gently swung out the narrow knife in his hand. The wind was light, and there was no vision. "I'm a swordsman." Xiao Chen said these words very solemnly, as if he was explaining his identity to the world. The giant black shadow behind Xiao Chen also swung away randomly with Xiao Chen's movements. When the blade fell, the giant black shadow had already shattered and disappeared between the heavens and the earth. Xue Sholuo felt the changes between heaven and earth. After Xiao Chen swung that sword, Xue Sholuo's expression changed drastically. He suddenly reached out and plunged his hand into his chest, where there was a strange scroll composed of runes. A black spear was ripped out by Xue Shura from the picture scroll. The black spear was simple and unpretentious, but with a murderous intent to the sky. The black spear smashed into the air in front of him with boundless blood. Everything between heaven and earth began to freeze. Blood Shura's huge body stood firmly in the air, and the black long spear in his hand was only half swinged and then stopped abruptly. What's the name of this trick? Shueshuluo inserted the black spear back into the scroll on his chest. Xiao Chen turned and floated towards the ground. Hearing the words of Shueshuluo, Xiao Chen didn't turn his head back, and a few words popped out of his mouth faintly. Who hits the skeleton under the lamp? Chapter 42, Things must be reversed. The king is in this world, and the strong of my clan will come to welcome him with blood and fire. After Shueshura finished speaking, his huge body suddenly shattered, turning into a little red light and dissipating between the world. The sky above Minghai City restored tranquility. Everyone looked at the sky. Everything came so fast, but disappeared faster. Some people even thought they had hallucinations. Xiao Chen floated back to his home, where there was already a mess. In the huge crack that Xiao Chen stepped on, with the arrival of Xiao Chen, a trace of death rose from the crack. The death energy is no longer as strong as before, and it seems that the knife Xiao Chen used this time is not a small cost to him. When the lifeless spirit returned to Xiao Chen's body, Xiao Chen returned to the look of a handsome young man with clean brows and red lips and white teeth. Xiao Chen looked at the huge cracks on the ground and couldn't help sinking into thought. Gathering evil and swallowing the sky has almost absorbed all the yin and evil in Minghai City. Now Minghai City is said to be the cleanest city and there is no problem. But the problem is that there are only righteousness and yang energy left in Minghai City. It sounds beautiful, but this is not a good thing. Everything in the world has its own trajectory. For a world to function normally, it is about balance. Just as there is yin and yang, there is day and night, and where there is justice, there is evil, and there is opposition and unity in all things. But the problem with Minghai City now is that all the yin and evil spirits in this city have been lost by Xiao Chen. The so-called things are going to be reversed, and the now righteous Minghai City will surely give birth to a sinister thing beyond everyone's imagination over time. It may be a ghost king, it may be a great demon, or even a great demon. Xiao Chen looked at the huge crack on the ground and seemed to be thinking about this issue. Suddenly Xiao Chen put the white narrow knife in his hand against his shoulder, revealing an extremely wretched smile. Xiao Chen ran towards his home, muttering words in his mouth, "Haha, it doesn't matter what it produces, it's my shit." In front of the villa, Mo Xiao Xiao took Wang Duoduo's hand and looked at Xiao Chen, who was holding the knife, and ran towards him with a wretched smile on his face. Mo Xiao Xiao subconsciously protected Wang Duoduo, his expression extremely nervous. After all, she had witnessed the whole process of Xiao Chen's transformation just now. In case this guy wanted to kill someone, Mo Xiao Xiao knew that he could only stretch his neck and be slaughtered. "Brother Xiao Chen, have you defeated the big monster?" Wang Duoduo stared at Xiao Chen with his eyes filled. Xiao Chen glanced slantingly, and tugged at Wang Duoduo's fat face. "Little idiot, take your mother home to play." After talking, Xiao Chen ran into the house in a hurry. Mo Xiao Xiao was full of question marks. The matter was over like this, and what was the kid taking his mother back to play? Xiao Chen came to the room and put the narrow knife in his hand on the coffee table. As soon as it left Xiao Chen's right hand, the narrow knife began to hum, and the blade began to tremble and began to rotate, as if it wanted to leave. Xiao Chen held down the narrow knife and wiped his chin with a wretched smile. "Good knife, confiscated." The narrow knife held by Xiao Chen let out a mournful scream, but Xiao Chen smiled narrowly. "Oh, don't resist it, young man. From now on, follow this emperor and kill the fiercest person and play with the most beautiful knife spirit. Isn't it beautiful?" A trace of lifeless air followed Xiao Chen's fingers into the narrow knife, and as the dead air penetrated, the narrow knife gradually returned to calm. On Phoenix Mountain, the elegant man looked at the scabbard above Tsing Yuhao's leg, and asked nervously, "How is Tsing Yi?" Tsing Yi picked up the scabbard on his leg, weighed it in his hand, and said lightly, the connection with me has been cut off. The elegant man was shocked, and there was only one way to cut off the connection between a magic soldier and his master, and that was to directly touch the spiritual imprint in the magic soldier. This means that the strength of the person who touches the spiritual imprint must be higher than the master of the magic weapon. Is that the person who was fighting against Blood Shura just now? The elegant man asked. Tsing Yuhao nodded and stood up from the ground with the scabbard pestle. Looking at the scabbard in his hand, Tsing Yiho popped out two words for a long time. No loss. The elegant man almost didn't spit out his old blood. Wu Jian is your master's treasure, and the relationship is important. You have this attitude. Tsing Yuhao did not respond, and threw the scabbard in his hand up to the sky, and the scabbard instantly disappeared into the sky. What are you doing? The elegant man was surprised. The beauty of an adult, a knife without a scabbard is ugly. Tsing Yi strode down the mountain after speaking. Puff. The elegant man finally did not hold back, and a mouthful of old blood spurted out. Where is Tsing Yi going now? Back to Yanjing. What? Does that mysterious master leave it like this? Tsing Yuhao stretched out the index finger of his right hand and compared it in front of the elegant man. You mean you can only win with 10% certainty? Tsing Yuhao shook his head. Is he able to kill you with one move? Tsing Yuhao shook his head again. Then what does this mean? Tsing Yuhao retracted his finger, looked at the elegant man as if he was mentally retarded, and said, if I want to beat him, my cultivation level will go backwards 100 years. The elegant man froze for a moment, and roared, who can guess that your finger means 100 years? Besides, how old are you this year? 90-something, 100 years back, do you want to return to your mother's womb? If you can't beat it, just say, where are so many flowers' intestines? The elegant man followed Tsing Yi, hesitating for a long time and said, by the way, there was a knife left there in the past 2 days. Would you like to check it out? It just happens that your knife is gone now. Tsing Yi thought for a while, that knife happened to fall on Feng Xinya, is it destined? Xiao Chen was basking in the sun on the reclining chair at the door. Xiao Chen didn't think he had seen the mess around him. At this time, a white light flashed across the sky and flew straight to Xiao Chen's side. Bang! Smoke was everywhere. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a white scabbard was firmly inserted on the ground. Xiao Chen pulled up the scabbard on the ground and nodded in satisfaction, oh, good man, you will live to death. On the rooftop of Huai Hospital, Master Xiao was sitting on the ground with a pale face. In front of him was Zhao Lechen with a calm face and closed his eyes. Zhao Lechen had a lot of silver needles stuck in his body. The Blood Lady, Ye Crow, and the young girl who had been knocked by Xiao Chen silently surrounded Zhao Lechen's body. Old and incompetent. Master Xiao bowed sadly to the three. Ye shook his head, old man, you have done your best. The girl knelt beside the old man, biting her lip tightly without making a sound. But everyone can feel the sadness in her, perhaps this is the so-called great sadness and speechlessness. In the hospital building, a person suddenly bounced from his hospital bed. If Luo Silo can definitely recognize this person here, he is Brother Sang. At this time, Brother Sang's face was pale and terrible, with a strange smile on the corner of his mouth, which made his scalp numb. Chapter 43, Security Guards with a Sense of Justice. The blue-faced Durden steals the horse, the red-faced Guangong fights Changsha. Xiao Chen hummed a small tune in his mouth and walked slowly on the streets of Minghai City. There are police officers who protect public order everywhere on the street, and the most discussed thing is today's scene like the end of the world. Xiao Chen wandered around the city for a while, and finally stood in front of the school. Originally, Xiao Chen wanted to see if he could set up a yin gathering formation in Minghai City to restore the balance of yin and yang in Minghai City, but after walking around, Xiao Chen also felt a little painful. The entire Minghai City is now full of righteousness, yang qi is soaring, and the weaker evil things may be melted directly, and the stronger ones, I don't know where they are hiding and shivering. Xiao Chen walked into the school, and the school didn't seem to be affected much. After all, this is a special area of atheism, and someone will definitely jump out to explain what the mirage was just now. Xiao Chen wanted to see Luo Xianxi. After all, the whole Minghai city was turbulent, and Luo Xianxi was on the cusp of the storm. Hey, hello, Brother Crab. Hey, look, Brother Crab is here. Ix is the guy who spanked the goddess yesterday. Have you heard? The goddess Huangfu seems to have dropped out of school today. This may be related to the taking advantage of yesterday. I'm dizzy, this scumbag, I'm going to find him singled out. Xiao Chen was walking on the road. From time to time someone greeted him, which made Xiao Chen a little stunned. When did this emperor become a celebrity? How did Xiao Chen know that his name had spread throughout the school after the incident yesterday, and now the school forums are all verbal and penalizing him? Where did Xiao Chen know this? He still walked into the teaching building with a golden sword. However, at this time, the entrance of Class 3 was extremely lively, and Xiao Chen could hear the noisy here from a distance. Little bitch, where did you get my son? Don't tell me, are you a seduce my son? Snapped. There was a loud noise, accompanied by a few loud slaps in the face. I heard that Wang Bao is missing. Her mother found the school and said that it was teacher Qin who seduced her son. I have always felt that Qin Wangqing is not a good woman. She has a pair of peachy eyes all day long, which has taken away the soul of the boys in the class. A long fat girl with acne faced muttered to her companion next to her. Papa Wang Leopard is a man with a face in Minghai City. Teacher Qin really seduce Wang Leopard, right? The girl beside the fat girl responded. Ugly people make trouble. A tall boy sneered from the side. What are you talking about, Zhang Wei? The fat girl twisted her face. The noise between the students added fire to this noisy place. Xiao Qin, if you know where Wang Bao and the others are, just tell them, so that everyone can have an explanation. A man in his 50s who was wearing spectacles and was somewhat bald opened his mouth. Baldiao looked at Qin Wangqing's embarrassed look inexplicably refreshed, because this ignorant woman had rejected his unspoken rules and stabbed something out. If he hadn't had some tricks, maybe someone else was sitting in the principal's position. Bald was very aware of Qin Wangqing's character and knew that she could not seduce her students at all, but in order to avenge her, Bald still attached to the fat women on the court. Moreover, these fat ladies are not something he can afford. This kind of favor will not only make Qin Wangqing unhappy, but also show that these fat ladies can kill two birds with one stone. Little bitch, look at how coquettish you are. If you don't tell me, my old lady will sell you to heaven and earth, and let those old men ride you every day. A woman who looked the same Wang Leopard and somewhat similar grabbed Qin Wangqing's hair and slammed into the wall frantically. Qin Wangqing was held by the other three fat women and couldn't move her arms, so she had to abruptly touch the pain in her head. Qin Wangqing's cheeks have been swollen high, with a trace of blood on the corners of her mouth, and her clothes have been pulled into a mess. If an average woman encountered such a thing, she might have collapsed long ago, but Qin Wangqing bit her lip stubbornly, her eyes flushed, but no tears fell. This stubborn look makes people feel distressed. I have already called the police. Do you still have a king's law for a people's teacher like this? A short, dark-skinned man in security uniforms in his 40s squeezed in. Wang Fa. A yellow-haired woman holding Qin Wangqing's arm sneered. My old lady is Wang Fa, you a broken security guard is here to talk to me about Wang Fa. After the woman finished speaking, she tore Qin Wangqing's left sleeve torn apart. Qin Wangqing's white skin was exposed. Some of the boys couldn't stand it anymore, and they were stopped by their friends when they wanted to come forward. Don't go, that Huang Mao is the mother of Lu Yu from Class 5, and his husband is the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, you can't afford it. Don't say so, don't say the old lady strips you off, let your students see the body of their beautiful teacher. The yellow-haired woman said, tearing apart Qin Wangqing's clothes again. "What are you doing? This is illegal." The little security guard rushed forward angrily. But after only 2 steps, he was stopped by Headmaster Bald. "Principal? What are you doing? Do you care about things like this?" Principal Baldiao's face was uncertain. At this time, another woman with a fat face like a sewer manhole sneered, and said in a weird manner, "Principal Wang, my husband said that recently a director of the Cultural Affairs Bureau is about to retire." Headmaster Bald heard this and gritted his teeth and said to the short security guard, "You, get out of school now." The security's forehead was violent, and his neck was not letting go. "I am the security of this school. It is my job to maintain the order of the school." "Well, you are now expelled and get out of school right now." The security snorted and took off his hat, his shirt, and then his pants. The lean body of the security guard was exposed, and his body was covered with tattoos and scars. Without this layer of skin, Lao Tzu is no longer a member of this school. Today Lao Tzu will take care of this matter. After speaking, he raised his fist and rushed forward. "Security, security!" Headmaster Bald shouted to the outside of the crowd. The 2 security guards outside pressed their hats, pretended not to hear, and sneaked away. "I want to fire you, you people who eat rice!" Headmaster Bald shouted angrily. The security guard rushed forward angrily, just raised his fist. There was a sudden loud noise, the security shouted in pain, and fell to the ground. Chapter 44, Artistic Bacteria. There was a commotion in the crowd, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. The yellow-haired woman was holding a small exquisite pistol in her hand. The pistol was still smoking. The yellow-haired woman also seemed to be shocked. When she saw the security guard holding her leg and moaning in pain on the ground, she suddenly became angry again. The yellow-haired woman raised the pistol in her hand and sneered, "A wild dog wants to bite a person. To be a dog, you must be a good dog. Want to listen to the master." The blood kept flowing out, only soaking the security's pants in an instant. The security guard gritted his teeth and tried hard to prop up. The security guard stood up unsteadily, his eyes flushed and blue veins on his neck violent. You, don't come over, I'll shoot again." The yellow-haired woman looked at the security guard like an evil spirit, and her expression became flustered. "Bah!" The security guard spat and stretched his head forward. The security guard pointed his forehead fiercely with his finger. "Come on, fat pig, fight here." It seems that the security guard's fat pig irritated the yellow-haired woman, and she looked at the security guard viciously. "Dog legs, go to death." Boom! The gunshot sounded again, but the security guard still stood there after the gunshot. "Ah! Ah!" The yellow-haired woman's sorrowful cry sounded in everyone's ears, and the woman clutched the palm of her right hand and rolled on the ground frantically. "It's probably exploded. I'm poo, it's good to blow up her pig face." There was a whisper from the crowd. "Wang, what the are you doing there? Call for an ambulance." Wang Bao's mother yelled, and the scene instantly stopped. Headmaster Bald took out the phone tremblingly. Sizzle! Wang Bao's mother tore Qin Wangqing's tattered clothes apart again. "Little bitch, let me see how hard your mouth is." Qin Wangqing raised her head stubbornly and stared closely at Wang Bao's mother. Wang Bao's mother looked at those bright red eyes and became guilty for no reason. What kind of stuff Wang Leopard is, she, who was a mother, knew nothing better. When she first adjusted the surveillance, she found that 3 people were holding Qin Wangqing in the car, and she knew what was going on. This kind of thing happened a lot, and it was settled privately before, and it was over after losing some money, and she didn't take it seriously. But this time, her son Wang Bao has been without news for 3 days. With a guilty conscience, she lifted her slap and slapped Qin Wangqing's face. "Little bitch, make your mouth hard." At this moment, a figure smashed into Wang Bao's mother, and everyone looked like a skinny student. The student fell to the ground and his mobile phone jumped out. A white and thin hand picked up the phone that fell on the ground, and the photo on the phone's screen was Qin Wangqing. In the photo, Qin Wangqing raised her head stubbornly, her clothes in tatters, and spring light in many places. This look has a special flavor. You can't do this, this angle is not good enough. After speaking, Kaka shot Qin Wangqing in front of him. Ix, isn't that brother crab? So wretched, so arrogant. I'm willing to sell the photos in that phone at a high price. Hey! There was a contemptuous voice around. Wang Bao's mother stopped in the air, looking at a person who suddenly appeared next to her. There should be 4 students, with glasses and a gentle look. The student who fell on the ground had passed out, and his left cheek was swollen like a big steamed bun. Xiao Chen looked at the photo on the phone and nodded with satisfaction. This emperor is indeed an artistic germ. Xiao Chen dug his nostrils, arrogantly looking like a big brother taking the lead. Boom! Xiao Chen kicked the student's stomach on the ground. Vomit! The student who had passed out was kicked and woken up, spitting out sour water. The student looked at Xiao Chen with a vicious expression in his eyes. You wait for me, my dad is. Boom! Xiao Chen kicked him on the head, then kicked him to faint. Your dad is your uncle, mentally retarded stuff. Xiao Chen muttered a little angry. Xiao Chen looked at Qin Wangqing who was embarrassed, and shook his head somewhat disappointed. Little Niangpi is really useless, and she won't fight back. If you can't beat her, you will bite her, if you can't bite, you will kill her. Xiao Chen shook his head and walked towards Qin Wangqing. When Qin Wangqing, who had always been very stubborn, saw Xiao Chen walking towards him, tears suddenly flowed out, and then wept loudly, seeming to have suffered the greatest grievance in the world. Boy, don't worry about it. Before Wang Bao's mother had finished speaking, the whole fat body flew out. Everyone took a deep breath. Xiao Chen slapped her mouth directly with this slap, and all the teeth of her mouth were blown out by the fan. Teeth shot randomly in the air, drawing beautiful trajectories. Woo, little beast! The woman who was knocked out of her teeth roared vaguely. Xiao Chen glanced diagonally at the woman lying on the ground shattered. As soon as she touched Xiao Chen's eyes, the woman slapped her whole body, and a boundless fear instantly filled her whole body. The woman rolled her eyes and fainted. The other 2 women who were holding Qin Wangqing turned pale when they saw Wang Bao's mother's miserable appearance. I'm still holding on to it, I want to grab this little girl's skin and cook the soup for a drink. Xiao Chen sneered and joked. The 2 women immediately let go of their hands, and Xiao Chen stepped forward and came to them. What are you doing? Don't mess around in broad daylight. Xiao Chen smiled and slapped their faces with 2 palms. The teeth flew up again, and the people watching the excitement around him cried out in pain. What do you want to do? Don't mess around. The woman who fell on the ground groaned and shouted in horror. This emperor is not a devil, you go away. Xiao Chen said with a smile, letting them go. No one noticed that 4 small insects jumped off Xiao Chen and got into the bodies of several women. Xiao Chen pulled Qin Wangqing up. At this time, Qin Wangqing had stopped crying, looking at the boy in front of him, choked and speechless. There's a lot of farts all day long. Xiao Chen muttered impatiently. After speaking, Xiao Chen pointed Qin Wangqing's forehead with his index finger. A golden door opened in Qin Wangqing's head, and mysterious words circled and flew in her mind. Xiao Chen bared his teeth, watch carefully and study hard. Don't just fight back in the future. Qin Wangqing felt the vision in her mind, feeling a little at a loss. Xiao Chen didn't bother to care whether Qin Wangqing could understand it. Xiao Chen swept the surrounding area and glanced at the class again, but did not find Luo Xianxi. What about the girl? Xiao Chen asked with some doubts. Luo Xianxi is a good girl, and it's not something Luo Xianxi can do if she doesn't come to class. Qin Wangqing regained consciousness and said, Student Luo Xianxi suddenly asked for leave, saying that there was something at home, and he went back an hour ago. Xiao Chen frowned. An hour ago was exactly the time when Blood Shura arrived. Could there be any moths? Xiao Chen patted his head and walked out of the school. Qin Wangqing raised the security guard and followed behind Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen passed by the bald headmaster, he looked at the headmaster's Mediterranean Sea and suddenly laughed. "You, what do you want? Don't mess around, I'm the principal." The principal said shiveringly. "I think being completely bald is more suitable for you." A minute later, Xiao Chen looked at the principal's bald head with satisfaction. Xiao Chen blew off the hair in his hand and swayed away. Chapter 45, Wow Ghost. School Gate. Xiao Chen glanced diagonally at Qin Wangqing, who was in disheveled clothes. "Little Niangpi, if you follow me again, I will strip you naked and throw you into the street." Qin Wangqing shrank a little aggrieved. "I don't know where I went. The world is so big, you don't want to go and see it." Xiao Chen strode away after speaking. Qin Wangqing stood there for a long time, until Xiao Chen's back disappeared into the crowd. Since this day, people have never seen Qin Wangqing and the security guard again. After the advent of the Great Era, a woman Valkyrie appeared in this world, and a short, dark man was always followed behind her. Of course this is something later. Today, another major incident occurred in Minghai City, that is, an ambulance was inexplicably involved in an accident. The most weird thing was that the medical staff in the car had nothing to do, but all the 4 injured in the car died. This incident has a great impact, because their men are all well-known figures in Minghai City. 4 people died together, and 4 of them died alone. For a time, someone pointed the finger at Xiao Chen. Luo Xianxi was walking on the way home, her cheeks bulging, thinking about what happened at home, and he had to go back now. The vision above the sky made Luo Xianxi a little flustered. Although the teacher said that it was a mirage, there was no need to panic, but Luo Xianxi was still very uncomfortable. Now that the street has become a mess of porridge, Luo Xianxi has to walk home. In order to get home as soon as possible, Luo Xianxi crossed the streets and alleys, trying to take some shortcuts. Luo Xianxi, who had been walking for a long time, stopped, took out a tissue and put it next to his mouth, with the thrush nucleus being spit out on it. Luo Xianxi wrapped the thrush nucleus and carefully put it into the bag, thinking with joy, "This is a snack from Xiao Chen. It's great to leave a memorial after eating it." Luo Xianxi wiped the sweat from his head, looked around, scratching his head in a daze. Why is it so familiar here? Luo Xianxi, who was anxious to go home, didn't think much about it, and then rushed. 10 minutes later, Luo Xianxi stopped and looked around, her chubby face suddenly turned pale. "Because the surrounding scene is not the place where I wrapped the thrush nucleus just now. How come back to the original place after walking for so long?" Luo Xianxi bulged her cheeks, so scared that she almost cried. Luo Xianxi ran away from her feet and ran towards the road ahead. 10 minutes later she returned to the place. Luo Xianxi looked at his watch, and it had been half an hour since he came out of school. Usually it takes only 20 minutes to get home on foot. Today I walked so fast, and I haven't gotten home after half an hour, and I went back to the same place twice. Even people who were confused would know that something was wrong. "Wow, Grandpa, there is a ghost." Luo Xianxi was so frightened that he burst into tears, and the sugar in his mouth almost fell out. Luo Xianxi sucked the sugar that was about to fall back into his mouth. After smashing his mouth a few times, Luo Xianxi began to cry again. Luo Xianxi cried while walking, and after 10 minutes, Luo Xianxi returned to the original place. "Wow!" Luo Xianxi was crying harder. At this moment, she suddenly remembered the story of the ghost attacking the wall that the grandfather had told when he was a child. Grandpa said that when a ghost hits a wall, people will go around in circles and never get out. Thinking of this, Luo Xianxi was so scared that he didn't even dare to cry. Luo Xianxi sucked the toffee in his mouth, bent down with a pale face, and looked back from between his legs. Grandpa said, "This way you can see ghosts." Luo Xianxi closed his eyes and bent over, so scared that he dared not come out, hesitated to open his eyes. "Hello." At this time, a young voice rang in Luo Xianxi's ears. "Wow, ghost." Luo Xianxi was so frightened that the toffee in his mouth fell to the ground, and he didn't dare to move his eyes when he closed his eyes. "Mr. Ghost, don't hurt me, okay, I will ask you to eat." Luo Xianxi closed his eyes and said with a cry. "I didn't want to hurt you, I just don't want you to go this way." The voice rang in my ears again. The voice is gentle, without the slightest hostility. Why? Luo Xianxi stammered. "Because someone wanted to harm you." "Why are you hurting me?" The gentle voice smiled. "I don't know who will harm you, I only know that that person must be very powerful, and I dare not approach him." Luo Xianxi's nervous heartstrings relaxed a little, and then asked, "Who are you? Why do you want to help me?" "I died here a long time ago and became an earthbound spirit." The voice sounded. Luo Xianxi felt the kindness in the voice, and his heart was greatly relaxed. "You haven't said why do you help me?" The voice sounded again, but this time hesitated a bit. That. I want to see you every day. If something happens to you, you won't appear on this road." Luo Xianxi blushed, and of course she knew the meaning of this wise. "Then can I open my eyes?" That voice didn't answer for a long time. Luo Xianxi asked again. After a long time the voice finally sounded again, "I don't want it anymore, I'm afraid to scare you." Oh. Luo Xianxi straightened up and hammered his waist, looking at the sugar falling on the ground with some pity. "Mr. Ghost, how do I get out?" "Go back the same way, change the way home." "Thank you Mr. Ghost, what is your name?" Luo Xianxi asked. My name is. I'm sorry I died for too long, and I forgot who I am." The gentle voice was a little lost. "Then I'll call you Mr. Ghost." Luo Xianxi happily took out a candy and stuffed it into his mouth, waved his hand and said goodbye to the air. At this time, a gloomy voice suddenly sounded, "It's actually some Taoist earthbound spirit, no wonder I didn't even notice the trace of this little girl." I don't know when a person covered in black clothes appeared beside Luo Xianxi. "Run!" Mr. Ghost rang with a quick voice. Luo Xianxi felt the killing intent on this mysterious person, and ran away in fright. But after running a few steps, it felt wrong. Luo Xianxi stopped and turned his head anxiously and asked, "I'm leaving, what about Mr. Ghost?" "I'm okay. I am the earthbound spirit in this area. He can't do anything with me. Go away." Hee, a little earthbound spirit dared to speak without shame. The man in black started to pinch Fuhu with his hands, and muttered extremely quickly in his mouth. As the man in black moved faster and faster, two figures appeared beside him. One is a mighty general wearing a golden armor and holding a ghost whip, and the other is a hanged ghost with a 3-foot-long tongue and a white coat. "Please God and you Gui, how can you have two conflicting laws?" Mr. Gui's tone trembled. "The world is so big that your little earthbound spirit can see through it, thinking that your cultivation is not easy, and you didn't commit crimes. At this time, I retreat and I will not blame it," the black-clothed man said coldly. Chapter 46, Neurotic Bird. "Run, leave me alone." The gentle voice sounded again. Luo Xianxi saw a grey figure in a daze, rushing straight at the man in black. "I don't know what it is." The man in black snorted coldly, pointed his right hand to the front, and the golden-armored general waved up. "Go with." The man in black pointed at Luo Xianxi again, and the hanged ghost beside him floated towards Luo Xianxi. Luo Xianxi was so scared that his scalp was numb, and she spread her feet like a headless fly, rushing into the side alley in a panic. The long big tongue of the hanged ghost behind him flicked in the air, and the gloomy laughter echoed in Luo Xianxi's ears. There was wind under Luo Xianxi's feet, and she was out of breath when she ran. She felt that if she could run so fast in the sports meeting, it would not be too easy to get the first place. As he ran, Luo Xianxi stopped, with an extremely ugly expression looking at the thick, strong, toilet-like stench coming from the wall in front of him. The corners of the walls were covered with moss, the white walls were already mottled, and a few large black ink characters were written on the wall crookedly, "It is forbidden to defecate here." It was actually a dead end here, and Luo Xian's mind was dead. At this time, the floating figure of the hanged ghost had appeared on the opening of the alley. Looking at the hanged ghost's long tongue, Luo Xianxi couldn't help but touched his neck. If I was strangled to death by that long tongue, I would rather hit and die on this wall. At this time, the man in black also came into the alley. Looking at Luo Xianxi, the man in black couldn't help sighing. "You are not guilty, and you are guilty. Only when you die can the world be peaceful." The black-clothed man's tone was a little helpless, even with a hint of compassion. The man in black drew a dagger and walked slowly towards Luo Xianxi. Luo Xianxi looked at the man in black with a pale face. You, why are you killing me?" The man in black seemed not interested in answering, but walked towards Luo Xianxi with unusually firm steps. At this time, the alley suddenly went dark, and a black shadow fell in front of Luo Xianxi. "Xiaoju!" Luo Xianxi shouted in surprise. Quack! The one who came was the Ming Juyan summoned by Xiao Chen to protect Luo Xianxi. Ming Juyan shook his head triumphantly, blue smoke flowing from his 4 eyes. The man in black stopped and looked at the uninvited guest with a solemn expression. "It's not a ghost, because it doesn't have any yin energy, it's not a spirit, because it doesn't have any evil energy, let alone a monster, it doesn't have any evil energy." Looking at the non-ghost, non-weird, non-devil thing in front of him, the man in black hesitated. Because this thing with 4 eyes brought him a strong sense of oppression. This feeling is so bad that people in black have to be cautious. At this time, the man in black trembled and took out a purple talisman paper from his arms. The purple rune paper burned violently in the air, and the burning rune fire formed a palm-sized circle in the air. A picture is taking shape in the circle. In the picture, several people are carefully investigating something in an alley. As one of them whistles and points a finger in a direction, the picture begins to blur, and finally disappears. "Is it here so fast? A bunch of dog stuff." The man in black sneered coldly. Suddenly the dagger in the black man's hand struck the palm of his left hand, and blood instantly covered the entire palm. Holding a hand, the man in black took off the black hood covering his head, and a pale young man appeared in front of Luo Xianxi. The young man was in his 20s, he was extremely handsome, his 2 sword eyebrows were unusually dark, but his face was pale and terrifying, and seemed sickly. He quickly drew on his pale face with hands, and a strange blood pattern appeared on his face within a few breaths. The blood pattern is not complicated, but the red color of the blood with the unusually pale face of the young man looks very shocking. The young man retracted the dagger and made a strange movement with both hands, and an invisible wave suddenly radiated from him. At this moment, Luo Xianxi had an illusion that the person in front of him seemed to have changed. "Please." An old voice came from the young man's mouth, very weird. Ming Juyan watched the person in front of him finish everything, without any movement, his performance was extremely calm. Ming Juyan's wings suddenly spread, the huge wings sticking to the wall next to him. An invisible coercion radiated from Ming Juyan's body, and the blue smoke floating from its 4 eyes became more and more dense, like the substance, pulling out a long blue smoke ribbon. The young man's expression was unusually solemn, and the pressure on Ming Juyan's body made him breathless. But the young man didn't mean to back down, because he knew that today is the most likely opportunity to kill the host of Shura I, and possibly the only opportunity. Ming Juyan suddenly let out a long cry, and the grey rustles on the surrounding walls fell with a trembling sound. The black wings on Ming Juyan were enveloped by a faint black light, and Ming Juyan seemed to be ready to fight. "A finger is thunder." The young man stretched his hand forward, with a blue leaping razor on his fingertips. However, what he never expected was that the thing in front of him that brought him terrifying pressure suddenly turned around. After turning around, Ming Julian suddenly closed his wings, wrapping Luo Xianxi under his wide wings. What made the young man stunned was that after Ming Julian wrapped Luo Xianxi with his wings, he suddenly spread his big feet and slammed into the wall that said it is forbidden to urinate anywhere. Boom! The wall was shattered, and Ming Julian disappeared in the blink of an eye. The young man looked at what had happened with a dazed expression, and almost squirted out a mouthful of old blood. This product did not play cards according to common sense. The young man who was ready for a big battle was just put on by a bird, and he also used the costly please God. The young and popular Kikiao gave birth to smoke, and a blush appeared on his sickly pale face. If you don't kill you today, I won't have my surname Zhang. The goal of the young man's trip seems to have been biased by the neurotic Ming Julian. The young man kicked his feet and quickly chased in the direction where Ming Julian disappeared. 5 minutes later, the young man finally saw the big bird's back. After estimating the time to ask God, there was more than half left, and the young man's heart was finally put aside a lot. Glug! There was a strange sound in Ming Julian's mouth. Luo Xianxi poked his head out of Ming Julian's wide wings, and looked at Ming Julian curiously. Xiaoju, what are you laughing at? Chapter 47, Fight. Seeing the big bird that stopped and turned to face him, the young man brows. The Ming Julian in front of him suddenly lifted his aura, and the black feathers on his body reflected a luster like metal, and the blue flames in his eyes were like mercury pouring. Quack! There was a strange sound in Ming Julian's mouth, like laughing and crying. This strange sound penetrated the young man's ears and almost made him lose his mind. Magic sound enters the brain. The young man looked solemn, stretched out his right hand, and pointed the sword towards the place where Ming Julian was standing. Sky Strike, Lei Ying. An illusory huge blue figure formed behind the young man. The figure is blurred, but the general shape can still be distinguished. The dragon's body and the head are so powerful. Lines of blue electric snakes are indeterminate on the figure of the dragon's head, which makes people fearful. The blue flames in Ming Julian's eyes suddenly poured out like a waterfall, and began to flow out of the eyes in large quantities, covering the surrounding ground. Is Ken facing the battle? The young man sneered. The sword finger shook to Ming Julian, go. Puff. In the next moment, the young man suddenly spurted out a mouthful of old blood, staring blankly at the open space in front of him. Thinking that the strange bird finally stopped running away, but who knew that the guy suddenly turned around, swayed at the young man with his big butt, and then ran away in a hurry. It really ran, and the speed was even scarier than before. The young man who is proficient in Thunder Fa has a dumbfounded look. It feels like a punch on the cotton with all his strength, nowhere to force it. Lei Fa was good at speed and killing power, but now Lei Fa's speed can't keep up with the big feet of a strange bird. Quack! The sound of the strange bird pierced the air and came from a distance. The young man was now sure that it was a mocking sound. The young man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his black clothes swelled up, supporting him like a ball. I won't kill you today, Zhang Shenglan, I will follow your last name. The young man chased forward with fire-breathing eyes. At this time, a figure fell from a height, blocking Zhang Shenglan's path. This figure was shrouded in blood mist, and couldn't see the real face, but the stench of the blood mist made people shudder. To deal with a little girl, did Zhang Tianxi use the thunder method? The figure in the blood mist began to speak, his voice indifferent and even mild, in sharp contrast with the blood mist on his body. Zhang Shenglan stopped chasing and looked at the figure in front of him, his eyelids jumped and jumped. Humph, your blood evil alliance really wants to intervene in anything. Zhang Shenglan's tone was extremely cold. Sura's eyes are the key to life and death for my alliance, of course, we must treat it with our heart. According to your statement, are you going to protect Shura Eyes and your blood evil alliance to the end? Zhang Shenglan pointed at the figure in the blood mist with his sword. The answer to Zhang Shenglan was a red gas that was so full of blood. Under the overpass not far away, a rickety old scavenger watched the movement here, and two golden lights shot out of his muddy eyes. At this time, a delicate voice sounded in the old man's ear, "You people in the temple are really not afraid of death," and they made an idea to hit Shura in the eye. Hearing this sound, the old man suddenly opened his mouth and laughed, his rickety body stood up, and his thin body began to swell continuously. The skin of the old bark began to become smooth, and the grey hair also regained its luster. In the blink of an eye, he changed from a twilight old man to a handsome boy with a height of 1.9 meters. The handsome guy has sunken eye sockets and a straight nose. This look is not Chinese at all. A petite body fell in front of the handsome guy, and a sweet-looking girl, blowing bubble gum, looked at him with interest. "Who am I?" "It turns out to be Andrei, the deacon of the church," the girl teased. The girl didn't care what she said, but her body was already tight to the extreme. "This Andrei is one of the 4 deacon of the church. His appearance is only about 20 years old, but his true age is 50 or 60 years old tortoise. Moreover, the 4 deacons of the temple are all S-level masters, corresponding to the cultivation level of Huaxia. They are the great masters of the diamond realm." "Oh, dear Miss Lan Qingfeng, it's an honor to see you here." Andrei bowed very gentlemanly. The girl known as Lan Qingfeng snorted coldly, and said coldly, "Your sanctuary dares to come to China so blatantly, aren't you afraid that Xingyi will go to raise your headquarters?" Andrei smiled very happily, shook his head and said, "Let's not say that Master Xingyi Ho can't leave at will if he sits in Yanjing. Even Master Xingyi Ho knows, the adults won't care, right? Shura's eyes are the eyes of disaster. Only killings and disasters were brought, and Master Xingyi Ho didn't take the initiative to get rid of Shura's eyes by himself. It is already a great kindness." Lan Qingfeng knew that Andrei was telling the truth. After all, Shura Ai's reputation was really not good. And besides their blood evil alliance, most of China's other forces have an attitude towards Shura's eyes. Almost all the elites of their blood evil alliance were dispatched this time, in order to deter other forces. Judging from the current situation, this effect has been achieved. Many forces have now left Minghai City, but there are still a few forces that are not afraid of the blood alliance. The Palace of the Heavenly Master takes the responsibility of protecting the common people of the world, eliminating demons, and defending the way. There is also 1,000 Evil Cave that has gathered a ticket to behave wickedly and wickedly. Among the 3 groups of people from Huaxia Tiantian, some of them live in Minghai City. Lan Menu knew that all the major forces had already begun to move around Shura's eyes. In this case, there is nothing to say. A black long sword suddenly appeared in Lan Qingfeng's hands. The sword light was everywhere, and the sword chi instantly enveloped the entire space. Andrei smiled slightly, and lightly tapped his left hand in front of him, and a white ice shield was formed in front of him. Those extremely powerful sword auras only left traces of not deep marks on the ice shield. At the same time, such catch and fight were staged throughout Minghai City. At this time, in a dark room, 4 people in black were standing in it. "It's already fighting," the black man in the lead said. The headed man in black looked at the person on the far left behind him and asked, "How about your situation on the second?" "Can't get close to Luo Xianxi, there is a strange big bird beside him, very keen, and I am not the opponent of that big bird at all." The headed man in black nodded. Looked at the other 2 people again. The Luo family villa is protected by the 2 hall masters of the Blood Fiend Alliance. It is difficult to make a move. If you insist on making a move, it may shock many people. The headed man in black pondered for a long time. The things that the adults confessed must be completed, and the second plan is used. No matter what the cost, the Shura Eye must disappear from this world. Chapter 48, 3 Neat Heads. Luo Xianxi stretched his head from Ming Julian's wings, spit out a cute little tongue, and asked, "Xiaoju, have you got rid of that person?" Ming Juyan narrowed his 4 eyes and looked very happy. Ming Juyan nodded and released Luo Xianxi. Luo Xianxi fell on the ground and patted his chest in fear, and took out 2 pieces of candy from the small bag. "Eat 1 piece by yourself and give it to Ming Juyan." Ming Juyan shook his head happily with sugar in it. "Xiaoju, let's go home." Luo Xianxi happily walked towards home with sugar in it. At this time, outside the Luo's villa, 4 men in black, all wrapped in black, appeared silently. The headed man in black made a gesture. The other 3 people behind him disappeared instantly. At this time, the battle between Xue Sholuo and Xiao Chen in the sky had come to an end. The Blood Lady, who was kicked out of the tornado by Zhao Lechen, was rushing towards the place where Luo Xianxi was. The Blood Lady who was on the way suddenly frowned, and a voice rang from the bottom of her heart at this time. "Sister, don't let Luo Xianxi go home, something big happened here." The voice was so weak that it seemed to have been seriously injured. The Blood Lady's heart tightened, and a bad premonition surged into her heart. The 2 hall masters Zuck and Suan Yu who stayed in the Luo family villa were both masters of the half-step diamond realm at the congenital peak. Unless they were real masters of the diamond realm, no one could pose a threat to them. Moreover, the master of the diamond realm is not Chinese cabbage, so he grabs a lot of them. The Blood Lady asked anxiously, "What happened to Suan Yu? Could it be that a master of the diamond realm appeared?" The Blood Lady's question was not answered. The Blood Lady gritted her teeth and speeded up and rushed towards the Luo family. Looking from a distance, the figure of the Blood Lady at this time, like a red light of blood traveling through Minghai City at an extremely fast speed. Luo Xianxi shook the empty bag and sighed helplessly. "The snacks he brought today have been eaten." Luo Xianxi looked at the front and smiled happily again, very close to home. At this time, Luo Xianxi's heart felt a sharp pain, and the whole heart seemed to be squeezed fiercely by a big hand. Luo Xianxi squatted down in pain, her lips turning blue and purple because of the pain. Ming Juyan looked at Luo Xianxi worriedly, and gently patted Luo Xianxi's shoulder with his wide wings. Luo Xianxi squatted on the ground in pain, feeling that his heart was about to be squeezed, and his whole body was shaking constantly. Luo Xianxi suddenly raised her head violently, and she was already in tears at this time. Luo Xianxi stood up and ran towards home frantically. "Grandpa, father, mother!" Luo Xianxi cried as he ran. The sound of grief is like a young bird trembling in the wind and rain without its wings for shelter. Ming Juyan's eyes suddenly burst into brilliant blue, staring closely at the direction of Luo family villa. At this time, Luo Xianxi seemed to have an incredible power erupting in her body, her figure became blurred, and the afterimages remained unwilling to disperse for a long time on the road she ran. Ming Juyan looked at this ghostly speed in amazement, and an extreme anxiety surged in his heart. A little blue flame peeled away from Ming Juyan's eyes, and flew to the distance at an extremely fast speed. After doing all this, Ming Juyan strode to follow Luo Xianxi's figure. As it got closer and closer to Luo's villa, a pungent smell kept piercing into Ming Juyan's nose. When he came to the door of Luo's villa, Ming Juyan saw Luo Xian standing firmly at the door, motionless. That terrible feeling grew stronger in Ming Juyan's heart. Ming Juyan came to Luo Xianxi's side, looked at the things on the steps of the villa's door, and stood there blankly. Soon after, a blood-red figure landed very quickly not far from Luo Xianxi. Seeing the person and bird standing still in front of her, the Blood Lady's heart shook, knowing that something might be broken. The Blood Lady followed the gaze of one person and one bird to the stairs at the entrance of the villa. When she saw the things placed there, her pupils shrank sharply, as if a basin of cold water poured down her whole person from head to tail. 3 heads were neatly placed on the stairs at the entrance of the villa, a kind old man, a gentle woman, and a man with a beard. Scarlet blood covered the entire stairs, exuding a pungent smell, and the 3 heads looked ahead with their eyes open, not gazing at them. Of course, the Blood Lady knew these 3 heads, and she also specially sent a master to protect them. But why did things come to this point? The Blood Lady trembled all over. Suzaku, Suinyu, get out of me. The voice echoed in this space for a long time. Suzaku, Suinyu, get out of me. No one answered the Blood Lady, but a heavy footstep came from the side. The Blood Lady looked sideways, almost splitting her eyes in an instant. A burly man dragged the foot of a man in black, and walked out from one side with heavy steps. The man in black who was dragged by him did not respond like a dead dog. The strong man has a fist-sized transparent hole in his chest, and his heart has disappeared. The strong man saw the Blood Lady, smiled reluctantly, and said the last words in his life. Sister, I'm sorry. The brawny man fell to the ground, tears crazily gushing from the Blood Lady's eyes. Suzaku, where is Suzaku? The Blood Lady looked around frantically, and finally found 3 bodies in a drain behind the villa. The heads of 2 men in black were shattered, and a woman covered in blood fell beside the man in black. What? The Blood Lady was holding the woman's body and weeping. In front of the villa, Luo Xianxi's brain was blank, and his brain seemed to have stopped working. Luo Xianxi walked towards the 3 heads like a zombie. She held the head in her arms and kissed her with all her strength. Grandpa, Dad, Mom, you guys talk. Dad, I will never get up in the middle of the night to steal snacks. Mom, I will eat vegetables. Grandpa, your story is not finished yet. Luo Xianxi was like a walking dead, holding 3 heads, talking mechanically, talking and repeating. The Blood Lady, holding Suzaku's body, came to the door of the villa and looked at the little girl. Her mouth opened, but in the end she made no sound. 2 lines of blood and tears flowed from Luo Xianxi's eyes, and the white eyes became blood red at some unknown time. One by one, strange and mysterious words appeared and annihilated in Luo Xianxi's eyes. Red ripples visible to the naked eye radiated from Luo Xianxi's body, and the surrounding flowers and trees withered instantly. Seeing this weird scene, the Blood Lady wiped away her tears, and endured her grief and shouted. Luo Xianxi, control his emotions and don't let Shura's eyes run wild. Chapter 49, The Runaway Eye of Shura. The Blood Maiden's shouts turned into sound waves like real sound and penetrated into Luo Xianxi's body. However, the sound of God in heaven that the Blood Lady was proud of lost its previous role at this time, and Luo Xianxi still muttered to himself with a dull expression. The blood-colored ripples rippling from Luo Xianxi's body became thicker and thicker, and the entire Luo family villa was completely enveloped by the blood-colored ripples. Feeling the substantive killing air in the ripples, the Blood Lady was cold all over her body, and an extremely irritable mood rose in her heart. This emotion seems to want to dominate her, let her kill and bleed. The Blood Lady was forced to lift the corpses of Suinyu and Suzaku and retreated outside the ripples. Ming Juyin was also affected by this killing air, and his blue eyes turned red. Ming Juyin tried to keep herself awake, spreading her wings to embrace Luo Xianxi, but as soon as her wings touched Luo Xianxi, an irresistible force blasted her out. The blood ripples became thicker and thicker, and the entire Luo family villa seemed to be wrapped in a ball of blood. At this time, Luo Xianxi's hair began to turn white extremely quickly, and her long snow-white hair danced wildly. Seeing Luo Xianxi's changes, the Blood Lady looked extremely sad. The Blood Lady knew that this was Shura's eyes that had been greatly stimulated and began to run away, but Luo Xianxi couldn't bear the runaway Shura eyes, turning into white hair, which was a symbol of Shura's eyes absorbing Luo Xianxi's vitality. Sooner or later, Luo Xianxi was sucked dry by Shura's eyes. The Blood Lady put down the corpses of Suzaku Suinyu and looked at their corpses. The Blood Lady gritted her teeth and said, "You can't let you die in vain." The Blood Lady swiped in front of her, and an illusory red lyre appeared in front of her. The lyre was floating in the air, flashing with a strange light. Small the magic song. The Blood Lady put her 10 fingers on the strings like white jade, and waves of sound were ejected from the piano. The white sound waves rushed to the scarlet blood cells covering the Luo family villa like a big tide. The white sound waves look like a rainbow, but when they come into contact with blood cells, they are like muddy seas, unable to set off any wind and waves. The blood lady flew with her 10 fingers, and the sound waves popped out like a violent storm, and a trace of blood overflowed from the corner of her mouth. At this time, the blood cells changed astonishingly. It was as if the actual blood cells had begun to atomize, and in the blink of an eye, the blood cells had atomized into a dense blood mist. A huge cylinder made of blood mist rose into the sky. A stalwart figure gradually formed from the cylinder of blood fog. The figure has long white hair dancing frantically, and a body armor that is as black as ink, revealing the exquisite curves of the body. The figure raised his right hand and pointed to the distance, a body like Shura who had just crawled out of hell. The figure stood fixedly, as if waiting for something. This soaring column of blood mist alarmed many people. Andrei under the overpass looked at the soaring column, frowned, stopped attacking and asked with some confusion, "Has Shura's eyes awakened to this point?" Lan Qingfeng looked at the Luo family villa with a green face, and the long sword disappeared with a flick of his hand, and then Lan Qingfeng's figure quickly swept towards the Luo family villa. Seeing Lan Qingfeng's reaction, he arranged for Deli to say to himself, "Is there something wrong with Shura's eyes?" Zhang Shenglan also found the vision of Luo family villa, thought for a moment, put away the purple talisman paper in his hand, turned and left. At almost the same time, more than 24 figures fell around the Luo family villa at the same time. These figures are automatically divided into 4 waves, each being wary of other forces. Andrei looked at the vision of the Luo family's villa not far away, and made a decisive decision to retreat. Then the 5 people, headed by a one-eyed old man, also decisively withdrew. The man with the Chinese character face who was still on the court side and said, "Sura's eyes are irretrievable. Let's go." A woman behind the man with the national character face asked, "Dashan, how come Shura's eyes suddenly run away?" The man called Dashan shook his head and said, "I don't know, but it is a good thing that Shura's eyes are destroyed. After all, the appearance of the first 2 Shura's eyes has caused a war that has spread to almost the whole world." At this time, only a dozen people from the Blood Fiend Alliance were left outside the Luo family villa. The girl chewing bubblegum looked pale and looked at the corpses of Suzaku and Suanwu on the ground. "How could this be?" the girl asked in a daze. Everyone around bowed their heads in silence. Puff! The blood lady spit out a big mouthful of blood, and the lyre in front of her shattered, turning into little fragments and disappearing into the air. "Sister!" A group of people hurried up to support the crumbling blood lady. The blood lady looked wilted, looked at the stalwart figure standing still, and smiled miserably, "My blood ally, the layout of more than 10 years has been ruined today." Everyone was heavy and didn't know how to answer the conversation. Boom! At this time, a figure smashed into the open space not far from them, and the hard concrete floor was smashed into a big hole. Vomit! A figure crawled out of the pit, vomiting blood in his mouth. When everyone saw it, it was Andrei who left first. At this time, Andrei was extremely embarrassed, his clothes all over his body were in tatters, and his chest was soaked with blood. Everyone was shocked. As one of the 4 deacon of the temple, this Andrei was a genuine S-rank supernatural power, that is, the Diamond Realm of China, who could beat him like this in such a short period of time. Boom! Another figure fell, looking at the person who had almost the same encounter with Andrei, and everyone's faces became more and more ugly. The old man of 100 ghosts, the top 10 masters in the Qingzai cave, the real Diamond Realm, and the skill of demonstrating the ghosts, were beaten back. Boom! A man with a Chinese character face spit out blood and crawled out of the big hole. One of the deputy leaders of the Dashan Heavenly Group is also a master of the Diamond Realm. Could it be that Xing Yi is here, otherwise who can injure so many Diamond Realm masters in such a short time? The blood lady muttered to herself. It can't beat Xing Yi ho. The Tianzui and Tsing Yiho belong to China's spider web. How could he do something to his own person? The girl chewing bubblegum immediately denied the blood lady's guess. Boom! 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 At this time, the sky is like dumping dumplings, dropping people's shadows continuously. The hard concrete floor is full of pits, shocking. The people of the Blood Fiend Alliance secretly counted them, one is not more than one, and it happens to be the ones who left earlier. Who is so capable and able to handle so many masters in such a short period of time? Everyone in the Blood Fiend Alliance looked ugly. At this time, a somewhat green voice rang in everyone's ears, although the voice was green, but there was a kind of indifference from the heart, which made people shudder. Did the Emperor allow you to go? Chapter 50, Who has something to say? Everyone looked for fame, and a snow-white skeleton was slowly walking towards the Luo family villa. The skull is as white as jade, emitting a faint white light, with a trace of holiness, and the white skull is holding a blue flame in his hand. The fly in the ointment is that the calf bone of the left leg of the skeleton frame seems to be missing, replaced by a black air. The roaring black air around the skeleton formed a strong contrast with the snow-white skeleton. The black air kept rolling, and countless grimaces were formed and disappeared in the black air. This is like the scene of the great demon coming to the world plus a group of people who are constantly vomiting blood. The shocked Blood Fiend Alliance dare not breathe. Ming Juyan, who was swept away from the bleeding ball just now, was guarding aside languidly. Seeing Xiao Chen's arrival, he spread his big feet and ran towards Xiao Chen. Before he got close, Xiao Chen's head was called with a big mouth, and his whole body flew out like a cannonball. It doesn't look good to anyone, it's useless, Xiao Chen said coldly. Everyone felt the killing intent in Xiao Chen's icy tone, and there was a chill in their hearts. It seemed that there was an illusion that this skeleton frame occasionally exuded killing intent, even surpassing the violent Shura eyes. And for this weird big bird, the Blood Demon Alliance couldn't be more clear. Although this product is very rude, it is definitely a terrifying creature. The Blood Lady once tried to conquer this guy, but was blown away by a wing. But it was such a terrifying creature that could easily beat the Blood Lady of the Flying King Kong realm, but now it was fanned by this skeleton frame without any temper. At this time, Andre shook his body and said, "Friend, I am the temple." Andre just said half a sentence here, and his whole head suddenly exploded. Seeing Andre, who was like a rotten watermelon, everyone was quiet for a while. After all, an S-rank supernatural player would die if he said he would die. Not to mention that everyone has seen this kind of thing, but they have never heard of it. But there are always people in this world who are not afraid of death. One of the people who was with Andre suddenly jumped up, making strange gestures on his hands, and muttering words in his mouth. "We expel you, every filthy soul. All the forces of the devil, all the invaders from hell, all the legions of demons, all the evil sects and churches." The blue flame in Xiao Chen's eyes beat violently. Bang! Another rotten watermelon exploded from a big head. Xiao Chen looked at the other three people again, none of them looked like Huaxia. Seeing Xiao Chen looking at him, the three of them trembled. "I am the servant of the devil, Lord Devil, please sir a lot." Boom! 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 These three great heads exploded at the same time, and Xiao Chen's shiny skull head rotated 360 degrees, scanning the people around him. Who else has something to say? Everyone's heart jumped. The fool is talking at this time. Xiao Chen looked at Luo Xianxi in front of him, and immediately knew what was going on, and Shura ran away with his eyes. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's death spirit erupted, and a large swath of death spirit left Xiao Chen's side and rushed into the blood mist. Death rushed into the blood mist without any hindrance, and wandered quickly in the blood mist. Those lifeless spirits wandered in front of the phantom. Xiao Chen said lowly, "Lock." The death energy turned into chains, entwining the phantom sturdily. But Xiao Chen's deathly aura seemed to have also awakened the phantom, and the phantom suddenly opened his eyes, and the blood-red eyes were full of weird words. The phantom looked at the iron chain tied to his body and opened his mouth as if roaring, but there was no sound. Su Ying began to struggle fiercely, trying to break free from the shackles of the iron chain, but no matter how she struggled, the iron chain seemed to take root on her body, not moving. Why did Xiu Luo suddenly go violently? Can someone explain it? Xiao Chen asked coldly. At this time, the one-eyed old man in Qingzidong stood up and held a fist to Xiao Chen. My friend, I am the fourth elder Zhanlong of Qingzidong. Our Qingzidong has just arrived here. There is nothing wrong with Shura's eyes. I don't know. The number 4 is not very lucky. Xiao Chen said lightly. Zhanlong seemed to perceive something, his lips trembled and quickly said, I didn't mean to offend, I just want to say that our Qingzidong has nothing to do with Shura's eyes running away. Bang! Zhanlong's head exploded. Shut up if you don't know. Everyone had numb scalp and cold sweat. What is the sacred character of such a perverse character and such a powerful person? At this time, the Blood Lady took a step forward, and everyone in the Blood Evil Alliance was shocked. Someone quickly grabbed the Blood Lady's clothes and motioned her not to be impulsive. The Blood Lady smiled and motioned to everyone not to worry. The Blood Lady walked to Xiao Chen's side, and a familiar breath came from the skeleton in front of her. The Blood Lady was a little puzzled. Feeling the lifeless and cold breath of Xiao Chen's body, the Blood Lady instantly thought of the delicate young man who molested herself when she met at the door of Huai Hospital. Could it be that the boy is the demon-like skeleton in front of him? The Blood Lady shook her head and drove this absurd idea out of her head. The Blood Lady began to talk about the reason why Shura went violently. After Xiao Chen listened, the blue flames in his eyes jumped frantically. For a little girl like Luo Xianxi who has barely gone through the storms, it is not bad to not go crazy when encountering such things. Xiao Chen thought for a while and pointed to the Blood Lady and said, if you stay, the rest can leave. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, everyone was relieved. Watching Xiao Chen suddenly felt that the skeleton frame was not that scary. De Shan should even hold a fist with Xiao Chen to express his gratitude. It's not surprising to everyone. The Tian Group was originally an organization dealing with foreign forces. Xiao Chen directly killed 5 this time, and there was also a master in the Diamond Realm. This incident would somewhat threaten those unscrupulous guys. As for the old man named Zhanlong, that is not a good thing. He was already on the blacklist of the Sky Group. It's just that the old man's whereabouts are secretive and he has been unable to find anyone. He died in Xiao Chen's hands today, which is considered for the people killed. Eldest sister. The girl chewing bubble gum gave a hint of crying. The Blood Lady shook her head and said, you go first, I will be fine. But... The Blood Lady touched the girl's head, don't worry, if he wants to kill someone, no one can escape. Now let me stay, there must be something to explain. You take the Suzaku Suinwu home first. Speaking of Suzaku Suinwu, the Blood Lady felt another pain in her heart. Chapter 51, Shattered. The Luo family villa was cleaned up in an instant, and only Xiao Chen and the Blood Lady were left on the court, and of course Luo Xianxi was running away. You go farther. Xiao Chen exhorted, and then grabbed the void with his right hand. A white narrow knife appeared in Xiao Chen's hands. The Blood Lady saw this narrow blade suddenly burst out of dazzling brilliance in her eyes. The Blood Lady saw this knife a long time ago, and also the owner of this knife. The Blood Lady knew that this sword was called Wujian, and it was the saber of the man who looked like an immortal, and that man was called King Yi Hao. Are you Tsing Yi Ho? The Blood Lady whispered. Xiao Chen held Wujian flat in front of his chest, and the blue flame in his eye sockets suddenly went out. The world suddenly fell into a strange and quiet atmosphere. All life seemed to be annihilated at this moment, and only darkness and nothingness remained between heaven and earth. The phantom bound by the black iron chain seemed to feel the changes on Xiao Chen's side, and suddenly became fierce. The phantom began to struggle frantically, and strange patterns began to appear on the black armor on his body. The patterns began to wander around the armor, forming pictures of inexplicable pictures. The picture scroll shined brightly, and the phantom reached out to grab one of them, and a long knife was pulled out of the picture scroll. Drops of scarlet liquid dripped from the blood-colored knives continuously, and a scream of screams burst out from the blood-colored knives. This howl sounded like a dead soul slashed by a long knife, complaining bitterly. Boom! A black iron chain was actually shattered by the phantom, and the phantom's right hand was freed. The blood-colored long knife slashed straight towards Xiao Chen, who was standing still, with soaring power. The blood lady's heart jumped to her throat, and the long knife got closer and closer, but Xiao Chen still didn't move. Be careful! Seeing that the blood was about to be cut on Xiao Chen's head, the blood lady couldn't help but remind her. Boom! The extinguished blue flame in Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly erupted and burned like a blind man suddenly opened his eyes one day, and the world was bright. Xiao Chen's hand holding the handle of the knife suddenly tightened and waved forward. The sky is broken. When the scarlet long sword was about to touch Xiao Chen's head, a loud voice rang from the heavens and the earth. A stream of black sword energy, as thin as a hair, burst out from infinity, thousands of them. The black sword gas hugged the phantom like a shark smelling blood. The hair-thin sword energy was constantly shuttled through Su Ying's body. With the black sword energy enveloped, Su Ying's body began to appear with small cracks, like broken porcelain. There are more and more cracks, and there are countless dense ones. The phantom image was divided into countless small pieces with a slight blade of air, and those small pieces began to fall off, 1 piece and 2 pieces. Xiao Chen took it back indefinitely, without seeing the phantom that was beginning to crumble, and walked straight into the blood mist. Xiao Chen, the great swallowing emperor of the vast world, is enough to face anyone and anything. As the phantom collapsed, the blood mist began to dissipate. Xiao Chen led a white hair, Luo Xianxi walked out like a walking corpse. Xiao Chen looked at Luo Xianxi's white hair and touched it distressedly. The husband is not guilty, and he is guilty of his crime. Xiao Chen checked Luo Xianxi's body, and it was more serious than he thought. The vitality has seriously passed away, and it is estimated that a few years of life are left. In terms of lifespan, Xiao Chen could still use some means to make it up. But the most serious thing is that Luo Xianxi's spirit is very badly damaged. It is good luck that the situation did not die on the spot. Divine soul is the most troublesome thing, just like searching for souls. Why is it hated by people? At that time, the destruction of the soul search was almost irreversible, and once the soul was damaged, it was difficult to repair it. Of course, it is only relatively difficult to repair. If Xiao Chen still has the strength of the great emperor, then repairing a divine soul is not a big deal. But now Xiao Chen could only watch Luo Xianxi's soul shattering little by little. The blood lady came to the front and looked at Luo Xianxi, who was full of white hair, thinking that she was just a cute little girl who loved snacks not long ago, and the blood lady eyes sore tears almost came out. Xiao Chen sat on the ground and began to meditate. The blood lady didn't dare to disturb Xiao Chen, and helped Luo Xianxi wipe off the blood on her body. For a long time Xiao Chen stood up and knocked on his head. Let's do this first. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. Xiao Chen covered his eye socket with his right hand, and a blue flame the size of a fist was dragged out by Xiao Chen. Seeing Xiao Chen's movements, the blood lady asked with some confusion, "What is this?" "Part of my soul fire." Xiao Chen replied lightly. The blood lady didn't know what soul fire was, but her instinct told her that this thing was very important to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen led the blue flame, leading it to Luo Xianxi's forehead. Xiao Chen patted the flame lightly into Luo Xianxi's head. Xiao Chen sighed distressfully. How powerful is the soul fire of a great emperor? The most important thing is that this soul fire carries Xiao Chen's will. It is so gentle that it won't do anything to Luo Xianxi's soul at all. Hurt. Moreover, through the tempering of the fire of the great emperor's soul, not only can Luo Xianxi's broken soul be repaired, it will also make Luo Xianxi ascend to the sky in one step. From now on the road of cultivation, it will save a lot of soul tempering. Trouble. Xiao Chen looked at Luo Xianxi. Now that the problem of the soul is solved, then the next step is how to solve the mental stimulation. Xiao Chen twitched Luo Xianxi's fat face. Hey, girl, wakes up, your mother told you to go home for dinner. Girl eating candy. Girl, what do you want to eat? I'll buy it for you. Nima is shameless, and she's still not awake, right? Xiao Chen was talking impatiently while pulling Luo Xianxi's chubby face into various shapes. The blood lady was sweating profusely while watching. Is there really no problem with this guy's brain? Finally Xiao Chen gave up the somewhat mentally retarded method of waking up. Xiao Chen looked at the blood lady and asked, Cow, what can you do? Hearing the name Cow, the blood lady was full of black lines. At this moment, she thought of the boy who molested herself at the hospital door. How do you think these two goods are the same person? The blood lady only dared to think about it in her heart. She didn't dare to say it even if she was killed. The blood lady thought for a while and said, Why don't you take her to see a doctor? I really don't have a good way to do this. Chapter 52, Pull Ears. This emperor is a doctor, specializing in all kinds of dissatisfaction. Xiao Chen said angrily. Blood lady. Xiao Chen looked at Luo Xianxi, who looked like a silly goose, and thought for a while, the girl should be in a state of stupor now, even more stimulation may be cured. The blood lady almost didn't vomit out a mouthful of old blood. If people become like this, you still have to stimulate it. Xiao Chen looked at the three dead heads in front of Luo's villa, and sighed in his heart, the girl is so courageous, it's a good thing not to be scared to death on the spot. Xiao Chen thought for a while and said to the blood lady, Do you have any dead jade on your body? Of course the blood lady knew what the dead jade was in Xiao Chen's mouth, but she really didn't have any dead jade on her body. I don't have dead jade, but I know where it is. Xiao Chen nodded, Take me there now. Although the girl's spirit does not need to be worried, she is really worried about her mental state. If we don't solve it quickly, it might be like this for a lifetime. When the blood lady heard Xiao Chen's words, she became excited. You mean Luo Xianxi still has the possibility of waking up? How the do I know? I have to get a cure. Xiao Chen said impatiently. Blood lady. The blood lady thought for a while and said, Today, there is only one place where you can find the dead jade the fastest. The blood lady deliberately sold a pass, and paused for a while, waiting for Xiao Chen to ask questions. In the end, I didn't wait for Xiao Chen to ask, but a sharp pain came from my ear. Xiao Chen went up and twisted the blood lady's ears, and said angrily, You little girl, you are still selling guanzi in front of the emperor. Believe it or not that the emperor sold you to the black wind. The blood lady only felt that her ears were about to be torn off, and painful tears rolled in her eyes. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I said. The blood lady shouted aggrievedly. You may not believe it. She is a great master of the diamond realm, but now she is like a naughty child being pulled by the ears of her parents. Xiao Chen added a little more strength in his hands, Then you are talking about it. The blood lady's body was crooked because of the pain. This product didn't play cards according to common sense at all. Thousand Evil Cave, Thousand Evil Cave, Thousand Evil Cave, those guys do everything, and there are a lot of tomb robbers. There must be dead jade there, and there are many. Xiao Chen's big teeth gleamed in the sun, and he let go of the blood lady's ears. Little kid, it's okay to say no earlier, you have to get skinny. The blood lady rubbed her ears, thinking with annoyance, Are you dealing with people like this? When you come up, others will tell you everything. Of course, I only dare to think about this in my heart. Walk. Xiao Chen took Luo Xianxi, who was like a goose, to leave. Wait. The blood lady called to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen turned around and shouted impatiently, "You are real skin, believe it or not, I will kill you." The blood lady shivered, and she didn't doubt Xiao Chen's words. After all, there were still several rotten watermelons lying on the ground. I don't know where Qingzidong is." The blood lady rubbed the corners of her clothes, like a little girl who had made a mistake. Xiao Chen almost didn't spray a mouthful of old blood. "Was you making me happy just now?" The blood lady frightened a Jiling, and said like a gunfire, "Although I don't know, I know someone in Minghai City knows. He is a butcher, and he opened a bun shop not far from Huai Hospital. He used to be a member of Qingzidong, but he didn't know why he betrayed Qingzidong." Xiao Chen was very satisfied with the performance of the blood lady, and nodded in satisfaction, then led the way. After walking 2 steps, Xiao Chen looked back at Luo's villa, tapped his finger lightly, and a black flame shot out from his fingertips and hit the villa. A black flame soared into the sky, burning the entire Luo family villa along with the corpses. The blood lady's face was a bit ugly, because in the burning black flame, she could not feel any heat, and even a hint of coldness. Xiao Chen looked back at a big tree in the distance, and grinned with a big fang. Behind a big tree about 100 meters away from Luo's villa, Luo Saru bit her lip tightly, and she saw everything that happened before. The lips had been bitten, and the blood was dripping down, but Luo Saru didn't seem to notice it. Tears wet her delicate face, and the knuckles of her handgun were already pale and terrifying. Luo Saru stared closely at the left leg of the skeleton frame, where there was no bones, only a black air. "That, sir." The blood lady didn't know what to call Xiao Chen, and finally she gritted her teeth and called an adult. Xiao Chen didn't look back. "What's wrong? Is it okay if the people over there don't handle it?" Xiao Chen naturally knew what the blood lady was referring to. Xiao Chen had discovered Luo Saru's existence long ago. Ming Dao is very sensitive to vitality and life. That's the girl's sister, let her live well. When the girl wakes up, there is no relative, blame poor. The blood lady was silent. She couldn't see this murderous skeleton without blinking her eyes. She seemed to have a good heart. "By the way, my lord, who is the black wind you just mentioned?" The blood lady was still thinking about it. After all, Xiao Chen just said that she would sell herself. Xiao Chen asked in a daze, "Did the emperor say this?" "Blood lady." Xiao Chen knocked on the melon seeds in his brain, a little surprised. This was a catchphrase left in the Hauran Great World, and he subconsciously said it just now. Xiao Chen grinned, "Black wind, it's a pig demon." The blood lady's face paled with fright. Xiao Chen really wanted to sell herself to a pig, it might as well die. Looking at the blood lady's face, Xiao Chen could guess what she was thinking. "Don't look down on this pig. I tell you that although this pig has no ambitions and thinks about marrying a wife and living a small life, it is a real half-step demon. If you marry in the past, you will be proud and wealthy. Even if you walk sideways, few people dare to provoke you." Xiao Chen thought of the unambitious pig head, and his mood improved a lot, and he talked more. The more the blood lady heard it, the whiter her face became, and she said with some horror, "I'm afraid that the adult and the little girl don't have this blessing. Should I introduce the 2 sisters to the Black Wind adult?" The blood lady was really afraid that Xiao Chen wouldn't agree with her, and she really sold her. Xiao Chen almost didn't laugh out loud. This woman like an imperial sister could not have imagined that she was so courageous. Xiao Chen didn't bother to tease the blood lady. "Don't worry, that guy likes fat, you can't get into the eyes of others like you." The blood lady patted her chest when she heard this, but she felt a little uncomfortable. "I am such a beauty, a pig actually looks down on me." Chapter 53, When the Emperor was 18. Minghai City, in a running off-road vehicle. The blood lady drove the car and looked back at the delicate young man sitting in the back seat from time to time. She felt a little pain in her head. Xiao Chen recovered his body after leaving the Luo family villa. After all, it was not a good thing to go to the streets with a skeleton frame. The blood lady swallowed her saliva and asked, "My lord, have we met?" Xiao Chen sat behind and helped Luo Xianxi tidy his hair. Hearing the question from the blood lady, Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. "Who has seen you? Are amazing, I have to see you, neurotic." The blood lady shook her hands on the steering wheel and almost didn't hit the car next to her. "Are you a neurotic, okay? It's been a long time since I forgot to molest myself." The blood lady decided not to talk to Xiao Chen from now on, because she was really afraid that she would accidentally be violently killed by anger. Xiao Xiao Beizai shop does not mean that this Beizai shop is small, it is just the name of Beizai shop, although he is indeed very small. In front of the little bun shop, the fat boss wore big pants, flip-flops, and a greasy apron. The fat was piled up on his belly like a mountain of meat. The fat boss smoked Bai Jiao, who was a $6 bag, and looked at the concrete road in front of him with some melancholy. He didn't catch up to open the door at noon because of the blood shura. How could those cute little girls grow well without the nourishment of the big meat buns they made by themselves? The fat boss spit out a smoke ring with a trace of melancholy. If a handsome guy does this action, it may cause a little girl to scream, but this guy can only use 3 words to describe spicy eyes. Squeak! A violent breaking sound pulled the fat boss back from melancholy. He looked at the people getting off the car and his eyes lit up. He quickly stood up from the stool with his hands and feet, and took out 2 buns from the steamer. The fat boss held the buns and looked at the blood lady with a smile. "Miss, don't you eat buns?" The blood lady almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. Looking at the fat man's big greasy face, the blood lady thought of the pig demon named Blackwind that Xiao Chen said for no reason. The blood lady pushed away the bun in Fatty's hand with a look of disgust. "Butcher, you don't come to this set, and the full name, who is your lady?" The butcher began to feel melancholy again, and stuffed the buns into his mouth. "Lady, I think you have lost weight recently. You must have not eaten well. Do you really need to add some nutrition?" The butcher said, staring at the blood lady's breast. The blood lady really wanted to twist the fat man's head off, but thinking that there was a big one standing behind her, the blood lady could only endure it. The butcher turned around and took out 2 buns from the steamer, and said to Xiao Chen behind the blood lady, "Young man, are you going to have 2 buns? Young people must pay attention to nutrition, my buns are not foolish." Before he finished speaking, the butcher received a punch in his eyes, and his huge body flew out like a broken kite. The door panel of little bun shop was smashed to pieces. Xiao Chen raised his fist and said with a grinning smile, "Young man? Let me tell you, the fat man, the grasses that took advantage of me in the past are almost growing." The butcher scrambled to get up, and the agility of his movements came out. This guy was a fat man of more than 200 catties. The butcher's left eye was blackened by Xiao Chen's fist, and the butcher blinked his small eyes that were not obvious. "Brothers have something to say, we are all people who have eaten buns, so-called." Boom! The butcher flew out again, now both eyes are now black, with the plump body, dyed a little more. It is estimated that he can be able to pretend to be a panda. Xiao Chen stood on the butcher's head, rolling his eyes. "The most annoying thing about this emperor is that others take advantage of me." The fat man was stepped under the feet by Xiao Chen, but a huge wave rose in his heart. He, a person of innate pinnacle, was beaten by this seemingly weak baby without the slightest strength to fight back. Is it the proud son of heaven from which big family? The butcher secretly guessed. Xiao Chen saw that the fat man at his feet was still in a daze at this moment, and his whole body suddenly jumped and fell heavily. The butcher screamed like a pig. "Brother, I have something to say." "Brothers." "Father, I have something to say." "Father." "Grandpa, I have something to say." "Grandfather." "Ancestor, the ancestor is headed." "Ancestor." "Daxian, Daxian. Daxian." "Woo." Although the butcher awakened that he was beaten probably because there was a problem with his address, the question came, how should he address this uncle? The butcher burst into tears, his nose and tears. The one who cried made a listener sad and the listener shed tears. I'm a dignified master of the pinnacle of innateness. He was rubbed against the ground by a little doll. I don't want to lose face. The butcher cried and said that it was a grievance, like a little daughter-in-law ruined by more than a dozen strong men. Crying? Any more crying will blow you up. Xiao Chen said in an angry tone. Seeing a big fat man of more than 200 catties crying so sad, Xiao Chen was really embarrassed to start again. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, the butcher really stopped crying, just shrugging his shoulders and sobbing. Seeing the butcher's miserable appearance, the blood lady almost didn't laugh out loud. However, in order to prevent the butcher from being trampled to death by Xiao Chen, and he would not be able to obtain information from Qing Zidong at that time, this guy sprinkled his qi on him, and the blood lady stepped forward and reminded, "My lord, you have to get it from this fat man. What about Qing Zidong's intelligence?" The blood lady said, blinking at the butcher who was still sobbing. When the butcher saw the blood lady's movements, he understood instantly. Adults, the small ones who have eyes and no beads are more offensive. I hope that the adults will ignore the villain and let the villain as a fart. Xiao Chen dug his nostrils. Oh, that's right. The butcher almost cried again. Are you crazy? You must call your ancestors to make your ancestors unhappy. The butcher was sitting on the stool with his head full of bags. After hearing the intention of the blood lady, the butcher's face suddenly became serious when he was beaten into a pig's head, even though his head looked like a pig's head. The butcher raised his head and stared at the ceiling, with a trace of remembrance in his eyes. That year, I was 18 and she was 18. At that time, I was still a suave young man. Hearing the butcher's nostalgic tone, the blood lady covered her eyes, knowing that this man would definitely be beaten again. Sure enough, the bleeding lady expected. The butcher flew out again, clanging, and it was horrible to see the small bun shop being smashed by his fat body. When the emperor was 18 years old, he carried the sun and the moon on his shoulders and chanted the avenue. That really deserved the word love. Xiao Chen said with some remembrance while beating. Chapter 54, Cheeky. The butcher's head was fainted. Not only was he beaten, but he had to let Ren Yuan remember the past. My lord, I was wrong. The butcher shrank his head on the ground into a dumpling. But Xiao Chen didn't mean to stop. When the emperor was 25 years old, he got the prison dragon and got the key to open the sword prison. From then on, he went to the pinnacle of life. Of course, the emperor did not marry Bai Fumei. The butcher stretched his arm, leaking a gap, and looked at the blood lady on the side with a pitiful expression. The blood lady slapped her forehead and thought, "You fat man deserves it, so much nonsense." But in order to prevent the butcher from being killed, the blood lady still used her mouth to make a few mouth gestures. Through the lips of the blood lady, the butcher knew that what the blood lady wanted to tell him was, "Don't talk nonsense." The river of silence, the river of silence, the cave of thousand evils is in the river of silence. The butcher shouted loudly. I was 30 in that year, but she was 3000. Oh, good luck, there must be a generation gap with such a big age difference. She has been pursuing the emperor, but is the emperor the kind of person who eats old grass? At this time Xiao Chen was talking about his 30-year-old. Xiao Chen stopped mourning the past, and stopped beating the butcher's hand. Looking at the butcher shrank on the ground like a meat dumpling, he said with some regret, "There are still tens of thousands of years left to say." The butcher shuddered and almost cried again. It really made you talk about 10,000 years, and he estimated that he would be beaten into stuffed buns. Hearing the silent river in the butcher's mouth, the blood lady's face changed several times. Xiao Chen keenly caught the change in blood lady's expression, and asked curiously, "Why is there a problem with this place?" The blood lady nodded. The silent river is a forbidden place, guarded by the 4 families of the 10 clans, Yuqi, Gongsun, Lu, and Ling. As for what is in it, no one knows. After talking about the blood lady, she looked at the butcher with some doubts and asked, although these 4 families ignore world affairs, as 5 surnames and 10 tribes, the strength of their family is estimated to be able to destroy your 1,000 evil holes, how could they just watch you? These people are messing around on their territory. The butcher scratched his head and said, a long time ago. Hey! Xiao Chen said while looking at the butcher. The butcher shivered all over, and then he spoke very fast as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. The host of Qingzai Cave is from the Lu family, and Qingzai Cave in the Silent River is the default of these 4 houses, and Qingzai Dong is a member of the Lu family. The hole is only in the first half of the Silent River, and it does not touch the core of the Silent River at all. The blood lady knew in her heart that there might be some dirty pie transactions in it. Xiao Chen led Luo Xianxi to the door. Let's go then. The butcher looked miserable. I can't go to that place for adults, that place is too evil, there is no special human leather ghost boat, and it is easy to go wrong when entering that place. Xiao Chen frowned and raised his fist to strike. The butcher shrank in fright. Then the butcher sternly said, I can go up to the sword and the sea of fire for the adults. What a small quiet river is! I have never seen such a brazen person. The blood lady couldn't help but curl her lips. Taiping Town, a small town uncontested in the world. In the crowded and narrow old streets of the small town, the sloping streets are paved with stones. Walking in the alleys is like entering a maze, without seeing the head. A beautiful girl in a fashionable dress looked at everything around her with great interest. The simple t-shirt and jeans outline a moving curve, and a few small freckles on the tip of her nose fill her with youthful vitality. The ponytail behind the girl's head flicked along with her body and into the hearts of passers-by. The girl is carrying a mountaineering bag, like a tourist coming here for sightseeing. The people in the small town looked at this girl curiously. After all, it was closed and blocked, and there might not be a foreigner in sight all year long. The girl looked at the phone in her hand, her eyebrows frowned slightly. When is it all? Why haven't you come? At this time, a girl in a long skirt appeared at the end of the alley. The girl has long hair up to her waist and is quiet, and her white skirt is blown by the breeze, making her look like a snow lotus that does not stain dust. The only fly in the ointment is that the girl's chest is too flat, like an airport. Seeing this girl who does not stain dust like a snow lotus, the eyes of the ponytail girl bend into a crescent. Lang Xiaolu, why are you here now? The girl happily ran to her, slapped the shoulder, almost slapped the girl. The girl called Lang Xiaolu was not annoyed, she closed her mouth and smiled, her smile as warm as a sunny March. Sister Meng Meng, how long have you been here? Dream of public defeat, Lang Xiaolu. A rough voice sounded. A burly boy in a vest ran towards the second girl. The vest was tightly supported by his rock-like muscles. The dream of public defeat stood in front of Lang Xiaolu, and he looked at the young man with a guarded look. Yuchiba, don't stay so close. It will make you sick to look at the lump of meat on your body. Yuchiba stopped and shrugged a little innocently. How can you appreciate it, girl? After Yuchiba finished speaking, he did a few bodybuilding poses, not to mention that it was really interesting. After doing the action, he blinked at Lang Xiaolu behind the gong lumen. How about Xiaolu, right? Lang Xiaolu nodded with a smile. The affirmative Yuji Bale's liver trembled, and he took out a camera from his bag. Xiaolu waits for me to take a few more photos. The dream of a public loss grabbed the camera and said with a bad look, bad, you want to sell Xiaolu's photos again? Personal appreciation, hee hee, hee hee. Yuchiba smiled with a guilty conscience. At this time, the dream of public defeat looked at his watch. Why isn't Uncle Ji coming? Yuchiba curled his lips and said with a bit of annoyance, it's annoying to see the group of Lu family members, and let the group of Qingzidong's rotten tomato and stinky bird eggs leave it alone. This time, the dream of public defeat did not support Wei Chiba, because she was also a little confused about this matter. Qingzidong had been in the upper half of the Silent River for some time. If it were not for the protection of the Lu family, it would have been destroyed by them. She really couldn't figure out why the Lu family would rather damage the family's reputation than resolve the matter. At this time, the mobile phone of the Gongzumeng suddenly rang, and after receiving it, the Gongzumeng agreed a few times. The public loser who hung up the phone said, "Uncle Ji asked us to go directly to the river to wait for him. He made the human leather ghost boat ready and came to join us." Yuchiba shrugged and said it didn't matter, and then smiled wretchedly at Lang Xiaolu behind the Gonglumen. "Let's walk along the trail." Lang Xiaolu shook his head. "You go first, I don't know where to go to play, I will come when I find it." Chapter 55, Black Cat. Xiao Chen looked at the layout of the entire town with great interest. The buildings in the entire town were built according to certain rules and orientations. The entire town was a fascinating array. If someone from outside walks into the town, they will definitely get lost in a daze. Moreover, Xiao Chen found that the mountains and rivers surrounding the town had the aura of formations. Those mountains and rivers hid the entire town so that ordinary people could not find it. Of course, these gadgets are not even counted as children's play for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen felt the aura around him, and found that there were several that were unfriendly. The butcher swept around and lowered his head and said in a low voice, "This is the first stop to enter the Silent River. It is tightly controlled by the 4 families. Outsiders can't come here." The Blood Lady said angrily, "So domineering, isn't this their private place? You have to pay attention to the lady who speaks here. Even if you are a master of the Diamond Realm, these 4 families probably won't take you seriously, and they should be authorized by the spider web to control this place." The butcher lowered his head and became more cautious. It seems that the pressure on him from these 4 families is not ordinary. Meow. Just as they were talking, a soft meow caught their attention. Xiao Chen looked down and smiled. A black kitten did not know when it came to Xiao Chen's feet. The kitten didn't seem to be afraid of life at all, arching up and spinning around Xiao Chen's feet. While spinning around, he rubbed Xiao Chen's legs with his small head. It seemed that he liked Xiao Chen very much. Xiao Chen stretched out his palm, and the black kitten suddenly jumped onto Xiao Chen's palm. The kitten rubbed against Xiao Chen's palm, then rolled into a circle very simply, and lay on the palm as if she was going to sleep. Xiao Chen looked at the kitten carefully. Xiao Chen found that the kitten was not black. To be precise, it should be red, because the red was too rich and made it look like black. Cold, the mysterious cat of Leng's family. When the butcher saw the cat, his face changed drastically. "Xian Mao?" the Blood Lady asked curiously, but when she heard it for the first time. The butcher nodded. "Look carefully, this cat should actually be red, but the red is too strong, which makes it look like black." The Blood Lady stretched her head over curiously, wanting to take a closer look at the well-behaved kitten. Who knew that as soon as his head was stretched out, the kitten suddenly opened his eyes, the kitten's big jewel-like eyes shrank suddenly, and the hair all over his body suddenly exploded, and he let out a shrill cry. The sound was like piercing the eardrum, making the scalp numb. Suddenly being here, the Blood Lady shivered in fright and took a step back subconsciously. After the little cat yelled, she rubbed it against Xiao Chen's palm, and lay down again comfortably. The Blood Lady said angrily, "Dog eyes, don't look down at people with cat eyes, it's really hard to look stingy." The butcher on the side said, "You should be glad that this cat is not close to you." "Why?" The Blood Lady was puzzled. "Because that cat is a black cat, the black and red one is mysterious, and the red is red, so the black cat is a civet with red in the black. The black cat is only close to 2 kinds of people, the owner and the dying person." While explaining, secretly checked Xiao Chen's reaction. The Blood Lady looked at Xiao Chen, and she understood why the black cat liked Xiao Chen so much. "Isn't this a skeleton frame? He is not about to die, but already dead. If you talk so much bullshit, I don't mind tearing up your mouth." Xiao Chen was a little annoyed by these 2 guys. The blood lady immediately covered her mouth, indicating that she was definitely not talking nonsense. Well, can you give Xiao Xiao back to me? A soft voice sounded. Lang Xiaoluo looked at the kitten in Xiao Chen's hand, his expression a little anxious. With a beautiful face, he felt pitiful. Looking at this girl, Xiao Chen showed a strange expression. It seemed that he heard the girl's voice, and the little black cat named Xiao Chen opened his eyes and happily turned it around in Xiao Chen's hands twice. Go! Xiao Chen nodded and said to the kitten. The kitten really seemed to understand Xiao Chen's words, rubbed his head against Xiao Chen's palm, and ran into the girl's arms. Lang Xiaoluo held the kitten there and hesitated, as if he had something to say. Seeing Xiao Chen leaving, Lang Xiaoluo softly shouted, "Can you wait for that?" Xiao Chen turned his head and frowned and asked, "Is there something wrong?" Lang Xiaoluo nodded, and took out a small bead from the small bag he carried. The beads are beautiful blue, and there seems to be a sleeping cat inside. This is for you. If you encounter something you can crush it, it can save your life. Lang Xiaoluo handed the beads to Xiao Chen. Meow. The kitten in Lang Xiaoluo's arms let out a soft cry at this time, looking at Xiao Chen expectantly with his big eyes, as if he hoped Xiao Chen would accept the bead. Civet cat pearl. The butcher yelled in surprise, then cast a mad wink at Xiao Chen, and motioned to Xiao Chen to accept the bead. The blood lady's expression also changed slightly, her eyes were fiery, and something that could make a Diamond Realm master so greedy was naturally not a mortal thing. This civet bead is a special product of the Lang family, made from the soul of a dead cat. Cats are born with powerful lethality to femininity, not to mention the civet beads specially made by the Lang family. This thing can resist all kinds of femininity. For some people, this civet bead that restrains all kinds of femininity is simply invaluable. And there will always be ghosts when you walk too long at night. If you encounter a powerful ghost, people of the same realm can only be slaughtered. If there is such a civet orb on the body, it will be more lives. Moreover, the cat spirit protector can predict certain dangers. This function doubles the value of the civet orb. If it is the soul of the mysterious cat, the value of the civet pig will double. The most important thing is that things are rare and expensive. This civet bead can only be made by the Lang family. The number of cats that can make civet beads is pitiful. The Lang family is a well-known cat lover. He will not extract the soul to make civet beads while the cat is alive, which leads to the birth of a civet beads. The black cat slowly grew old and died. The combination of these factors makes a civet bead a sky-high price. Xiao Chen looked at the blue note and smiled, "Take it for yourself, I don't need it." Looking at the figure of Xiao Chen going away, Lang Xiaoluo scratched his head in a puzzled manner. This is probably the first time in history that he was rejected when he sent a civet orb. The butcher followed Xiao Chen, his mouth opened, and he wanted to speak, but he thought of Xiao Chen's warning and did not dare to speak. It really made him feel uncomfortable. The blood lady is also a little depressed. Even if the civet bead is not needed, it is a huge sum of money to sell it. In recent years, the Lang family has strictly controlled the outflow of the civet bead, which has made the value of the civet bead rise again and again. Chapter 56, Silent River. Xiao Chen looked at Luo Xianxi who was holding him, and touched her head distressedly, thinking that he should solve the matter as soon as possible, so as not to cause any changes in the long delay. "Fatty, lead the way, go to Qingzai cave immediately," Xiao Chen said from the side. "Big people, you must take a human leather ghost boat to enter the quiet river. The river is too evil, really, believe me." The butcher patted his chest and said with vows. Xiao Chen bared his teeth and said, "Give you two choices, one I will kill you, and then I will go to Qingzai Dong, two immediately, lead the way, and give you 10 seconds to consider." The butcher gritted his teeth, his fat face was sweaty. 1. Xiao Chen began to count. 10. Xiao Chen jumped directly from 1 to 10, and the butcher was refreshed. The butcher smiled and started to lead the way. His desire to survive was extremely strong. "Sir, please, hee hee. The butcher led the way to a small river. The stream was clear and bottomless, the water flow was slow, and the surrounding was lush and green. No matter how you looked at it, it was a good place to raise people. Xiao Chen cut a big tree by the river directly and threw it into the river. The heavy trees began to sink toward the bottom of the river, and Xiao Chen's feet exploded with a dead air, enveloping the big tree, and the big tree quickly withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The big tree slowly floated to the surface. Xiao Chen picked up Luo Xianxi and jumped onto the dry tree. Xiao Shenlu's hand surprised the butcher, robbing his vitality. This method looked like an evil sect in every way. Waiting for the other two to stand still, Xiao Chen pushed hard at his feet, and the tree rushed forward hurriedly. The big tree slid across the creek, gliding extremely fast, and the surrounding scene passed by like a horse watching a lantern. However, as time went on, the butcher's face became more and more ugly, and his hair was wet with cold sweat. The blood lady is a little puzzled. The scenery is beautiful and the fragrance of birds and flowers is like a paradise. Why is this fat guy so nervous? Fatty, why are you so nervous? The blood lady couldn't help but curiosity in her heart and asked. But after speaking, I regretted it. I carefully looked at the expression on Xiao Chen's face standing in the forefront, and saw that Xiao Chen didn't oppose him, so his heart was relieved. The butcher probably was too suffocated. Seeing the blood lady speaking, he immediately replied, "This is not a river of silence at all. Only after passing the Luogui sluice can you really step into the territory of the river of silence. You are so evil, what is in this quiet river?" The blood lady asked. The butcher grinned, almost crying, "I don't know either." Puff! The blood lady almost didn't choke to death by her own saliva. "You are crazy. I don't know, you are still scary here, you are also a master of innate pinnacle anyway, you don't want face." The butcher sighed, "It's not that I am timid. At the beginning, there was a master of the diamond realm in Qingzai cave. He was able to rely on his own skill and kept advising that he had to go out and pee. Well, this pee made people dying." Puff! The blood lady almost didn't squirt out a mouthful of old blood, and a master of King Kong was out by a pee? Are you telling ghost stories? Xiao Chen closed his eyes and felt the surrounding breath. There was nothing special along the way. As time went by, about 2 hours later, Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. "Here," Xiao Chen said coldly. Both the butcher and the blood lady were shocked, and they also felt the changes around them. The original lush and cool and pleasant river, but just like that suddenly, the whole world in front of him has undergone earth-shaking changes. It's as if you are playing a game, brushing a jungle copy, and suddenly it is teleported to you on the Gobi Desert. The surrounding air suddenly became hot and lush, and the lush trees were gone, replaced by mountains that couldn't be seen at a glance. The most weird thing was that these mountains appeared to be a dead grey, like the dead bodies that had been dead for a long time. There was no green in the dead grey mountain, and the grey-white that made people feel extremely uncomfortable at first glance. The small river passes through 2 large mountains, like a Huangchuan trail into the world of ghosts. The slow-flowing river suddenly became irritable, and the river became extremely turbulent, with large and small vortices spinning and jumping in the river water. The blood lady looked at the dead grey mountains. Her scalp was numb, her back was cold, and she even had a lot of cold sweat coming out of her back. This is a hilly area, how could there be such majestic mountains, and the appearance of these mountains is too abrupt, just like someone deliberately moved them here. Those dead grey mountains felt like huge corpses, and something seemed to have killed these mountains. The blood maiden energized herself, her vitality circulated wildly, and the inexplicable sense of oppression was finally relieved a lot. The blood lady forced a smile and said, "Fatty, you are really useless. A few mountains will scare you like this." The butcher grinned and tears fell down, crying, "Auntie, feel it, What's missing around here? The Blood Maiden's vitality dispersed, except for the weird mountains and the sudden turbulent river, there seemed to be no danger around. Looking at the somewhat puzzled face of the Blood Lady, the butcher wiped away tears, choked up and said, "Voice, voice." After the butcher's reminder, the Blood Lady noticed the biggest anomaly. Everything around him seemed to be silent, no insects, birds, and even the rushing river under him made no sound. What about the sound? The Blood Lady slapped a spirit, and asked subconsciously. "How the do I know?" The butcher said with a crying voice. At this time, the Blood Lady suddenly sounded the name of the River of Silence. The group of people gradually approached the grey-white mountains, and as the distance pulled in, the feeling of being like a dead body became stronger and stronger. The most terrible thing was that the Blood Lady felt a bit of blockage in the air circulation in her body, which made her terrified. At the Diamond Realm, water and fire are no longer invaded, and the qi in the body is naturally flowing freely. How can it be blocked and slow? Unless there was a bad premonition in the Blood Lady's heart. Unless there is a big person above the wildness, his circulation has already affected this world, allowing this world to automatically suppress outsiders. But can such a thing happen? These mountains are so vast, what kind of realm can affect such a wide area? Okay. While the Blood Lady was thinking about it, Xiao Chen made a questioning voice. The Blood Lady looked from a distance, and at the entrance that was about to enter the mountain, a huge withered tree lay above the water, blocking the way. Chapter 57, You Are a Younger Brother. The Blood Lady looked around. The dead tree was as thick as two people embraced. The bark was dark brown, and there were fist-sized circles on the dark brown bark. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows, controlled his lifelessness, and slowed down the forward speed of the big tree under his feet. At this time, the butcher swallowed his saliva vigorously, and asked with a trembling voice, "Da. Sir, am I dazzled? I seem to see the dead tree move." The Blood Lady who was looking at the dead tree from a distance also changed her face at this time, because she also found that the dead tree moved slightly. Xiao Chen didn't speak up, but just looked at the thick, dead tree. The distance is getting closer and closer, and both the butcher and the Blood Lady feel an unprecedented sense of oppression from the dead tree, making them feel like they want to escape. This is like a biological instinct, like a mouse meeting a cat and a bug meeting a bird, making them both want to escape the dead tree instinctively. Xiao Chen squinted his eyes, and he was really curious about how this kind of place could grow such a behemoth. What the is that? The butcher was the weakest among the three, and the withered tree gave him the strongest sense of oppression. The butcher put his qi machine out, but he couldn't feel what was wrong with the dead tree, it seemed that it was a dead thing. The Blood Lady also tried to feel the aura of the dead tree, but still found nothing. Suddenly, the Blood Lady's face turned pale and she trembled. It seems to be thinking of something. The butcher suppressed the fear in his heart and asked, "Miss, did you think of something?" The Blood Lady tried to calm her mind. If you can't feel the energy, there are only two possibilities. One is that the dead tree is an ordinary dead tree, and the second. The Blood Lady hesitated in her heart to say it. "You mean, do you want to kill me in a hurry?" The butcher scratched his hair, seemingly close to the edge of collapse. The second is that the dead tree may be a cold-blooded animal, which is hard to detect. Cold-blooded animal. The butcher trembled, and instantly understood what the Blood Lady was referring to. The butcher looked at the dead wood with its head and tail hidden in the bushes on both sides. Although the river was small, it was not a small ditch, and the river surface was nearly 20 meters wide. If it's really what he thought, then what kind of a huge thing the thing in front of him should be? The butcher instantly became cold and shouted, "My lord, stop, it's not a dead tree, it's..." Just when the butcher wanted to shout the last word, the dead tree suddenly moved violently. Then a terrifying scene happened. The butcher and the Blood Lady suddenly felt the sky dark, and the two subconsciously looked towards the sky. A piece of withered tree smashed straight toward the top of the head, and under the sunlight, the piece of withered tree was reflecting a dazzling light. Although the cut of the dead tree that was hit by the head is not as thick as the cut that lay across the river, it is not much smaller. The whistling sound of breaking through the sky, with incomparable power, if it is really hit, it may be smashed into meatloaf on the spot. The butcher and the blood lady hurriedly operated the chi in their bodies, but the inexplicable suppression of this place made the chi in their bodies not smooth and free. There was a slight flaw in the defense of the two. Looking at the mighty dead tree, their hearts were completely cold. At this time, a strong death energy burst out from Xiao Chen's body extremely quickly, and the death energy enveloped everyone in it like an eggshell. Boom! A loud noise resembling the mighty thunder of the nine heavens rang out here, and when the dead tree came into contact with Xiao Chen's deathly spirit, it was flew out by the deathly spirit. The powerful impact caused the surface of the river under Xiao Chen's feet to roll over, like a dragon entering the sea, turning up waves soaring into the sky. Perhaps the impact was too strong, and the butcher and the blood lady seemed to clearly see the silt on the bottom of the river in a trance. What made the two of them even more stunned was that with the loud noise, a huge body that covered the sky and sun was bounced out of the bushes. That huge body was ejected from the bushes by Xiao Chen's death, and the whole body flew into the sky. It was a giant python that was as thick as an old tree and had a body of several tens of meters. The dark brown body of the giant python is shining in the sun, and the huge pressure is scattered around. The big mouth full of fangs and the scarlet mouth make the giant python like a legendary peerless beast, which makes people feel guilty. What is this thing? The butcher knelt on the tree in fright. Such a big python, not to mention having seen it, may not even have heard of it. Boom! There was another loud noise, and the python fell in the air. The body of the giant python twisted crazily on the ground, and the surrounding bushes and small trees were wiped out instantly. Almost in the blink of an eye, the giant python has adjusted its posture, the whole body is set, the huge head is raised high, and it makes an attacking posture. Xiao Chen squinted his eyes and looked at the python with interest. In fact, the giant python of this size was nothing more than a larger longworm in Xiao Chen's eyes. Compared to the monsters in the Hauran Great World, the giant python in front of him was a younger brother. But in terms of such aura on Earth, the appearance of such a behemoth is really very unreasonable. What Xiao Chen was interested in was that the state of this giant python was a little strange. Xiao Chen couldn't feel the slightest breath of life in the giant python. Xiao Chen's induction of life aura was not comparable to the two weak chickens, butcher and blood lady. In this case, there is only one possibility that the giant python itself is a dead thing. The lifelessness under Xiao Chen's feet began to roll, and the lifelessness dragged Xiao Chen's body up into the air. My lord, where are you going? Don't leave me, I'm your most faithful servant." Seeing Xiao Chen seem to be leaving the river, the butcher panicked immediately. "If you make any noise, I will tear your mouth." Xiao Chen said impatiently, and his body continued to rise into the air. Xiao Chen ascended to a place slightly higher than the python's head, and looked down at the python slightly. In the python's unsentimental cocky eyes, the black vertical pupils shrank sharply, and the raised upper body receded slightly, seeming to be in fear. "Silly big guy, did you grow up on hormones?" Xiao Chen looked at the giant python's huge body, and really couldn't figure out how this stuff grew so big. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and moved forward, and a trace of black air rushed straight towards the python. Seeing that bit of lifelessness, there was a hint of fear in the python's emotionless eyes. The giant python turned around and fled. But the trace of black energy that had just turned around had already shot into its body. "Silly dad ran away individually, this emperor is not a devil." Xiao Chen felt the message sent back by the death spirit, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Very interesting little thing. Chapter 58, You are embarrassing me, fat tiger. As soon as the death spirit entered the python's body, Xiao Chen found a small white thing in the python's body fleeing frantically. Xiao Chen controlled his death chi, wandering wildly inside the python, chasing the little things that flee inside the python. Boom! With a soft sound, lifeless energy rushed out of the giant python's head, and a silver-white light spot the size of a thumb was engulfed by lifeless energy. With the deathly rushing out, the giant python's huge body suddenly fell, and the giant python's hideous head hit the river surface, arousing a monstrous spray. This, is it solved? The butcher stammered while looking at the fallen python. The Blood Lady was also dumbfounded at this time, and she had a new understanding of Xiao Chen's strength. Such a behemoth can't hold a cigarette under Xiao Chen's hands. I'm afraid that only a big guy in the world can do it. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand to hold the death aura in his hand, and carefully looked at the silver dots that were struggling crazily in the death aura. The small spot is only the size of an adult's thumb, and the whole body is beautiful silver. It looks a bit like a cockroach, but it has 2 legs less than a cockroach, and its appearance is much higher than that of a cockroach. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand to pinch the little bug, and took it out of his death. As soon as the little insect was taken out of life, he madly slid towards Xiao Chen's fingers, as if he wanted to get directly into Xiao Chen's flesh. But this cargo might really be bad. Xiao Chen's body is a skeleton. Even if your head is bald, you won't be able to get in. Xiao Chen fell on the tree, and the lifeless energy under his feet churned again, walking towards the grey-white mountain. Xiao Chen looked at this little bug carefully. It didn't have any aura of life, but it was able to act like a living thing, which made Xiao Chen a little confused. This little bug should be the culprit that allowed the giant python corpse to move freely. The Blood Lady and the butcher looked back at the hideous head drooping above the river, and they all felt like a world away. The butcher leaned in front of Xiao Chen, looking curiously at the bug in Xiao Chen's hand and asked, "My lord, what is this?" Xiao Chen glanced at the butcher diagonally, and a bad premonition rose in the butcher's heart. Sure enough, the next moment the butcher slapped his head. "My is Beidou, how do I know what this is? I think you are embarrassing me." But the butcher's desire to die is gone. Didn't teacher Nima say that if you don't understand, you should ask? Someone asked and was beaten. A wave of death enveloping the struggling bug, Xiao Chen directly threw it into his mouth. The butcher and the Blood Lady were stunned. This Nima is too sturdy, and the worms will eat too. Of course Xiao Chen couldn't eat insects, but put it into his brain. The brain was stuffed with the snacks that the little idiot had fed in the morning. Thinking of the little idiot's cute face, Xiao Chen really wanted to go back and smash her ass. The big tree at the foot followed the waves and finally entered the grey-white mountain. As soon as he entered the grey-white mountains, a wicked breath came to his face. The Blood Lady and the butcher couldn't help but shudder, and the two looked around vigilantly, but as time passed, nothing strange happened. The tight body of the Blood Lady finally relaxed a little. Looking at the butcher who was still facing the enemy, the Blood Lady couldn't help but persuade, "Butcher, don't be so nervous, and nothing will happen. You will break down sooner or later if you continue like this." But the butcher looked around as if he hadn't heard him, and he still looked around vigilantly. "Lady, it's not that I want to scare you. The place where I met the giant python just now is not the real River of Silence. From entering this dead mountain, the River of Silence has just been in the beginning, no one knows what will happen." The Blood Lady asked curiously, "Since the River of Silence is so dangerous, how do you people from the Cave of Thousand Evils get in and out?" The cave owner of the Thousand Evil Cave is a member of the Lu family and belongs to one of the 4 major families that guard the Silent River. Every time he enters and exits the Thousand Evil Cave, the cave owner will give the person in and out a human leather ghost boat. The butcher looked carefully at it. Around, answering the question of the Blood Lady. Human skin ghost boat. Speaking of the human skin ghost boat, the butcher slammed his whole body and said, "That thing is so evil. According to the cave owner, it is to use the evil spirit of the human skin ghost boat to cover the popularity of people, so that some things think that the human skin ghost The people on the boat are with them and use this method to hide from the sky and cross the sea. The listener of the Blood Lady also had a tingling scalp, and the human skin ghost boat was not a good thing when it heard it. As if seeing the Blood Lady's thoughts, the butcher ostentatiously said, speaking of this ghost boat. What's that? Before the butcher finished speaking, he heard the scared voice of the Blood Lady. Originally, with the strength of the Blood Lady Diamond Realm, it shouldn't be such a gaffe, but the atmosphere of this place is really too weird, and coupled with the forcible suppression of the chi in the body, it can only display the strength of the acquired peak. There are many reasons why she is like a frightened bird, and a little bit of wind and grass may touch the sensitive nerves at this time. Xiao Chen was also attracted by the voice of the Blood Lady, and looked sideways. I don't know when a corpse floated beside the big tree where Xiao Chen and the others were standing. The corpse was a male, about 30 years old, wearing an ancient suit. The specific dynasty could not be distinguished. The strange thing is that this corpse has no signs of decay, and even the expression on its face is lifelike. The smiley face makes the back chill. And no one knows when this corpse appeared. If the butcher stared at the river the whole time, he didn't find the time when the corpse appeared. What was even more strange was that this corpse was actually walking along with the big tree under Xiao Chen's feet. You must know that after Xiao Chen's acceleration, the speed of the big tree was very astonishing. This, here too. The Blood Lady stammered while looking at the other side. On the other side of the tree, I don't know when another corpse appeared. This time the corpse was a man wearing a Chinese tunic suit. It seemed that he was an intellectual from the Republic of China period. This corpse is just like the corpse just now, following the big tree. No missing. At this time, the butcher's horrified voice sounded again. Xiao Chen half squinted his eyes to look at the location of the ancient corpse. As expected, the ancient costume corpse disappeared without a trace. The butcher's face was cold and sweaty, his face was pale and scary, and his eyes were a little dazed. He kept muttering in his mouth, "Why are they missing? Why are they missing? I didn't even blink my eyes, so why did they disappear?" The butcher kept repeating the phrase, "How could it be gone?" His spirit seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The Blood Lady shook the butcher's shoulder and asked in a puzzled way, "Butcher, wake up, a corpse is gone and disappeared. It's not surprising, did it sink to the bottom of the river?" The butcher shook his whole body, his dazed eyes regained a bit of clarity, and he swallowed a large mouthful of saliva. The butcher said with some fear, "The corpse just smiled at me." Chapter 59, Zombie. The Blood Lady felt tight when she heard the butcher's words. This place was already strangely tight. It would be good if she met a corpse who was smiling at you and didn't get scared and fainted on the spot. The butcher wiped off the sweat on his face, and the fat was trembling on his face. The ancient corpse definitely didn't sink. I can see it clearly. The corpse disappeared out of thin air. At this time, staring at the Blood Lady in the tunic male corpse, she stepped back a few steps on the big tree suddenly. If the butcher hadn't caught her with eyesight and hands, the Blood Lady might retreat directly into the river. The Blood Lady looked at the butcher with a pale face and said, "That corpse is also gone." "Did he smile?" the butcher asked quickly. Hearing this question, the Blood Lady shivered all over, and then reluctantly nodded and said, "I smiled." The Blood Lady's mouth opened and opened, but she didn't make a sound after all, because she didn't know how to describe the smile. Evil, weird, and hideous, these words seemed to lack a little meaning, not enough to describe that smile. Xiao Chen looked at the empty river and frowned slightly, because Xiao Chen discovered that the two inexplicable corpses had really disappeared. This disappearance was not a loss of sight in the ordinary sense, but a complete loss of all traces, as if the two corpses had never appeared before. Xiao Chen's feet moved slightly, and a dozen worms appeared on the big tree on the soles of his feet. Xiao Chen commanded the underworld to jump into the river, but something unexpected happened to Xiao Chen, because he and the underworld had lost touch. Xiao Chen wiped his chin and muttered to himself, "Is there a small hole here, or something is wrong with the space. Xiao Chen thought about it, but the people under his feet did not stop moving forward, and these strange things could not be treated seriously by Xiao Chen. Here again. At this time, the butcher's horrified voice rang. Xiao Chen looked sideways. Sure enough, there was a corpse on the right side of the tree. This time it was a fat middle-aged woman. It seemed to be from the 90s. The butcher gritted his teeth and stared at the corpse tightly. Suddenly the butcher stretched out his hand and grabbed the corpse extremely fast. What are you doing? The blood lady found the butcher's abnormality, but it was too late to stop it. Xiao Chen frowned slightly, and did not stop the butcher's movements. Wow! The butcher actually lifted the corpse out of the water. The butcher looked at the corpse in a daze. At this time, he seemed to dare not believe it. He lifted the corpse so easily. The butcher was a little at a loss when he carried the corpse, and he didn't know what to do with the corpse in his hands. Xiao Chen squinted his eyes, keenly discovering that the moment the corpse was lifted again, there was a wave of imperceptible fluctuations in the surrounding space. Xiao Chen already knew it, but at this time, the corpse in the hands of the butcher suddenly changed. The corpse who had closed its eyes quietly opened its eyes suddenly, the eyeballs were extremely uncomfortable green, and the corners of the female corpse's mouth also showed a strange expression that was not a smile. The butcher was so frightened that he stretched out and pushed forward, trying to push the corpse back into the river. But then the butcher felt a sudden sharp pain in his arm, and the nails of the female corpse did not know when it was embedded in the butcher's arm. The blood lady looked over the butcher's arm, and the nails of the female corpse turned black somehow, and their length increased a lot. The butcher only felt a sharp pain coming from his arm. This pain hit his brain and made the butcher a little unconscious. Roar! A roar came from the female corpse's mouth, a bit like a wolf but much more gloomy than the howling of a wolf. Following the roar of the female corpse, two snow-white fangs protruded from the female corpse's mouth and bit straight to the butcher's neck. Zombie! The blood lady exclaimed, and kicked straight towards the head of the corpse. The blood lady kicked the female corpse with all her strength, but the female corpse was not moved at all, and even her whole head did not move a bit. Seeing that the butcher was about to die at the female corpse's mouth, a somewhat thin arm stretched over and proactively reached the female corpse's mouth. The blood lady looked at that arm, her heart trembled, and she shouted in horror, "My lord, beware of corpse poison!" Crack! The blood lady's reminder was a little late after all, and the big mouth of the female corpse bit the arm heavily. But instead of the blood splattering as imagined, there was a sound of a golden rooster biting iron instead. Xiao Chen drooped his eyelids, yawned a little boredly, and pressed his hands slightly. Crack! A shattering sound sounded, and the two terrifying fangs of the female corpse broke from the middle. Oh, the mouth is pretty good, it tastes delicious. Xiao Chen's tone of teasing sounded. The blood lady looked at the broken fangs with a dazed expression, and there was a brief stoppage in her head. Roar! The female corpse's fangs broke, and the whole person screamed frantically, and the butcher also took advantage of the madness of the female corpse to escape. Boom! The whole body of the female corpse suddenly exploded, turning into bits of dust and disappearing between heaven and earth. After a slight daze, the blood lady rushed to the butcher. "How about the butcher, are you okay?" The butcher at the moment was terrible, and the butcher's left and right arms were grabbed by the female corpse's hands with 10 blood holes, and the black blood kept flowing out with a stench. At this time, the butcher's body suddenly twisted, as if his whole person was cramping. The blood lady looked at the butcher with a pale face, and kept moving back. Xiao Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth, and said annoyedly, "You have a lot of farts all day long." After speaking, a little bit of lifeless energy rushed into the butcher's body, and as the lifelessness wandered through the butcher's body, Xiao Chen's brows wrinkled a little bit. Xiao Chen discovered that the butcher had been infected with a highly aggressive poison, and this poison had already spread to the butcher's body. This violent toxicity was not the reason for Xiao Chen's frowning, but the reason for Xiao Chen's frowning was that his death spirit could not completely drive away this violent poison. Since returning to Earth, this is the first time there has been something that can't be dealt with by death. Although Death Chi couldn't completely drive the strange poison out of the butcher's body, it was still possible to drive out most of it. The butcher's bleeding wound slowly returned to normal, and the stench of black blood also turned into normal red. The Blood Lady watched the butcher gradually return to normal, and a huge wave was already in her heart. This was the first time she had heard that someone could cure a person bitten by a zombie. Ahem! The butcher seemed to wake up and coughed heavily. At this time, the butcher looked haggard as if he had suffered a serious illness. The butcher suddenly turned over and knelt in front of Xiao Chen. Bang bang bang! The butcher slammed his head against the tree, and kept saying, "Thank you, my lord, for saving my life." Chapter 60, Bouncing Around After Death. Thank you, my lord, for your life-saving grace. The butcher's head slammed on the tree, and the sound of booming sounded far away on this absolutely silent river. However, an embarrassing situation has emerged. When facing the gratitude of others, a normal person should express graciously that this is just a matter of effort, to show his chivalry. But Xiao Chen's goods were good, as if he hadn't seen the butcher's head knocked, and he kept the butcher aside. The butcher felt bitter, but Xiao Chen did not speak, and he did not dare to stop. What the butcher wanted to do at this time was to slap himself. Let Nima be troublesome, let Nima be okay, let Nima be okay. Ma flattered. The sound of the butcher's kowtow made the strange atmosphere of the silent river a little more popular. The butcher's forehead was already swollen, and the butcher looked at the Blood Lady pitifully, hoping she could help herself. The Blood Lady curled her lips and thought, "You are asking for the matter, and you want my old lady to intercede for you. In case the guy who doesn't follow the routine even fixes it himself, find someone to make sense." But looking at the butcher's pitiful appearance, the Blood Lady finally bit the bullet and said, "My lord, look at the butcher. Why, save him a dog's life, and knock a few heads at a loss." Xiao Chen turned his head and looked at the butcher's swollen old forehead, almost laughing out loud. "It's okay, your dog's head is not hard enough. When I go back, I will pass you a set of iron head skills, and I promise to let you knock on it all day and night." The butcher sat slumped on the tree as if he received an amnesty. Hearing the words behind Xiao Chen, his hairs stood up. Insane! Who is the who has nothing to learn iron head skills just to kowtow to play? The butcher made up his mind, if he could go back this time, he would find a place to hide, away from the neurosis. But Xiao Chen's next words let him dispel this idea. "I can't eradicate all the poison in your body. I will keep the remaining poison in your acupuncture point temporarily. It is better not to move it rough in the future. In case the qi in your body is induced and the remaining poison flows, you will be on the spot." Violently. Xiao Chen looked at the butcher with a smile on his face. The butcher really wanted to die at the moment. "Cow, did you just say that the thing is a zombie?" Xiao Chen asked, looking at the Blood Lady. "Dairy cows, your family is all dairy cows, crazy." The Blood Lady couldn't help cursing Xiao Chen in her heart. At this moment, for the first time, she felt that a big breast was not a good thing. "I thought so in my heart but didn't dare to show it on my face." The Blood Lady hesitated and said, "The female corpse just now looks like a zombie, but the difference is that the zombies we usually encounter are all ugly, white or black-haired monsters. The special ones are jumping or flying. And never heard of zombies with green eyes." At this time, the butcher got up to his feet and said, "My lord, I may know some." After finishing talking, this guy looked at Xiao Chen expectantly, as if he still wanted to show off. Xiao Chen's eyes slanted, and the butcher trembled all over, thinking of his encounter at the bun shop. He immediately said like a gunfire, the Ma family of the Exorcist Dragon clan, I once had a relationship with a junior of the Ma family. Hearing him talk about it, now we usually encounter the so-called zombies, such as zombies, and even flying zombies. In fact, they are not zombies in the true sense, but at best they are rough-skinned monsters. Call. The butcher took a breath and said, the real zombie in the eyes of their Ma family is that they look the same as ordinary people. They are not afraid of any spells with exorcism properties, and they are not afraid of even the sun. They use the color of their eyes to distinguish zombies. The ranks of the people, from bottom to top, are black, green, blue, purple, red, and even the legendary gold. The butcher finished speaking in one breath, panting like a bellows, and the butcher has never felt that talking is so tiring in his life. Xiao Chen was quite interested. Xiao Chen didn't know something like zombies. You are a thief if you are old and not dead, but you will be stiff after death. Does this zombie still have a saying, it's called immortality and indestructible, having infinite years? Seeing Xiao Chen's question, the butcher's eyes lit up and he had to behave well. Maybe his old man was happy, and the corpse poison in his body could be solved. The butcher cut directly into the subject without any nonsense this time. If a person is unwilling to die, resentment in his heart, and the 7 souls remain, and the 7 souls are human with 7 emotions and 6 desires, they will stay in the flesh, unwilling to leave, and turn into zombies. Zombies are born from the grievances of heaven and earth. They are immortal, and immortal. They are abandoned by the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and the dark, outside of the 6 realms of all beings. They are left alone and displaced. Endless loneliness. It is not controlled within the 6 realms, and has endless years. The butcher was quite proud of his memory. He could remember it after hearing the Ma family say it, and it was 10 years ago. Boom! When the butcher was still proud, he received a punch in the eye socket. Are you advertising? Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. The butcher covered his mouth tightly to keep himself from crying. Nervous, I will answer your questions. Isn't it reasonable? Why are you hitting me? I don't want face at my dignified congenital peak. The butcher burst into tears, secretly swearing in his heart, and then he will be thundered if he talks nonsense. Xiao Chen was quite interested in the zombies in the mouth of this butcher. If the zombies can really be immortal, then they can fix his mother's way, catch a zombie and take a bite, right? At this time Xiao Chen suddenly felt a strange wave in the space. Xiao Chen temporarily put aside the idea of catching a zombie in his heart and looked up at the place where the space changed. The mountain is still grey and white, the only difference is that there is a clearing at the foot of the mountain on the right. There should be a beach exposed after the water level of the river dropped, and the area is only 100 square meters. Got you. Xiao Chen actually guessed the weirdness of this place in his mind when the Hades lost contact. There should be an enchantment formed by resentment. As for what enchantment it is, Xiao Chen will be able to determine after entering the enchantment. Xiao Chen thought for a while, and the death energy suddenly burst out from under his feet, enveloping all the big trees, and even the butcher and the blood lady were wrapped in death energy. Xiao Chen said lightly, "You are waiting for me here, and don't leave the tree at will. There is resentment that can affect your mood in this place." After talking, Xiao Chen hugged Luo Xianxi and floated towards the river beach. My lord, don't leave me!" The butcher yelled from the big tree, looking miserable, like an abandoned little daughter-in-law.